Most people try to learn React Native by copy-pasting random examples and get stuck the moment they need real navigation, real UI, or real app logic. Others avoid mobile entirely because it feels way more complicated than web development. In this course, I'm going to teach you React Native the right way using Expo. We'll start with the fundamentals, core React Native components, native UI, Expo UI, and navigation, and then use all of it to build a real full-stack mobile app. You'll learn how to handle authentication, guide users through an onboarding flow, and let them upload images that only live on the app for 24 hours, similar to a BeReal style app. By the end, you won't just understand React Native. You'll have a complete app that you can run, extend, and actually ship. But before we get into the video, if you could leave a like and subscribe, I would massively appreciate it. So now let's get into it. Okay, everyone, now it's time for us to get started. But before I build this project, I want to give a very brief and quick explanation of what React Native is and what are we going to be using to build our React Native project. Well, if you're watching this video, you might already know that React Native is a framework that lets you build native mobile apps for iOS and Android using a single language, which is JavaScript. And so instead of building an iOS app, with Swift and then having to build the same app again using either Kotlin or Java for Android, you can now build the app once using JavaScript and React, and all of that code is going to end up working for both iOS and Android. Now, there are a couple ways in which you can generate a React Native application. However, the best method is to utilize Expo. And Expo is just a toolchain and platform that makes developing, building, and deploying our React Native apps extremely easy. So that means that we can go from creating our app to building it and even deploying it without having to ever download Xcode or Android Studio, without ever having to even touch any code that is native. So it is what we're going to be using for this video. And to get things started off, I have here a code editor opened up. I'm using VS Code, but you can use anything you want. Then what I want to do is I want to create here a folder in my computer. I'm going to call it React Native Course, but you can call it whatever you want. We're going to start by just explaining a couple topics, some of the basics, and we're going to slowly transition into building our first React Native application. So in order for us to build our React Native application, it's actually going to be extremely simple. All we have to do is open up our terminal and we have to run the following command. So I'm going to run npx create expo app. So this is the command you need to run every time you want to create a new React Native app using Expo. Now we want to install the latest version of the Expo SDK. And as of the time I'm making this video, the version 55 is in beta. So it is the one that we're going to be using in this video. However, by the time you watch this, most likely it is already fully released. Now, we're going to be using here a double dash and specifying a template, and we're going to use the template default at next. We're going to press enter, and if it's the first time you're ever running this command, you might need to install the create expo app command inside of your computer. So it will prompt you up for that, and you just say yes. And after that, it's going to ask you what is the name of our app. Now, what I'm going to call our app is, I'm going to call it BeReal clone. Now, what is that? So if you watched in the beginning of the video, I mentioned that we're going to be building the project for this video is going to be a BeReal clone. Kind of. It's basically that app that a couple years ago went super viral where you could post images for 24 hours, just like an Instagram stories or a Snapchat stories, and everyone could have access to it, and you could put a description on the post and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to be building something like that because I think it's the best thing that you can build. It's really cool as a beginner project, and it can teach you guys a lot about React Native. So we're going to create this app. You'll see that it created a folder called BeReal clone, and inside of it, there's already a bunch of files and folders that we need to understand. So while the packages are installing, because it is going to install all of the necessary dependencies to make our React Native app work, I'm going to go over exactly what this folder structure represents. Now, if you're familiar with React, this folder structure might already be a bit familiar. However, there are some minor tweaks that you need to understand. So what we have here is a simple React Native project. And there are some main folders and files that you need to understand. So obviously we have here the TS config, because by default, our React Native with Expo project is going to be in TypeScript. However, you can specify to build them in JavaScript if you want to. Then we have a package.json, which is going to contain all of the necessary packages that come with Expo, including the ones that allows us to define routing, splash screens, icons, all that kind of stuff. It already comes installed with Expo, and you can see that we are using the version 55. Then we have ESLint. Now, if you're not going to be working with ESLint, then you shouldn't worry about this. Most likely you shouldn't even touch this. It's just for us to be able to enforce certain rules in how we write our code. Most companies, most projects have ESLint installed because it allows you to create consistent, error-free JavaScript or TypeScript code. Then we come towards the first super important React Native and Expo specific file. This is the app.json. Now this file is a JSON file that is the Expo configuration file. This is what's going to define our app name, as you can see over here. So when we publish our app, this is what's going to be linked in the App Store or the Google Play Store. Also, we can define, for example, our icon. So if we build an icon for the app, so that little icon that appears when on your home screen in your phone, this is the image that is going to be shown. So it already comes with the Expo logo as the icon, but you can replace it with what you want. And other things like, for example, OS specific things, like if you want to add some specific permission that only exists on Android, you would configure it here. Same thing with iOS. Here is also where you would configure your splash screen. So it's something that I'm actually going to show you guys later on. A splash screen is just that video or first screen that you see before your app loads. And finally, if you have any permissions that you need to set up, like for the user to enable audio, enable voice recording, enable image picking, you would set it up over here. You need to understand as well that the version of your app that you built, it's always going to be defined over here. So as you progress into deploying your applications, you're going to increment the versions by changing this number. But we'll start at the very first version of our app, and we can get out of the app.json. Now, right after that, I want to skip the source file, source folder, and I'll go into these folders over here just because they're going to be pretty quick. So this is just some editor specific settings. This is just because I'm using VS Code, so just ignore that. The assets folder is important in a way that every single image that you put, images, videos, stuff like that, you should put in the assets. It's like the name describes. It's where you're going to put static files, icons, fonts, splash screens, and all of that. You can organize it the way you want, but as you can see, there are some already stuff that comes directly with the project that we installed with Expo. Then Node modules is just all of our third-party libraries that are installed in the project. And scripts is actually a bit interesting because this is where it holds utility scripts that we might want to have in our project. By default, it has this reset project script that allows us to completely reset our project if for some reason we think that our project is getting too messy and we want to start from the beginning. I know you might not know when to do this, but if you ever want to, you would do it by running this script. And you can add any other personal scripts if you want to as well. Now we get to the source folder where we have the main structure of our app. So you don't necessarily need to follow this structure that comes over here. You can see it comes with already a bunch of components, hooks, stuff like that. But I do recommend that you do follow and this is how the structure kind of look like. So we're going to have this app folder over here, and this is where it's going to define our app's screens. This is extremely important because it is what defines navigation using Expo router. So each file is equal to a new route or screen. So Expo utilizes file-based routing for your navigation. So you're going to want to create new files for every screen that you want to have and folders to represent groups of screens. You're going to see what that means. Then we have components. Now components, by the definition of what it is in React, you should already expect. This is where we can put reusable pieces of our UI, like buttons, cards, headers, that can be used across many screens. As you can see, a bunch of this stuff is already created for us if we want to use from the Expo library, but we don't have to necessarily use the ones that come over here, and we can create new ones. Now, next is constants. Most likely, the only constant you're going to have by default is always going to be the theme of your project. So as you can see, this is a file that allows us to specify the light and dark theme for our project, and we can set this up however we want depending on what style system you want to use. Now I'm gonna make our app is gonna be very simple with UI. It's gonna be black and white because I think it also matches the theme, and that's what Be Real used to be, and that's where we're gonna be defining the colors. Now hooks is just for any hooks in React that you want to create, like the use theme that comes with specifying the color of our theme, and so on. So now we went over the entire structure of what a React Native Expo project looks like. So what do we want to do now? Well, we want to run this app, right? So how do you run this app? Well, first of all, you need to know how you need to decide how you want to run your application, in the sense that if you are a person who wants to build more, at least in the first half, build more towards iOS, or someone who wants to build more towards Android, then you need to have either a physical device that you're going to be testing in, or an emulator or a simulator for whatever OS you want to develop for. Now you can build for both of them if your computer can handle having a Android Studio emulator for Android and a Xcode simulator for iOS. Or if you have an Android phone and an iOS phone, you can also test at the same time for both of them. Now, in this video, I'm going to be utilizing the simulator for iOS as the way for me to develop this so that you guys can also see what changes I'm making while I'm making them. Now, if you've never installed your Xcode simulator, you need to have a MacBook, and I would link this documentation in the description. You need to install Xcode from the Mac App Store. That is a requirement. I know it's a bit big, but if you want to be building apps that are for iOS, you have to do that. And once you install it, it is going to prompt up to you for you to install the simulators. And simulators are basically little phones that exist in your computer. You can play with a simulator on different versions, either an iPad, an iPhone 16, 15, whatever, and you can test on different versions. Now, if you want to utilize an Android emulator, you can actually follow up this guide over here. This guide is on the official Expo docs. I'm going to be linking this in the description. And basically, if you don't have an Android device and you want to test on Android, you can do it this way. You're going to have to install Android Studio. Obviously, there's a version for Mac and one for Windows, and you just follow along. Trust me, every single step here is very clear. You can just install it. The reason why I'm not going to do it is because I'm going to be using the iOS one, and I don't want to open up Android Studio on my computer right now. But I've followed this documentation before, and step by step works perfectly. Now it is time for us to run our project utilizing Expo and run it for iOS. So I'm going to first change my directory to go to the Be Real clone folder, because that's the folder that I want to, it's our project. And I'm going to copy this npm run iOS command, and I'm going to run it. So immediately you'll see that the following will appear. So it says that it's opening on this device. That is because I actually already have this device. I use Expo all the time for personal projects, for businesses, for all that kind of stuff. So I already have that installed, but maybe it will prompt up for you something else to set up which device you want to choose. Now, as you can see, this sometimes might happen. Basically, the device I'm going to install over here, because we installed the SDK 55, my device is on version 54. So I'm going to just press Y so that it installs the new version on that specific device. Now, as you can see, I have the device appearing on my screen. This is an iPhone 16 Plus, and I'll show you guys how to actually change which device you want to use, but you can see that it is working because a couple of things show up. This menu over here shows up. It allows you to switch between the iOS simulator, the Android simulator, or even coding for the web. Also, this QR code shows up, and this QR code allows you to install the app on your phone. So there's an Expo Go app that you can download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store, and you can directly test your app on your phone by utilizing that app and scanning this QR code. Highly recommend that you do that too. Now, I want to change this device This is the app that we have and it's running. So you see everything is running exactly how we have in our code. This is the template project. So you can see a lot of things can be done with Expo. But we're going to change that. We're going to delete all of this so that we can have a fresh start. And I wanted to show you guys something real quick. I want to have a bigger phone, meaning I want to change this device. So how would you do it? That's a doubt that a lot of people have, a misconception. So if you want to change whatever device you want to use, you just press Shift and then I for iOS, or Shift and then whatever device you want to, whatever OS you want to use. And that allows you to choose specifically what device you want to have. So in my case over here, I can choose whatever one. I'm going to choose the iPhone 16 Pro Max for 18.6, and it's going to open up our project on that device. Perfect. As you can see, now the device changed and I am on an iPhone 16 Pro Max. So if you want to do that, feel free to do so as well. Now let's get started with learning a few of the most core important concepts in React Native with Expo. So when you have an app such as the one on the right, one of the most important things you need to understand is how to allow the user to go from one screen to another. So if your app has more than one screen, this is going to be extremely important, which most apps do have. So if you look at this app, that is the template that we have, you see that it has at least 2 screens by default, right? Now, those screens exist on this app folder over here. You see there's an index.tsx, there's an explore.tsx, and there's a layout.tsx. Now, the naming of them matter a lot. The index.tsx is the first screen that it is shown to the user. It's the home screen. So as you can see in our tab navigator here at the bottom, it is the one that says home and displays this UI. Now this UI exists inside of this code, and all of these components that you see here, they might look confusing right now, but you will understand them by the end of the video. Now the other screen is the explore screen, and you can see that it is present because of this explore.tsx file over here. Whatever UI is displayed here is what is displayed on the screen. Now, how do I know what the name of this, for example, text here should be, the icon and all of that stuff? Well, you define all of that on the layout.tsx. So the layout.tsx is a special file that wraps and controls how all screens inside of its folders are displayed. So in this case, this layout.tsx represents all of the screens in the app, but you'll see later that we can actually group different screens and they can have their own layout files. This will allow us to define, for example, navigations like the tab navigations, stacks, modals, all that kind of stuff. Any shared UIs that we might want to have, if we wanted to have a nav bar for some reason that is shared between the 2 different screens, we would put it here, because whatever UI we put here, for example, if I put a text here, I just say Pedro, you'll see that because whatever UI you put here, for example, if I were to put a text, you can use a component called, for example, themed text. I'm just going to copy this from here and put it here. I'll explain that later, but for now, let's just do that so I can teach you guys this. Let me just import this component. You'll see that on both screens, that themed text now appears because it is inside of the layout, and the actual content that you see below it is displayed on this app tabs folder, or app tabs component. Sorry. Now, what is that app tabs component? Well, this is a component that at least it comes with the template project. We don't have to make it into a separate component. We probably won't. And what it is it's where we define the tabs for the app or the different group of screens. So to define tabs, you can do it just like this. You can call the tabs folder, call the tabs component, define the different tab navigation buttons, what their names are, and much more. But we're actually going to delete all of this so that we can build stuff from scratch. So what I want to do is I actually want to reset our project. Remember that script that we saw in the beginning that comes here? I don't want to have that template project. I want to reset everything from scratch. So to run this script and have all of the code that comes with the template being deleted, we can run the reset project script by copying that name, opening up our terminal, and then just running npx run and then pasting the name of the script. In order to run this project, we can just come to our terminal, run npm run, and then paste the name of the script. And we got an error, but it's actually because I forgot to enter the BeReal clone project. So let me cd breal clone and then run the same command. And it's going to say, do you want to move existing files to example instead of deleting them? I'm going to say no. And as you can see, it reset our entire project. Now, if we check over here, our project looks empty, but that's fine. We can just open it up again on our Expo app over here, click on the same project, and we should see that the app now looks completely empty. It only has one screen, but it's a great state for us to learn React Native and Expo from the beginning. So to get things started, let's learn how to create a new screen in our application. Okay, so to start things off, I want to teach you guys some of the most basic components that are React Native Expo specific that you need to know in order to move forward. So we're going to start by going to the only screen that we have on our app, which is the index.tsx. It is the screen that is rendering this. And right off the bat, you can see two components that you might not be familiar with. And that is the view and the text components. So if you're familiar with React or with HTML per se, you might know what these components do, but by a different name. So think of a view component as a container for a layout. So it is kind of like a replacement for a div, which is what you would see on a web-based application. So when you want to insert a div or have a container element in your screen, you utilize a view. A text is, as the name implies, it's basically a way for you to display a text on the screen. So if I change whatever's in here and I press save, you'll see that that change will be reflected over here. Now, the next thing is style sheets. Now, what are style sheets? So basically, you know here that if I write hello world, it shows up like this. But what if I want to change the style of it? Now, you might be familiar with different types of styling systems. You might be familiar with normal CSS in normal web-based applications. You might be familiar with Tailwind, all that kind of stuff. Now, in most React Native projects, you utilize style sheets as the way for you to write your styles. Now, style sheets allows you to define styles for components. So in this component, it is going to have a style sheet. And the way you create one is exactly how you see over here. For every component you have, you'll create a style sheet by calling the style sheet package from React Native and calling the create function. Inside of it, you're able to add different classes and apply styles just like you would in normal CSS. So for example, I have this text over here. If I want to make it be red, I can just create a class. So I'll call this hello world title. I don't know, you can call it whatever you want, and define the styles for it inside of here. So if I want to make it red, I can add a color and apply red. Now, that doesn't inherently apply the style. To do it, you have to come to the element, apply the style property, and then access the styles object that you have created over here, and then say dots, and then apply the name that you gave for that class. All of a sudden, the styles do apply to the specific element. So it is very common that in a React Native Expo component, you'll see right at the bottom a bunch of styles being defined using the style sheet. Now, there are alternative ways for you to style stuff in React Native. There is packages, for example, if you are in the realm of using Tailwind CSS in web, there is packages for that, like Nativewind. However, in this video, we're going to be using style sheets since it is still the most common way for you to write styles in React Native. Now, the next component I think you guys need to learn is how to integrate images into your screen. Now, all of the components that we've talked about so far, they're all from the React Native package. So again, I want to make clear distinction between React Native and Expo. Expo helps you build React Native apps. So there are some components that are going to be React Native specific. They're core for React Native, but React Native is not enough. There are some components that are from Expo that are extremely useful. And the best example I have for something like this is the image component from Expo image. So if you want to implement images in your project, I highly recommend that you import image from Expo image. The reason why you want to use this instead of any other default image component like the one from React Native is because Expo has this component set up in a way such that it is extremely good for caching, performance, and loading compared to an image that is loaded from the React Native image component. So if you build a project using the React Native image component, you might see that your images are taking a bit to load, and it might be that the solution is to use the Expo image version instead. So to utilize this component, we're just going to come here and call the component and then pass a source. A source allows us to pass a URI, which is a URL or a path to where this image is. So I have a sample image here that I want to put. You can just copy the URL if you want to. I just found this online. And then I'm going to come here and close this component. All of a sudden, you should see that the image, if sometimes it bugs a bit like this, you can just come here and refresh this. Or actually, we haven't applied any styles to the image. So let's see. Let's apply some styles to this. I'm going to apply here style. We're going to call this image. We're going to say styles.image. And then we're going to create here the image style. Now, what I want to do is just set a width of 200 and a height of 200. And all of a sudden, we get the image that I am loading with this URL of this dog. So this is how you render images in React Native using Expo. Now, the next component is an input component. So if you're going to be working with inputs, I highly recommend that you utilize the text input component from React Native. This allows you to, as the name implies, set up an input where, for example, you could ask for information about an email, and then the user can come here and start typing. Now, I'm not going to add any styles to this, but you can see that we're going to have multiple of this in the video. And also, there are more things that you need to take into account with text inputs that we're going to address later on. For example, when you're testing in a real device, your keyboard might appear on top of the text input, and that's something that you do need to address. Now, just to get this out of the way, I wanted to show you guys some other components that we're going to use later on. One is the activity indicator component from React Native. This is very common. It basically is a loading spinner that everyone uses on their apps. So if you want to use, you can use that. You can just apply sizes. Like, for example, I can make it large and then it becomes a lot larger, and so on. Now, in my opinion, those are pretty much the most basic components that you need to keep in mind before we move on to the rest of the tutorial. Now, the next thing that I think is important for you guys to understand is routing. And this is a topic that I think is going to set the foundation for us to start building our app. After we understand routing, we can start turning this into a real application. So let's think about this scenario. This app looks really cool, right? I would pay hundreds of dollars for this app. However, it only has one screen, and that's an issue. So how do we add a new screen to this? Maybe I think this screen is too cluttered and I want to put this image on a different screen on its own. So the way we can do this is I can create here a new page. Maybe let's call it the About page. I don't know. It's just a page, or not page, screen that it will show information about us. And in this case, I'll just write a text and then put this image in there. So the first thing I want to do is I want to copy everything from here and paste it in here. Then I want to change this component to be called the About. Now, nothing happens yet. I want to remove this text, remove all of this, and just keep that image. I can even remove the styles that are not being used and just keep that. Now, you might be expecting this screen to automatically appear here. And it technically exists. However, it is not a screen that we can navigate. So to be able to navigate between the home screen and this new screen that we created, I need to either set up a link, like an individual place in our UI where I can click on and go to the other screen, or a tab navigator at the bottom. Now we'll start with the most simple, which is by clicking on something to navigate. That is called a link. So I'm going to remove this image here since it's supposed to be there. It's the best example of what the difference between the screens are. And I'll teach you guys how to create a link. So a link is a component from Expo router, so not from the native React Native package. And with the link, you can add a piece of text. For example, go to About screen. And when you click on this link, it will actually take you there. Now, you need to pass an href, and an href is just what is the screen that you can move to. Now, by default, you see that it shows us 3 different screens, which is super cool because it already recognized that we have a new About screen just by us creating that file. So I'm going to put About as an option, and I'm going to save this file, and all of a sudden, we should be good to go. Now, sometimes, like I said, we might need to refresh this by clicking on that button and clicking on reload, and it will reload the app. Now we see this text saying, go to the About screen. I'm going to click on it, and now I'm in the About screen. And because of how Expo Router works, it automatically sets up the back button at the top. So I can click back here and I can go back to that screen and keep navigating between the different screens. So really cool. Now, what else can we do? Well, it's annoying to navigate by just clicking on this random text. Maybe we want to have a tab navigator at the bottom. Now, by default, you see that we have this stack component over here. Now, in this root layout, having the stack component, which is basically a component from Expo router that defines stack-based navigation, where screens are pushed on top of each other, like what we have over here. You see the screen is pushed on top of the back one, and now I can go back. This is by using the stack component. This means that we have a navigation system that has this behavior that I just mentioned. It basically creates the headers with back buttons, screen transitions for every single route inside of this layout. Now, there are other types of navigation, and I'll explain them, but for now, let's just expand how this stack navigation works. Well, I want to start by allowing us to specify the name that appears here at the top. So you see it says about and it says index, but that's just actually the names of the files. So that's not really cool, right? Maybe I want to change it to say something else. So to do that, I'm going to replace the fact that this is self-closing, and I'm actually going to define each individual stack screen by utilizing the stack screen component from Expo router. Now this is going to be self-closing, and I can pass in a name, which is basically the direct name of the file and that renders this screen. So we have the index, right, to represent the home screen, and we also have the about to represent the about screen. And then I want to change the title that appears over here. So we can actually pass in some options. Now, options include so many things. Right off the bat, the title, obviously, it's the first thing that we can change. I can make the index screen show a title of home, and you'll see that now that switches. And the other one, I can change it to say, I don't know, about. And now it will be capitalized, which previously it wasn't. Now, what else can I apply here? So first of all, you don't even need to apply options and, individual styles or configurations just for the stack screens. You can actually apply them to the entire stack. So by applying this screen options prop, I can specify the style of the header of every single screen that exists in this stack. Right now we only have 2 screens, and what I want to, for example, do is change the background color. So to do that, I can apply the header style prop and then specify the background color to maybe be something different. Maybe I want to make it, I don't know, purple. All of a sudden, it is purple on every screen over here. I think purple is really ugly, so I'm going to actually make it cornflower blue. I don't know if that's, oh yeah, that's available. And we now have that. Now the problem is that this text is dark. Maybe I want to change that. So one thing I can do as well is below the header style, I can apply a header tint color and then just make it white. And you see that now that becomes white. I can swap between the things, even the back buttons become white, and it makes a lot more sense. Now there's obviously a lot of things that you can do here. You can change the font weight of the text, all of that kind of stuff. If you want to check all of them, just click here and then go into the different props that allow you to specify in this section. Now, one cool thing that you can do is specify the animation, and there are a lot of them. So right now you see that the animation when I move from one screen to the other is basically sliding from left to right. So I can pass in a fade, and fade, as the name implies, fades into the next screen, which gives a very dreamy feel to the animation. But there are many others. For example, I like to play around with the flip one, even though I rarely use it. It basically just flips the screen, as you can see, and also the slide from bottom, which is kind of making a bottom sheet animation where it looks like it slides literally from the bottom, as you can see. So that's how you specify the animation. I'm going to make it into a slide from right, which is the one that we had in the beginning. So now I want to talk a little bit more about navigation in Expo. So far we've learned what a stack is and how it shows screens. So we know that you can define a stack, you can define the screens in that stack, and you might have noticed, if you're familiar with web-based navigation, that this kind of looks like how you work with in a browser history. So when you use a stack, it shows screens one on top of another. Basically, I can push screen and then go back into the previous screen. Now this behavior is even more evident if I were to use a button. Now a button in React Native, you can just import from React Native. It's slightly different from a button on like HTML. Instead of making the label show over here, I'll pass a prop called title. And I'm creating this button just to show you guys how navigation works. You can actually make navigation work through a button rather than just through a link. To make that happen, you can put an on press, which is kind of the same thing as an on click, but obviously you don't have a mouse on your phone, so it's an on press. And when I press on this, I can access the router history and push a new screen on top of it because we have a stack. So how do I do that? Well, to actually navigate on demand like we want, we need to access the router that we're using. And we can utilize the use router hook from Expo router. That will make it super easy for us. Now, this allows us to access a bunch of information about the routes. And the most useful thing that you can do with it is called the push, replace, and back functions. Like the name implies, they have different purposes. The push function, for example, if I want to take myself to the about page, I don't need to click on the link anymore. I can just click on this navigate button and it will do the exact same thing. Now, if you want to do you can call this on, for example, on submit functions after an API call, after a check to redirect you depending on some sort of functionality. But it helps emphasize this behavior that I wanted to explain, which is that the way a stack shows screen is just like a browser history. Now, the important thing to understand is that a stack is the root of all of the different screens in your project. However, what you might be familiar with is having, for example, a tab navigator at the bottom with different screens showing up that you can navigate between them. Now, to get a behavior just like that, you need to utilize what is known as a tab. Now, a tab in Expo router is meant for top-level navigation. So imagine just what I explained, like a tab navigator at the bottom that has 3 options, and you can navigate between the screens like a home screen, an explore screen, and a profile screen. If you use Instagram, that would be like the explore screen, the home screen, your profile, the DM screen. All the options are down at the bottom. Now, each tab keeps its own screen state, and you can switch the tabs, but it doesn't go back when you switch them. It just changes the screen that is showing. So if I were on Instagram, for example, and I were to switch from the home screen to the profile screen, it wouldn't have this behavior where there is a back button at the top, because that just doesn't make sense. I'm just changing this screen, not moving to a next screen, right? So that means that each tab contains its own stack usually. So the main distinction I want you to understand is that tabs are sections and stacks are like navigation inside of a section. Now, the current setup that we have is very simple. Every screen that we create, we just create a file to represent that screen. However, most likely what you're gonna have are folders that represent different tab groups or different route groups in your application. So what I want to do here is create a folder which is going to represent the different tabs that we're going to have in the project. Now, to create a route group, you basically create a folder with parentheses around it. We're going to call this tabs, but you can call it whatever you want. You can create a route group for the onboarding routes, for the subscription routes, for the profile routes, for whatever you want, depending on how your project is organized. Now, inside of here, I actually want to replace what we had. I'm going to put the about inside of here, and I want to put the index inside of here. I'm also going to make a next route. It's going to be called the, let's call this the profile.tsx route. And we're going to just create a similar route in there, just so that we have 3. I think 3 is a good number for this. Now, obviously, we're going to change this to say profile, and I'm going to make this one slightly different. I'm just going to write here a text that is going to say profile page or profile screen. Makes more sense. And I'll delete the unimported stuff, and we'll come back here. We'll close the about, and now we have that screen over here. Now, as you can see, something is wrong, right? Why is it wrong? Because we just moved a bunch of files into this tabs folder, and now that the stack definition that we have here doesn't really make sense. Now, what we want to do is we want to go to this layout file, and the root layout of our project remains a stack, but it now will wrap only one stack screen. The only stack screen that is going to wrap around is the one which, I'm going to delete the options here, is the one referencing the route group that we created. So the tabs. So basically, now we put all of them here, and the stack screen here references the folder. Now I'm going to reload this. I'm going to click reload, and you see that we still have that behavior. Everything works still. But now at the top, it says tabs/index and tabs/about. Now, why did we do that? It just feels like we went back, right? It doesn't make sense. Well, because we want to change the behavior to have the tab navigator at the bottom, we have to do this. Now, the first thing I want to do is, now that we are not having that stack screen behavior, we want to have tabs instead. I want to actually remove this header at the top, because moving between the tabs won't show this, right? So to do that, it's very common that what you do is on these screen options over here, you just set the header shown property to false. You're going to see this everywhere. Basically removes that, and you have to actually pull it back to move back to the screen. Now that becomes not ideal at the moment because we don't have the tab navigator at the bottom, but that's exactly what we were going to do next. The next thing we want to do is we're going to create a layout file for the tabs route group. So in here, I'm going to create the layout, which is going to be exactly the same thing as this root layout that we have in our project. It's going to be the layout that wraps around all of the screens in this route group. Now I'm going to copy the logic we have here and basically just paste it here, but we're going to change a lot. Like, we're not going to have a stack. So I'll delete that, and I'll change this to say tabs layout. Now, what do we want to have here? Well, we want to be using tabs from Expo router, and tabs will automatically put the tab navigator at the bottom. Now, it assumes a lot of stuff, but it already works, right? You can already move between the different routes that we created, which is super simple. Now, if we want to specify it a little bit more, we can add the individual screens by using the tabs.screen behavior that we did exactly almost the same thing with the stacks, but this time it's with tabs. Now, I'll pass here a name. For example, the first one is the index screen, and the options I'm going to pass is just that the title is going to be home. So I'll do the exact same thing with the other ones, and I'll change this to say about, this one to say profile, and this one to say about, and this one to say profile. Now we got all three of them looking nice. Now, what else can we do here? Well, we can do all of the same kind of options and configurations we did at the top when we were working with the stack, but that doesn't really make a lot of sense. I like the way it looks right now. The only thing I would like to change is actually assign a icon of a specific color or a specific icon for each of the options below. Now, that's extremely common. And the way you do that is by utilizing the vector icons library from Expo. Now, in order to use icons, we can just import over here at the top ionicons from @Expo vector icons. I don't know why I always say this wrong, but it's ion icons. And then in the options over here, we're going to say tab bar icon, and we can actually get a callback function that allows us to set that icon for this specific screen. You see that now that we've set that, but we haven't actually set the icon for the home screen disappeared. Now the one we want to set for this one is going to be the home. So the name of the icon that we want to use is going to be the home outline icon. And it looks a bit like this. Now, of course, it's too small and it doesn't match the color of the screen. Now, that's done actually automatically by Expo with its routing system, because this callback function gives us access to the color of what it's supposed to be and the size of what it's supposed to be. All I have to do now is just pass here that color and that size, and then it will actually look a lot better. Now, obviously, that looks weird because it's outlined. Maybe it should be filled when I click on it. But that's something we'll do in a second. Now, for the other ones, I'm actually just gonna copy this and I'll put it over here, and I'll come here and put it here as well. And then I'll just replace this ones. For example, this one should be the information circle outline, just to make sense. And then this one should be the person outline. Now you can obviously choose what icons you want to use. I'm choosing some funky ones over here, but you can actually choose more of the classic ones. Now, if we want to make them be the field version when they are deactive, we can actually utilize this property from the callback function called focused. This is actually pretty cool. Now with focused, I can detect when I'm focused or when I'm in that specific screen. For example, if I am in the home screen, the icon I want to use is not the home outline, is actually just the home icon. You'll see that now that becomes filled. It gives this really cool feeling to it. I always do this. Now I'll do the exact same thing on this one. It might just be easier to just do this, focused, and then grab the name of the icon, put it here, and then remove the outline and just put focused. Now you get the gist of it. I'll do the last one. Perfect. And now it is all working. So this is basically it for the basics of tabs navigation and how to set up your tab navigator. If you want to personalize it even more, like change the active tint size, for example, by making the color of this, instead of being blue, be something else, I can just put here screen options like we've talked about, and then I can access this tab bar active tint color, and this is where you would assign something. Like, for example, if I wanted to assign it to be orange, I can pass coral, which is kind of orange, and now it's always orange. Or I can pass it to be crimson, which is a kind of red, and then it will look like this as well. So basically, this is how it works. Now let's talk a little bit about Expo UI. Now, what is Expo UI and how does it differ from all of the UI stuff that we've done so far? Well, Expo UI is the new way to write components in Expo by utilizing internal native UI primitives. So the components you can use with Expo UI are mostly native components. So they're written in whatever language either operating system uses. So they're written in Swift for iOS, and they're written in Kotlin or Java for Android, which means that more and more you're able to get that system feeling UI from writing in either Swift or Kotlin, but writing it in React using Expo. And the great thing about it is that you can utilize those components whenever you want and for whichever operating system you want. Now, in order to use it, you have to come over here and install the npx expo install, and you install the expo/UI package. Now, it is going to say that it is installing this package, and I'll tell you what, the version for iOS, so the Swift UI version of this package, because there's obviously the version of this package for iOS and the one for Android, it is in beta, and the one in Android is in alpha. However, this is going to be how you build your UI components in the future. Now, to use one of the Expo UI components, for example, if I want to use a button, let me see if we have a button here that could be used. Okay, yeah, we have this button over here, right? The navigate button. This button right now, it's a React Native button, but we could now use a button that is native for iOS using the Expo UI library. To do that, I'm gonna import over here from the @Expo UI / and then I have to choose which version, the Jetpack Compose and the Swift UI. Now, if you're gonna be building this for iOS, use the Swift UI. If you wanna build it for Android, you use the Jetpack Compose. Now, I'm gonna show you guys how to actually detect which OS the user is using, because if you want to build it for both, you can actually use both versions and just detect which version the user is using to show which one you want to show. So let's choose Swift UI since this is an iOS simulator, and I'm going to import the button component. To do that, I'm actually going to remove that from there, and I'm going to import button. Now, as you can see, immediately the button disappeared and we see this little error over here. The reason for that is because the button component from Expo UI is different from the one from React Native. I know they have the same name. However, it's like you're just using a different component library, right? Now, the other one is a bit different. You have to do it like you would in a normal web application. You just put the text over here. Now, I do have to wrap this text around with actual text, and we're gonna run into an issue that I wanted to introduce to you guys right in the beginning, which is there is a very important difference between code that you write that is native and code that you write that is not native. When we have our Expo Go app over here, right, this over here, this is actually the pre-built native app that works like a playground. It can't be changed after you install it. If you want to add native libraries to our app or change anything from, for example, changing the name of the app, because I don't know, we can change the name over here, changing the icon of the app somewhere around here. We have to do it and then build our own native app. So that's the important distinction. We are writing React over here, but what Expo does is it turns all of that React code into actual Swift code and Kotlin code, so that we have those apps being built in their respective languages, because you can't inherently publish an app to the App Store or build an app that works on the phone, on the iOS phone, without it being written in Swift. What React Native and Expo does for us is they convert our React code into the native code. And thus, if we want to make changes to how it looks, we can't be using Expo Go in our development server like we've been doing so far. So what do we do then? Well, we have to create a development build. So to start that off, I'm going to actually make some very clear changes here. I'm going to change the name of our app. So you see, if I go to the app.json, I can change the name and the slug of our app. So I'm going to change the name here to say this is, actually, it's not going to be the BeReal app. I know I called it BeReal clone over here, but we're going to actually rebuild this. So right now, this isn't that important. We're just going to call it whatever we want. I'm going to call it PedroTech app. And then we could change the icon over here if we wanted. But I'll just keep it the one from, actually, should we? I'll just come here. I'll go to assets. You see how it says expo.icon and it has all of this. I'm going to actually put a new folder here. I'm going to call it my icon, and I'm going to put an image of an icon over here. Okay, I found this image on my computer. Don't ask me why I have it, but it's going to be the icon for our app. So to do that, all I have to do is just now change this to say my icon / icon.png, which is the path towards where we put that image. Oh, it's actually a JPG. So I'll just put a JPEG over here and we should be good to go. You see that this won't actually change anything. If it doesn't change the icon or the name of the app in Expo Go. What we have to do instead is actually to set up Expo Dev Client to create a real version of our app, a build version of our app. That means we're going to get the folder here in our project that says it's the iOS version of our project. If we build it for Android too, we would see it. We would see the Android version of it as well. But that's important because that's going to allow us to utilize native components, such as this button that shows this weird text right now, right? It says unimplemented. If you ever try to use any kind of native library in React Native, you're going to see this error and you're going to be super confused. But here is what you have to do. You're going to open this up, clear this, say npx expo install expo dev client. We're going to install this package. You'll see it will finish installing. And when it's done, I'm going to run npx expo. Actually, I'll just kill this first and I'll do it over here. npx expo run iOS. If I do this, what you're going to see is that it is going to start generating a fresh iOS folder that is going to also run Cocoa Pods, which, if you're not familiar, is a native library for iOS. And it will build a debug app, install it in our simulator that we have over here. If you see, in the same simulator I already have another app. This is from a different project I was building. I might even just delete this right now by holding this and then clicking remove app. But basically, it is going to install that app over here without using Expo Go. Expo Go is great. But obviously, if we're going to use a native library like this, we're going to need to install that version. So it's going to finish this build. And when it's finished, I'm going to come back over here. Now, let's talk a little bit about Expo UI. Now, what is Expo UI and how does it differ from all of the UI stuff that we've done so far? Well, Expo UI is the new way to write components in Expo by utilizing internal native UI primitives. So the components you can use with Expo UI are mostly native components. So they're written in whatever language either operating system uses. So they're written in Swift for iOS and they're written in Kotlin or Java for Android, which means that more and more you're able to get that system feeling UI from writing in either Swift or Kotlin, but writing it in React using Expo. And the great thing about it is that you can utilize those components whenever you want and for whichever operating system you want. Now, in order to use it, you have to come over here and install the npx expo install, and you install the expo/UI package. Now, it is going to say that it is installing this package, and I'll tell you what, the version for iOS, so the SwiftUI version of this package, because there's obviously the version of this package for iOS and the one for Android, it is in beta, and the one in Android is in alpha. However, this is going to be how you build your UI components in the future. Now, to use one of the Expo UI components, for example, if I want to use a button, let me see if we have a button here that could be used. Okay, yeah, we have this button over here, right? The navigate button. This button right now, it's a React Native button, but we could now use a button that is native for iOS using the Expo UI library. To do that, I'm gonna import over here from the @Expo UI / and then I have to choose which version, the Jetpack Compose and the Swift UI. Now, if you're going to be building this for iOS, use the Swift UI. If you want to build it for Android, you use the Jetpack Compose. Now, I'm going to show you guys how to actually detect which OS the user is using, because if you want to build it for both, you can actually use both versions and just detect which version the user is using to show which one you want to show. So let's choose Swift UI since this is an iOS simulator, and I'm going to import the button component. To do that, I'm actually going to remove that from there, and I'm going to import button. Now, as you can see, immediately the button disappeared and we see this little error over here. The reason for that is because the button component from Expo UI is different from the one from React Native. I know they have the same name. However, it's like you're just using a different component library, right? Now, the other one is a bit different. You have to do it like you would in a normal web application. You just put the text over here. Now, I do have to wrap this text around with actual text. And we're going to run into an issue that I wanted to introduce to you guys right in the beginning, which is there is a very important difference between code that you write that is native and code that you write that is not native. When we have our Expo Go app over here, right, this over here, this is actually the pre-built native app that works like a playground. It can't be changed after you install it. If you want to add native libraries to our app or change anything from, for example, changing the name of the app, because I don't know, we can change the name over here, changing the icon of the app somewhere around here, we have to do it and then build our own native app. So that's the important distinction. We are writing React over here, but what Expo does is it turns all of that React code into actual Swift code and Kotlin code, so that we have those apps being built in their respective languages, because you can't inherently publish an app to the App Store or build an app that works on the phone, on the iOS phone, without it being written in Swift. What React Native and Expo does for us is they convert our React code into the native code. And thus, if we want to make changes to how it looks, we can't be using Expo Go in our development server like we've been doing so far. So what do we do then? Well, we have to create a development build. So to start that off, I'm going to actually make some very clear changes here. I'm going to change the name of our app. So you see, if I go to the app.json, I can change the name and the slug of our app. So I'm going to change the name here to say this is, actually, it's not going to be the BeReal app. I know I called it BeReal clone over here, but we're going to actually rebuild this. So right now, this isn't that important. We're just going to call it whatever we want. I'm going to call it PedroTech app. And then we could change the icon over here if we wanted. But I'll just keep it the one from, actually, should we? I'll just come here. I'll go to assets. You see how it says expo.icon and it has all of this. I'm going to actually put a new folder here. I'm going to call it my icon, and I'm going to put an image of an icon over here. Okay, I found this image on my computer. Don't ask me why I have it, but it's going to be the icon for our app. So to do that, all I have to do is just now change this to say my icon/icon.png, which is the path towards where we put that image. Oh, it's actually a JPG. So I'll just put a JPEG over here and we should be good to go. You see that this won't actually change anything. If it doesn't change the icon or the name of the app in Expo Go. What we have to do instead is actually to set up Expo Dev Client to create a real version of our app, a build version of our app. That means we're going to get the folder here in our project that says it's the iOS version of our project. If we build it for Android too, we would see it. We would see the Android version of it as well. But that's important because that's going to allow us to utilize native components, such as this button that shows this weird text right now, right? It says unimplemented. If you ever try to use any kind of native library in React Native, you're going to see this error and you're going to be super confused. But here is what you have to do. You're going to open this up, clear this, say npx expo install expo dev client. We're going to install this package. You'll see it will finish installing. And when it's done, I'm going to run npx expo. Actually, I'll just kill this first and I'll do it over here. npx expo run iOS. If I do this, what you're going to see is that it is going to start generating a fresh iOS folder that is going to also run Cocoa Pods, which, if you're not familiar, is a native library for iOS. And it will build a debug app, install it in our simulator that we have over here. If you see in the same simulator I already have another app. This is from a different project I was building. I might even just delete this right now by holding this and then clicking remove app. But basically, it is going to install that app over here without using Expo Go. Expo Go is great. But obviously, if we're going to use a native library like this, we're going to need to install that version. So it's going to finish this build. And when it's finished, I'm going to come back over here. Okay, so actually, there are two things we need to do before we have that build finished. So I ran the build, but there was an error. If you did it on your side, you probably ran into an error as well. However, I wanted to show that wouldn't work to also explain to you guys why we need to do the following things. So first things first, the version of your simulator matters a lot on both iOS and Android. So in this case, we're going to be dealing with the latest version of iOS. I'm gonna teach you guys how to implement, for example, some important native components like liquid glass, which is a very new thing on iOS. And to do that, you need to be using the correct version of your simulator so that it has access to that functionality. So you see, I'm using a simulator here with iOS 18.6, but that doesn't work. So what I have to do is the following. I'm gonna come here to where we are running our app, and I'm gonna run Shift-I on my keyboard. This will show all of the simulators, right? Now I'm gonna choose one that is in the latest version that allows myself to utilize Liquid Glass or Expo UI. So the latest version of iOS has to be on this simulator, especially version 26, which is what actually has this functionality. Now, if you don't have any of those installed, all you need to do is get Xcode 26. So just upgrade Expo on your Mac's App Store. And this is obviously specifically for iOS. So if you're using Android, you can just skip this part. However, I'm going to actually, if you are using Android, just get the latest version of Android Studio and the latest version of whatever emulator you're using. So I'm going to choose here the iPhone 17 Pro Max, and it is going to actually open that up, and I'm going to close this, and you'll see that the new phone is going to appear over here. While that's happening, I need to do one more thing. So what I need to do is I need to install a very specific version of Expo UI. So we're going to install the latest version. If you go, it's going to be the beta version. And this is the version over here, 0.2.0-beta. If it is not in beta anymore by the time you're watching this video, just feel free to install any version you want. So I'm going to do here expo/UI, and then we're going to install this specific version. So I'm going to run this. It should install this version for us. Now that we have that installed, we can actually come here. So you see it's saying that we need to use a development build on this device. And that's exactly what I was going to talk about. So if we're going to use Expo Go, we can press I and then press S, and it will use Expo Go. But in our case, we are using we want to use the development build. So I'm going to kill the server, and we're going to run npx, and we're going to run xps run iOS. Now, like I said, this should now create the iOS directory in our project, and everything should be working. I'll be back in a second when it finished installing everything. Perfect. As you can see, it started installing the build on our device, and we should be good to go when it finishes building. So here's the main difference, right? It's the same app, as you can see. Everything is exactly the same. But now it's not being hosted on Expo Go. In fact, it is an actual app on our device, and it is exactly how it will look like when we have our own physical phone. So all of the native components that we add are going to work. Now, every time you add a new library that requires some native code to be installed, and you'll notice that they require you because it will tell you, you'll have to rebuild your app. Now, I'll show you guys when we actually start building the final project. Now, I opened the app and it crashed. And that's because we need to do one more thing. Whenever you're going to be using Expo UI components, such as this button over here, you have to wrap it around with a host component. So we're going to import the host from Expo UI Swift UI. And I'm just going to put it below the button. So now if I go inside of here, you'll see that it will actually show the button. Now, there aren't going to be any major differences right off the bat. You see, it's almost like that button we had before, right? It still works, but it's just using a different library. Now, Expo UI isn't supposed to be a component library. It's not supposed to replace your styles or anything like that. The main purpose of it is, like I said, it gives you access to some native functionality that you wouldn't previously have. Now, what is an example of that? Well, a great example of that is by utilizing bottom sheets. Now, a bottom sheet is a piece of UI that you see a lot on actual native apps, which basically is a screen that appears from the bottom up and it doesn't fill up the entire screen. So let's make one here on the profile screen. I'm going to create a bottom sheet. We can actually have one by utilizing Expo UI. If not, you would have to use another external library for React Native, which I don't recommend in this case because you can just use this one. So we're going to wrap a host here, and we're going to utilize what is known as a VStack. A VStack is a vertical stack, which is a layout component that stacks its children in a column. Now, below this, we're going to put the following. We're going to put a button from Expo UI like we had before, and it's going to say let's say open bottom sheet. I'm going to go here to the profile screen. That's where we're going to see this, and you don't currently see that text. And that's because we're not wrapping it with a text. So if I wanted to do this, I would just wrap this around with a text and this will work. Now, what we want to do with this button is we want to actually open this new view that we're going to have called a bottom sheet from Expo UI. Now, this bottom sheet allows us to put some UI inside of here. For example, we can put a text here that says, hello, everyone. And then this should only appear when this is opened. Now, to show this, we have to put here an is opened. And this is going to be a Boolean that says if this sheet is open or not. If we set it to true, here's what happens. That bottom sheet appears just like it would normally. Now, we don't want to set it to true. We actually want to create a state that is going to keep track of that. So is opened and set is opened. Now we'll set this equal to use state, and I'm going to set it to false initially, but then I'm just going to set this equal to that. And then we're going to pass an on is open change, and we're going to set the set is opened over here. Now in this button, if we pass an on press, meaning whenever I press on this button, I want to open this, I can just set this to be equal to true. And whenever I click on the open bottom sheet, it will open this bottom sheet. And whenever I click anywhere else, it will close it, just like you would in a normal iOS device using a bottom sheet. Now, this is a very small bottom sheet. It barely resembles one. So what you could do is instead, you could add a view inside of this bottom sheet and have that view have some sort of style. For simplicity reasons, I'm just going to put here a direct style using inline styles. And I'm going to make it have a height of 500. The minute I do this, it's going to kind of screw up the screen. I mean, this button is huge, but the UI already looks a little bit better because it's a bottom sheet. And you see that there is some glassiness effect to it because of the new version of iOS. However, the problem with this is that it's all in the same vertical stack. So if I wanted to, I could just put this button outside here and it would fix this issue. And now we have this beautiful vertical stack inside of here, or this beautiful bottom sheet that I can add whatever text I want to. And obviously I have to style it to center and everything, but you see how nice this looks and how native it looks as well. Now, another example of a really cool thing that you can add to your UI that is all from Expo UI is a native color picker. So to do that, it's actually pretty cool. There's a component called color picker from the Swift UI Expo UI library. And in here, you're able to pass in a color picker that allows you to put whatever color you want. all you have to do is pass in a selection, which is what color you choose, and an on value change, which is the function that changes that value. So whatever keeps track of the color. To do that, we're going to create a state here called color and set color. And you need to make this be a string and set whatever value you want as your initial color to be that color. Now, you'll pass that prop color here to the selection prop, and you'll pass the other one to the on value change. And you see this color picker over here, which you are able to click on, and this beautiful color picker will appear, and I can click on this, select whatever color I want, and it keeps changing the color of that text based on it. Now, like I said, these are all Expo UI components, and this is all based on the latest version of the iOS, the operating system that you're using. And obviously, since this is just for Swift UI, at least the one that we're building here, you would have to build the same component twice if you want to use native components like we are. And you would make one version of your component be the iOS one and one version be the Android one. So how would we do that? So I'm actually going to come here and I'm going to create a folder called components. And I'm going to make this color picker component, which is pretty cool. I'm going to come here and create the color picker. And it's a TSX component, right? And I'm just going to copy this entire page and paste it over here. So what you would do in a real project is you would make this over here. If I change this to say color picker, you make a version of it be the iOS version and a version of it be the Android version. So let me just remove everything that isn't the color picker. Apologize for it. I'll just delete all of this. So we would have something like this. And this is the Swift UI version. Then I'm come here to the name of the file, and I would also add .ios here to make sure that you know that this is the iOS one. Then I'll come here and I'll change this to say Android. Now here's how you would do it for the Android version. And then here you would come here and do the Jetpack compose, and look at that, it doesn't work. Most of the components don't exist in here. The thing you need to understand is that not all components that are native available for iOS on Expo are also available on Android. In fact, I'm going to show you guys the list right now. So if you go here to the Expo UI documentation in the Expo docs, which I highly recommend you reading because they're really comprehensive docs, you'll see that there are two versions, obviously the Android one and the Swift UI one. And the Swift UI one has a lot more components that you can use, including some of the ones we've talked about, like color picker and so on. And the Android one also has a lot of them. However, they have some of the more important ones, right? You don't need a color picker on every app. However, you do need a button on every app. You do need a bottom sheet, most likely in most apps, a daytime picker, all that kind of stuff. So you can use the native ones from Android, but you have to make sure that the ones you're choosing also exist on both Android and iOS. And if there is something that you can't do, for example, in this case, this component over here, colorpicker.android, doesn't exist on Android, right? So let's go here to the profile screen, and I'm going to open up the simulator here, and I'm going to delete the fact that we use this, and I want to render that component that we created. So I'm going to even delete all of this. I want to render that color picker that we created, color picker iOS. Now, we are rendering it over here, right? And it works. However, there's an issue, and the issue is that this works because this is an iOS simulator. But if it wasn't, this was an Android simulator, this would break because we're trying to access an iOS library that doesn't exist natively on Android. Now on Expo, it's extremely simple for you to write conditional logic to understand if you're in a certain iOS or another one. So to do that is to use the platform object from React Native. Now this will give us a lot of stuff, even the specific type of device. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say that if platform.os is equal to iOS, then we can render this component. This means that if this is web, if this is Android, this condition won't work and it won't actually render that. So that's how you would write conditional logic depending on which OS you are in. And that's pretty much it for what I wanted to teach you guys about the core concepts of Expo and React Native. Now, a lot of this might be confusing at first if you have never built an app before, and I understand. We're going to actually learn some new topics as we build the project. But with my courses, I always like to do it this way. First half of the video, I teach you guys the different concepts one by one, in a progression from what I think is the most important in the beginning for a beginner, and slowly transitioning into some more general concepts and interesting components like I just did over here. And then we're going to spend the rest of the video putting everything we've learned into practice by building our own app. In the end of the video, I'm also going to deploy this app and show you guys how to go ahead and publish it to any store that you want. So if you're ready to start building your first React Native Expo app, stick around because it is time. Okay, everyone, now we are ready to start transforming this project that we have, which is kind of just a mess of different concepts that I taught you guys, into a real app. Now, in order for us to do this, here's what we have to do. We're going to first organize our code in a way such that our app will make sense when we start building our screens. So, like I said, when I want to set up the navigation for our app, we're going to have this folder called tabs. Now, I like to make the tabs be the folder that contains the main part of the app. So in our case over here, the tabs is going to include two screens. One that is going to be the home screen and one that is going to be the settings/profile screen. Now, we're going to deal with that later. Right now, our tabs is just this 3 screens that we have over here, but we're going to actually work on other things first, like setting up authentication and the onboarding process for this app. Now, that means that there are going to be another set of tabs that are going to exist in our project. We're going to call them the auth, or you can call it onboarding, whatever you want. It's going to include these screens that are going to be first prompted to us when we get into the app. It's going to ask us to create an account or log into an account. And then there's also going to be another screen which allows us to add a profile image and more information about ourselves. So now that we organize it that way, we want to create the screens that are going to show up for the authentication. So we're going to create here a layout file, because every single route group you have, you're going to have a layout. We're going to create here a login, which is going to be the screen for logging in, and we're going to create the sign up, which is going to be the screen for signing up. Now, if we look over here in the layout that we have here, you see we're using tabs because there is some tab navigation at the bottom in the main part of the app. So it's kind of like if you think about Instagram, when you log in, when you enter the app for the first time, you don't see the different tabs that show the feed, reels, and your profile, right? You actually see a sign-in page, and that screen doesn't have any tab navigation, but it does have multiple screens in it. There's a login, there's a sign up screen. So that's kind of the idea of what we want to have. We want to have a layout that doesn't create tabs like we have over here, but rather set up the different screens in the auth route group. So this is what we want to have. Like we learned in the beginning, it's going to be a stack where we define each screen in this stack. We're going to call it auth layout, and it's what's going to serve for this screen. Now, the next thing we have to do is, since we created a route group, similar to what we did with tabs, we want to define that route group in our main route layout. So in here, we're going to add the stack for the auth as an option. Now, by default, we go to the tabs, right? As you can see, we are in the tabs over here. But also because the login and the sign up screens don't really exist yet. So let's create them. I'm going to come here to the login screen, and I'm going to export default function login screen. And then in here, I'm going to return some UI. First, I'm going to start with a view, and I'm going to put a text inside of it that says welcome back. Because this is a login screen, it makes sense. Now we do have to import all of those components. So I'm going to import them from React Native. I'm going to import the text one as well, and we should be good to go. Now, how do we force the user to see this? Because if you think about it, in our like right now, it just takes us to the tabs, right? It takes us to this group of screens over here. But instead, we're going to have some logic that should recognize if the user is logged in or not, and if they are not, they shouldn't be taken there. They should be taken to the login or sign up screen. Now that logic is going to exist here in the root layout, because this is where it decides whether to take you to the main part of the app or the authentication. Now we obviously haven't set up anything yet for authentication or for the backend. So we're just going to create here a temporary Boolean called isAuth. We're going to set it to false because the user isn't authenticated. And I'm going to say, I'm going to run a use effect that is going to detect if the user is authenticated or not. So if not is auth, then I am going to navigate the user to the authentication screen. So how do we do that? Well, we've learned so far how to redirect the user using Expo router. That requires us to get access to the use router hook, which when I import gives us access to this router, which when I call it, it has a bunch of functions that I can use, such as the replace function. The replace function allows us to replace our current screen with the whatever screen I put over here. Now, previously we used the push function, but they have different purposes. Even though both of them navigate the user to a different screen that you specify, the push will make it such that the next screen is pushed on top of this one, and thus you can go back to the previous one, but the replace completely replaces the user, which is what we kind of want to happen over here. Now we want to replace the user with the /auth/login screen. You see that when I save this, we should now be taken to that, because this use effect is going to run on every single screen in our app, because it's in our root layout, and whatever code we put here will always run no matter the screen. So it's going to detect that isAuth is false, and it's going to take us there. Now we can do an opposite one. We can basically say that if isAuth is true, then take the user to the tabs / actually we can just put tabs, because then it will take us to the first screen, the home screen. And then I can set this to true, and it will take us to the home screen. So you understand how this works. I'll set it to false, and then we can work with this. Now, in the authentication screen, I don't really want to see a header like we did on the tabs. We've dealt with this before. It's actually something super easy for us to do. I just come here and say header. I just say header shown, and then I set it to false. And then we're going to remove that, because this is the first screen that the user sees. Great. Now I want to introduce you guys to a very important topic and problem that you run into right off the bat when you start building mobile apps. And that is, I removed the header. So what happened to our text? The text saying welcome back now is at the very top of the user screen. But check this out. This is an issue because technically I want the app to only start from here down, right? I want there to be an edge at the top preventing the user from, or preventing us from putting any UI above there. Now, there are scenarios in which you don't want that edge, maybe you want to have a banner, an image, or something like that. There's many scenarios in which you wouldn't. But in a lot of scenarios, you want to protect your screen for phones that might actually put UI up here. To do that, you have to define that your view, your screen, is going to have what is known as an edge. So to do that, we utilize this component called a safe area view. And I'm going to put it right at the top. It's from this package called React Native Safe Area Context. And this is already installed in your app when you when you set up with Expo. Now, immediately you see that this doesn't appear there anymore. Now, with the safe area view, you can actually specify here important information, like the edges of where you want to set up the area view. So you can actually set up on all different sides, but in our case over here, we're just going to set it to be at the top and on the bottom. So we want to prevent the UI from going too much at the bottom and too much at the top, but you can put it on all sides as well. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to add another text over here that is going to say sign in to continue. Now, obviously, we're not putting any styles yet, but we are going to do that in a moment. I just want to add all of the elements first so that you guys can even understand what styles we are applying. The next thing I want to do is I want to set up a form that the user is able to type on to log into their account. So to do that, I'm going to write here a view, which is, remember, like a div, and I'm going to use the text input component from React Native to add an input. Now, to do this, I'm going to set a placeholder. First is going to ask for the user's email, as you can see over here. Then we can put in a placeholder text color, basically the color of what this placeholder is going to look like. I'm going to specify that I want it to be this color over here, which is going to match slightly more to what I want in this app. It's just a more of a gray color. Then I want to set some more things. For example, keyboard type. This allows us to specify what are we typing there, and there are a bunch of options. So in the keyboard type, you can specify that it's a number, it's a decimal, it's a numeric number, a URL, whatever, things that could commonly be typed on in a keyboard on your phone. Obviously, in this case, it's going to be the email address type. And we even want to specify even more that we want to allow autocomplete to happen, but only if it's an email. So when you're typing on your actual phone, it's hard to see here in the simulator, a keyboard is going to appear and you might see some options at the top, and you want to allow autocomplete for email. Great. Now we're going to copy this. I'm going to paste it down here, and we're going to set up the one for password. I'm going to change this to say password. I'm going to keep this the same. This over here, we don't want to set the keyboard type because there isn't one for password. Autocomplete, we want to change this to say password to allow the user, when they're typing on the phone and their phone has saved any passwords, it will show them as an option. Then I want to also set up secure text entry. What does this mean? It means that when I type on the email up here, I accidentally typed it there, but if I type here, you can see that it allows me to type and I can see what it's typing. But with secure text entry, it basically hides whatever I am typing from the field. It puts this little dot to hide so that other people can't see. Also, one thing that is important, you saw that when I started typing, it auto-capitalized, but with emails and passwords, that's not really good. To prevent that, we can set the auto-capitalize to none, and it will prevent it from actually capitalizing when we start typing on that field. You see that now, if I start typing, I did capitalize that, but oh, I accidentally screenshot it. Yeah, don't do Command S on your phone because it will screenshot, but basically it won't auto capitalize now. Now it's time for us to set up the button that when clicked, it is going to actually sign the user in. Now, since we need a button, you might expect that I'm going to put here the button component from either Expo UI or React Native. However, I'm actually going to utilize what is known as the touchable opacity from React Native. Now, you can use the other ones. They're great for whenever you want to just have either a set certain style, and you don't want to have more control over how your button looks. But most scenarios, you're actually going to be using touchable opacity. This is basically a wrapper that you put around elements in your screen that makes them be touchable, meaning you can make anything touchable. You can put this around a square if you want to, or a text, and make it such that when you click on that, something happens. Because the touchable opacity allows you to wrap something and then put an on press, which calls an action when you press on it. So it's basically like a way for you to make a button, but add custom styles to it. So we're going to be using it, and inside of it, we're going to put a piece of text. So I'm going to put here a text, and I'm going to call it sign in. Perfect. Now we're not adding styles yet again, so that's why it would have been okay also to just use a button because we haven't added any styles. But we're going to copy that, and we're going to create another button right below, but it's going to allow us to switch from the sign-in screen to the sign-up screen. So I'm going to say don't have an account, and if yes, if the user doesn't have an account, I'm going to show a text that says sign up. Perfect. Now the reason why I put a text here is because I want to bold this part up. When we do add the styles, this is what we're going to do. Perfect. Now we're done adding the elements. It is time for us to add these styles. So to start things off, I want to come up here and I want to add the first style, which is for the container. So in the safe area view, I'm going to add here a styles.container. Now, because we haven't made our style sheet yet, it is going to complain about that, but we can come down here. Actually, I'm going to go to one of our screens and just copy the definition of the style sheet so we don't have to write it again. We're going to close this, come back here, and then just create it. Now, we're going to import style sheet up here, and now we can apply these style sheets. Perfect. We're going to delete the image one, and on the container we're going to pretty much keep it the same. However, we're not going to center everything like we did over here, and we're going to come up here and add more styles. So I'm going to add the styles names first to the elements, and then I'm going to add the actual styles because I don't want to keep going down and up every single time. So the view, we're going to call it content. This just wraps the entire thing, and it's not the safe area view, it's just the stuff inside of the safe area view. The welcome back text, we're going to call it title. The sign in to continue, we're going to call it subtitle. So we're going to follow this kind of the names of the styles we're going to follow on every single screen that we add. They're going to be very similar. For the view that contains the inputs and the buttons, it kind of behaves like a form. So I'm going to call it a form. For this text input, we're going to apply the input style, and we're going to apply the same style on both inputs. So I'm also going to call this input. Now on the touchable opacity one, I'm going to apply one called button. And then on the touchable opacity below this is not going to be really a button. It's going to be a text that you can click on it. So we're going to call it link button. because it's what's going to link us to the sign up screen. I'm going to call it link button. Now, to make the errors go away, I added down here the definition of each of them, but we're obviously going to write each style individually. To start off, let's write the style for the content. This is what actually is going to center all of the elements because they're all packed up at the top here. So we'll start by just setting a flex of 1 like we have for the container, and I'm going to justify the contents to the center. Perfect. Now I'm going to add a padding around every single part of the screen of 24. Then on the title section, I'm going to add a bigger font size. So I'm going to say font size is equal to 32. I'm going to make the font weight be bold so that the text is an actual title. And then I'm going to set margin bottom to be equal to 8, which will make it so that there's a little bit more space with the subtitle. Now for the subtitle, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here, but I'm going to change it because the subtitle is slightly smaller, about half the size, and I don't want to make it bold. So I'm going to remove this. Margin bottom is still, actually I'm going to make it bigger. I'm going to make it 32. So there's a lot of space, and I want to change the color to not be black. I want to make the color be 666, which is going to be like a grayish color. Then for the form, I just want to set the width of this form to be 100% so that it fills up the entire section. Now for the input, that's going to matter a bit more. We're going to start off by setting the background color to be equal to F5, F5, F5. It's like a slightly less white or more white color than what we have in the background. Then below this, we're going to set the border radius to be equal to 12. Then below this, we're setting a padding of 16, a font size of 16, a margin bottom of 16. So everything is 16, but it's going to get a bit bigger. And then here's where we actually get to see properly the inputs. We're going to set a border width of 1. And I think that color is too strong. So I'm going to set the border color to be hashtag E0, E0, E0. So that's just very subtle. But at least now it looks 1,000 times better. Now, the next thing is making the buttons be actual buttons. For the first is a sign-in one. We want a big black button that stands the whole screen. So to do that, we're going to grab this background color here. We're going to just change it to be black by putting 3 zeros. That's a back color. Then we want to set the border radius to be 12, the padding to be 16 as well, so that it becomes the same size kind of, the inputs. Now, the align items is going to be center so that the text inside of it is going to be centered. Now you can not really see the text right now because it's black. Actually, in fact, we do want to change this text. We want to apply a style here, make it be styles.button text. And then I'm going to come here and I'm going to add the button text style. And I'm going to set the color of it to be hashtag FFF and then set the font size to be equal to 16. Now I'm also going to set the font weight to be equal to 600, and this has to be a string actually. And let me just put a comma here so it stops breaking, and now you can see the actual text inside of it. Now the last thing I want to do is add some spacing in this link button, and I also need to add these styles for this text over here because we didn't. Now I just added here a margin top of 24 and the align items to be centered. Now the text inside of here is going to have some styles just like this one. I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it here, but I'm also going to create a styles for the sign up because this has to be bold, if you remember. Now the link button text, that's what we're going to call this first one. And then on this one, we're going to basically call it link button text bold. Now we'll create both of those. I'm going to come here, create the link button text, and then the same version, but bold. Now the main thing we want to do for them is I just want to set the color to be 666. So it's a bit of a gray color, and the font size to be 14. Then for this one, we basically keep it almost the same, but the difference is I want it to be black and bold. So I'm going to say font weight is equal to 600. So it's a little bit more bold. And then the font, or just the color, sorry, is going to be black. So 000. Perfect. And this is our sign-in screen. Awesome. It's not really functional right now, meaning we can't really sign in right now. However, it is already looking pretty nice. Now, when I click on this button, I want to be able to be taken to the sign up screen. But right now, we don't even have the sign up screen component created. So I'm going to copy the entire code in the login and I'm going to paste it over here and change this to say sign up screen. Now, to navigate us to that screen when we click on that button is pretty simple at this point because we've worked with the use router hook a couple times. So we just come here, call the use router, and just call the router object over here whenever we want to navigate. Now I want to navigate when the user clicks on this text over here. So I'm going to add an on press, and when the user clicks or presses on this, I want to call the router.push. Now, why are we using push instead for replace? Because they might want to come back to the sign in if they accidentally click there. So it will allow them to be able to come back. And I want to take them to the /auth/signup. Now, to make things different, I'm going to say, instead of welcome back, I'll say welcome. And I'm going to change this to say sign up so that we can see that we are moving. So I'm going to click here and boom, I am in the sign up page. Now, if I push this back, you can see that I can go back to the login screen. Awesome. Now, for the sign up, it's going to be very similar. We're going to pretty much not make a lot of changes here because the sign in and the sign up are going to be almost the same. They're going to have a button, 2 inputs, and some ability to move to the login if they made the mistake and they don't have an account. The things we're going to change is pretty much the text here. We're going to change this to say create account. We're going to change this to say, instead of continue, sign up to continue, we're going to say sign up to get started. Then let me go to that screen actually. Then the rest should be the same, but the button here should say sign up. And then this link over here, it should say already have an account, sign in. Perfect. And then when I click on this button, that functionality was before. So I'm just going to copy this, put it over here, and I need to copy the call for the use router. So I'm going to copy this, come up here, and then just call the use router hook. And obviously I need to import it from Expo router. And now I can go to the sign up screen. If I get it wrong, I go to the sign in screen. Perfect. So this is basically how we can navigate between the screens and we create both the login and the sign up screen. Now, the next thing we need to do is actually make them functional, meaning we need to create a backend for this project that is going to handle authentication. Now, you can do it in whatever method you want. There are multiple ways to create a backend. You can make your own, you can make a REST server. I recommend for an app like this to utilize what is known as a BaaS, which is a backend as a service. We're going to be using Supabase for this project. It's super simple and free. It's obviously not sponsoring this video, so you can choose whichever one you want. But Supabase is what we're going to be using. Now, to set up Supabase, I need you guys to go to supabase.com and create an account. I recommend just connecting whatever, either Google or GitHub, and create your account. It's completely free. Then you're going to be brought to your dashboard and you need to click on the new project button and give it a project name. I'm going to call this the React Native Expo project, but you can call it whatever you want. Then we need to set up a database password. Supabase, it is a database that allows us to connect to it in our client. So it is going to set up a database for us using PostgreSQL, but you don't need to know any Postgres to use Supabase because we're just going to be using TypeScript and JavaScript functions. Now I'm going to click on the generated password. It's going to do it for us. And I'm going to choose the region. I'm going to choose Americas because I am in the Americas. But you can also choose specific ones if you want to, like East, West. They're all, I believe, AWS regions. So choose whichever one makes more sense for you. Now I'm going to click on create new project, and it's going to create the project for us. Now, while that is happening, I want to come back to our project here, and I want to create a folder in our project that is going to handle different services and APIs that we connect to our app. Now, the app folder, like I mentioned, is where we handle navigation. Components is for any external components. We're probably just going to delete this later, but we'll keep it for now so it doesn't break our app. But basically, the idea here is that the app is for navigation, components is for components that are reusable, and we're going to create here, not a file, we're going to create a folder called lib. And this is going to allow us to set up any kind of configuration, any kind of client that we need in our project. Now, inside of this, I'm going to create a Supabase folder because it's where you're going to handle all of the Supabase related stuff in our lib. Now, I'm going to create a client.ts, which is where we set up the connection between our app and our database. To do this, we need to install 2 packages. So I'm going to open this up. Now, the package we need to install is going to be npm install and I'm going to install first this package called React Native Async Storage. This is needed by Supabase to be able to store the information of whether or not a user is authenticated. The next package is going to be the Supabase package. To install it, we just add supabase/supabase.js. And I'm going to press enter and it should start installing the packages. Perfect. Now it's done. I'm going to close this up. And at the top here, we're going to import async storage from @React Native Async Storage. Then we're going to import the create client package from @Supabase/supabase.js. Then we're going to export a constant called Supabase, which we're going to reuse throughout our app to access our database. This requires us to call a function called create client, which requires us to pass in two variables. The first one is going to be a Supabase URL, which we don't have yet. And the second one is going to be a Supabase anonymous key, which we also don't have yet. Now, we actually do have them, but we don't have a place to put them. Where we're going to put them is inside of our .env file. Now, to do this, we're going to create here a .env. It's going to allow us to create environment variables in our project, and so that when we push our code, we don't push our code with our credentials. Now we want to create a Expo environment variable. To do that, you first write Expo and then define if you want it to be a public or a private one. I'm going to make it be public, and I'm going to set it to be Supabase URL. That's the name of the environment variable. Then I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it again. And we're going to make one for the Supabase anonymous key. Now we're not setting any values to them yet, but that means that now in our client here, I can set the Supabase URL to be whatever we end up getting from that environment variable. And the anonymous key, we can set it to be the same thing, but for the anonymous key. Now we can set this here and we can set this over here. Perfect. Now we need to ensure that there is an environment variable. So I'm just going to assert the value by adding exclamation marks here. And then the TypeScript error should go away. Now, where do we find these values? It's actually super simple because while we were doing this, our project was being created on Supabase. And right over here in the main page, we can see the project URL and we can just copy that and paste it over here. And then we also see the publishable API key, which I can just put over here. Now we have connection to our database in Supabase. Now Supabase is simple. We can set up authentication right over here. And by clicking on sign in providers, you see that by default, there are already some stuff that we have enabled. Like it already allows us to sign up and sign in with email. Now for this project, I'm gonna keep it simple and just have email and password sign up. But there are other ways to sign up. You can add sign up with Apple, sign up with Google, sign up with whatever you want. I highly recommend adding them if you are building an app. Now we're going to keep it with email, and also you can ensure that only users who confirm their emails can sign up. But I'm going to remove that because I don't want to keep confirming my email every time while I'm making this video, but you can set that up if you want to do that. It's not really that much different in your case. Now we're going to go back here and we're going to finalize creating the client for our database. The next thing we need to do is add some information related to authentication. So for auth in React Native with Supabase, we have to specify the kind of storage we want with Supabase. We're going to set it to be async storage. We're going to specify if we want to allow the token to be automatically refreshing, which I want to do that. If we want to persist session, so that means when the user closes the app and they open the app again, do you want to keep them logged in? Of course, right? It would be annoying to have to log into the app every single time. So we're going to set that to true. And detect, I'm going to put detect in session in URL. I'm going to set it to false. Perfect. Now we have set up our Supabase client. Now, the great thing about Supabase is that we don't have to create any tables for users because right now we have no tables. However, authentication, if you click over here, it already handles all of user storage and all that kind of stuff by using the Supabase Authentication API. So we don't have to deal with that. We're just going to come back here to Visual Studio Code. I'm going to open the simulator and we're going to create a store in our app that is going to keep track of everything authentication related. Now, the best way to do this in React, as many of you might know, because React is a requirement for you to be able to start learning React Native, in my opinion, is to create a context together with a provider that is going to allow you to access certain pieces of state in your application all throughout every different screen. So we're going to create a folder called context, which is going to contain all of the different contexts in our application. We're going to have two different contexts. The first one is going to be the auth context, and we're going to create a TSX file that is going to consume all of the information related to users auth and any functions that are related to that. So we're going to have a sign in, sign up, sign out, all that kind of stuff inside of this file. Now, to start this off, I'm going to create here a auth context, and I'm going to open this up because we're not going to really use the simulator for a bit. And we're going to set this equal to create context, which is a function from React, and we're going to pass undefined in the beginning. Now this context is going to have a type that we have to create called auth context type. Now initially it's going to be undefined, so we're also going to make that be one of the options. Now in that interface, I'll put here interface auth context type, and we want to define what do we want to put in here. So all of the components, all of the screens are going to consume this, and the information that we want to pass will change. One thing that we are sure that it's going to contain is the information about the user who is logged in. So this field, whenever we want to know if a user is logged in or not, we can access it, and it's either going to have the information about the user or it's going to be null. If it is null, it means the user is not logged in. Now, what kind of information about the user can we get? Now, I'm going to create a type here called user. Also, this could be null if the user is not logged in. And we have to create an interface for this type. I'm going to export it because we're going to use it in other places in this app. And a user basically is going to consist of an ID, which will be a string, a name, which is going to be a string, an email, which is also going to be a string, a username, which you might expect is also going to be a string. And then for now, that's pretty much it. But we're going to add more things later on. We just don't have them yet. I can actually add them as optional fields, which you guys will probably already understand. Later on in this project, we're going to allow the user to upload a profile image. So that's one of the fields that we want to add over here as part of what a user looks like. It's just going to be a string to the URL of the image that the user uploaded. And it's optional, so I'm going to put a question mark over here. The last one is going to be a Boolean. So when the user is creating their account, after they sign up, they're going to be presented with an onboarding step. It's going to ask them for their, I don't know exact, it's going to ask them for their name and I believe their email and also a profile image. And we want to know if the user completed it or not. So I'm going to put here onboarding completed. It's a Boolean and it is also optional. Perfect. So now we created this type and we're good to go. Now there's going to be more to this, but for now we'll just keep it at that. And the next thing I want to do is I want to create the function. I'm going to actually just use a const notation called auth provider. And this function is going to be the component that is going to wrap around our entire app to provide this context. So it's going to take in as a prop a children, which is going to be of type children React node. Then inside of here, we're going to just return the context that we created dot provider and wrap around all of the children. If you're not familiar with the context API, I highly recommend that you watch a video on it. I have so many videos on it where I go very in depth about what it is and its purpose. If you want to, feel free to check them out. Now, after that, we're going to pass in a value. And here's where we're going to pass in the information that we defined as part of the auth context. Now, the only thing we have here is that a user is part of the auth context. Now, to do that, we have to create a state that is going to keep track of the user authentication state and their information. So I'm going to create a state here called user and set user. And I'm going to set this use state to be of type user or no, just like the type we have there. And initially it's going to be null until we check for if the user is logged in or not. Now, to fill in this value and to actually log in and register a user, we need to have functions for signing in and signing up. So I'm going to create a sign in function. It's going to be async. It's going to take in an email and a password whenever we call it, because to sign in, you need to pass in your email and password. And we're not going to implement this one for now. We're going to focus on just creating the sign up so that we can test that first. And then when we have an account, we can test this sign in. For the sign up, it's pretty simple. Because we now have the Supabase client, we can actually call it by just calling the Supabase, and it will import from that file that we created. Now, in Supabase, if you want to authenticate a user by signing them up, you just call the Supabase client, access the auth part of the library, and then call the signup function, just like that. Now this requires us to pass two pieces of information. Since we have email and password signup set up, we just need to pass in the email of the user who wants to log in or wants to register and the password. This is gonna allow them to sign up an account. Now, we need to handle what we get back from that sign up. So I'm gonna destructure the result and get back the data of the result and also any errors. In case there is any error, I'm gonna throw that error. Now, in case there isn't any errors and the data.user is not null, then we got the user account. And for now, we're just gonna console log this information. But we can also test to see if that worked by looking at our Supabase dashboard. Now, I also wanna put in this signup function as one of the things that we can pass in as value here in the context provider. But that means that I do have to set it up over here. I'm gonna set up the type, and the type for the signup function is gonna be this. It's a function that takes in an email and password, and it doesn't really return anything. It has a promise and it returns void. Perfect. Now that we created this, we want to use it in our login and sign up components. However, to access the information in this context, I think it's very helpful for us to create a hook that is going to serve just the main purpose of consuming and distributing without having to always import the context that we created up here. So this is a very common pattern in React. You create a context, you create a provider component, and then you create a hook that helps you distribute it. Now this hook is going to be called useAuth, and like I said, all it would do is it will call the useContext hook. We're going to pass in the auth context, and then it's just going to check to see if the context is undefined, because if it is, it means that we have for some reason called it outside of its provider. So I'll just say must be inside the provider. And then below this, I'm going to return that context. Now, if we go to our auth and then sign up screen over here, we're finally ready. I'm going to open this up, and in our simulator here, I want to handle signing up and calling that function. But to start doing that, we need to keep track of what the user is typing on the following inputs. Now, if you're familiar with React, which again, I highly recommend you being before starting to learn React Native and Expo, you know that one way to keep track of what the user is typing is by creating states in this component that are assigned whenever there is a change in the input. To do this, we are going to create here a state for the email and a state for the password. Now, the states are going to look like this. I'm going to import the useState hook, going to be email and password. Then to update those states to keep track of the information, all I have to do is just come to the text input, and I just have to set the onChange text to be whatever the setter function is for that state. So for the set email, I'll just pass that. And then I'll also pass in the value to be the state. So value email, onChange text is set email. And for the password, it's going to be the same thing, but for password. It's a lot easier than doing this in web where you have to deal with the event and so on. So I'll change this to say set password, and we should be good to go. Now we want to create a function that is going to be called whenever the user typed the sign up or presses the sign up button. I'm going to call it handle signup, and it's going to be an async function that is going to call our signup function from the auth context. Now, we're going to grab this, and when the user presses on this, we're going to call this function. Now, up here, what I want to do is I want to first do some simple validation. I recommend that you do validate for your fields more if you are going to release a production-ready app. But for this app, I'll just keep it as simple as this. If you don't put any email or password, we want to alert to the user that this is not correct. Now, to alert, it's actually pretty interesting. You can set up a alert by using the React Native alert class. This will allow you to access the alert function that allows you to alert either an error or a success message. Now we're going to alert an error here and say that you need to please fill in all fields. You see that if I try signing up and I don't fill up anything, it shows up a native, or at least it looks like it, alert message. We're going to do the exact same thing, but now we're going to do a little bit more of a check. We're going to check to see if the password is too small. So we'll put a check here to say if the length of the password is less than 3. We'll just want to prevent them from being too small. We're going to say password must be at least 3 characters. Perfect. Now, if I just put stuff here and then I put 2, you see that that check goes through. Finally, I want to handle the sign up and any errors that might happen because of it. So we're going to write a try catch, and in the try, we're going to call the sign up function. To call this function, we need to access it by calling the use auth hook. So use auth, I can import, and then I'll access the sign up. But you'll see that there's an issue immediately. What is the issue? The issue is that we never passed this auth provider around our entire project. So I'm going to come here to our root layout, this one over here, and around our stack, we're going to wrap it around with the auth provider. And now it should all have access to it. Now I am getting an error here, which it says unable to resolve module. It says that the React Native async storage is a module that I can't access within my project. Now, I am sure that I have installed it, and this happens sometimes. I'm going to come here, I have installed this, it is over here, so this really shouldn't be an issue. Okay guys, I understand what I did wrong. So when I installed the Supabase and React Native async storage packages, I forgot to change my directory to go inside of the BeReal clone folder. So yeah, that obviously is an issue. So what I want to do is I want to cd into BeReal clone, and then I want to actually install those packages that I mentioned. I also want to delete these 3 things that I accidentally set up outside of our app directory. We don't want to have them. So I'll delete them, and now we should be good to go because I installed the packages in the correct place. So I'll reload this, and when it's finished reloading, there's still an issue because it says that async storage is null. So it also suggests that to fix this, we need to uninstall, rebuild, and restart the app. Now, usually what this means when you get an error like this is that you actually need to rebuild the app after installing this library. So we're going to delete the app here from our simulator and then delete the app, and then we want to rebuild it by basically running the same command we had previously. So we're going to clear this up. We're going to go up until we get the npm run iOS, and it's going to install the app again on our device, and it is going to rebuild it, and that error should go away. If it doesn't, I'll be back and I'll find another solution. Perfect. As you can see, it finished rebuilding and there are no issues, meaning that the package needed to be, you needed to rebuild the app for it to work. Perfect. Now we'll get this sign up function over here, and we're going to call it inside of this try catch over here. We're going to say await sign up. We're going to pass in the email and password, and if there's any errors, we're just going to call the same alert package we have used before. We're going to alert for an error and basically just say failed to sign up. Now, if we want to get more information, we can just console log it, but we don't want to give out error messages from our backend for the user, especially if it's all messed up. Now, we also want to handle loading states. So I'm going to create here a state that is going to keep track of whether or not the user is signing up. So if it's loading, if the user clicks sign up, there's going to be a small gap of time in between them clicking the button and actually getting the response from the backend. So we do want to keep track of that time. So what we do is when we start trying to sign up, we're going to set is loading to true. And then after the sign up is done, we're going to add a finally clause where we set it to false. As simple as that. And in the meantime, we want to use the value of is loading to handle it. Now, usually what I do when I have this is loading functionality is I go to the button that is going to be affected by it, which is this one. I check to see if is loading is true. And if it's true, I want to replace this button with an activity indicator, which is a component that we talked about in the beginning of this course. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to add that activity indicator. It is from React Native. And this activity indicator is just that little spinner. I'm going to make a size of be 24. And then I'm going to set the color of it to be equal to FFF. So it's white. Perfect. Now let's try signing up an account. If you look over here, there are no users in our app. If I try creating an account here, I'm going to create an account, pedro@gmail.com. and then I'm just going to put a password and I'm clicking sign up. It shows a spinner and there's nothing that happens, but that's because we haven't actually written anything to happen when you sign up for your account, right? However, if we go over here and then we click the refresh button, we should see this new user showing up over here, meaning that we have correctly connected our project with Supabase. Now I'll come back here and let's handle what happens after. So the next thing we can do is just handle signing in, because signing in is going to be almost the same, but a bit different because signing up requires us to also go ahead and set up the user's onboarding information. Now, what does that mean? Well, it means that when the user signs up, they're going to be redirected to a new screen, which is going to be called the onboarding screen. We're going to create this screen over here. I'm going to click no, and this screen is going to be the onboarding screen. I'm going to copy the sign up and we're going to just delete a lot of the stuff over here. Delete all this. We might reuse some stuff, but I'll just delete all of this and then probably this as well. Perfect. Just leave this because this is pretty much what we want. Now, to get to the onboarding screen, we have to click sign up, and we don't have the onboarding screen yet. So when we signed up, it didn't take us there. But what we can do now is temporarily, we can make it such that no matter what, if you go to the sign up screen, you get redirected to that screen. It's a hacky way of us forcing ourselves to see that screen while we build the UI for it. So to do that, I'm going to call a use effect here. By the way, let me check to see. Yeah, I never put the dependency array here. That's not safe, but we'll do it now. We'll put it here and I'm going to redirect the user. I'm going to push the user to go to this new beautiful screen that we created, auth onboarding. Now, if I go to the sign up, it should take me to that onboarding screen. Perfect. Now, what do we want this to look like? Well, we're going to use a lot of the same styles we used on the other screens. So for now, I'm going to leave those styles already here. Now, the first thing we want to have is a header, similar to what we had in the previous one. I'm going to copy and paste here the header since we already did some of the same stuff. Now, the only difference is that we do have to add a style for this header. So I'm just going to come down here to this section below the content, and I'm going to add a style for the header, which is just going to be just a margin bottom. That's all we need. And I'll make that margin bottom be 32. Perfect. This is what the profile screen should look like. Now, the next thing we need is a form, similar to what we had before. It's going to go below the header. We're going to add here the view, and we're going to set the style to be the styles.form. Now, inside of this, we're going to have the first stage of the form. It's going to be a button where the user can click on, and it is going to allow them to upload an image as a profile image. Now, to make that kind of behavior, we want a button that has a style that is very customizable. Now, we've talked about this before. The way we do this is by, instead of using a button, we use the touchable opacity. Now, in the touchable opacity, we are going to pass in a style here. This style is going to be called styles.imageContainer. Now, we don't have that style yet. It's fine. Now, below this, we are going to just add a temporary, like a view, that is going to have a text letting the user know that inside of here, they can insert an image. So we're going to put a text with a plus sign in the middle of it. Now, we haven't put in style, so it looks a bit weird, but it's fine. And then below this, we're going to add another view, which will indicate that they can edit this profile image by having a text that says edit. Now, let's add the styles. The first style I want to add is on the view over here. This is actually going to be a placeholder image. When we get the image that the user selected, we're going to show the image directly in this button. But for now, we're going to add this style called placeholder image. The next one is going to be the placeholder text. So in this text over here, we're just going to assign the placeholder text. Then the edit badge is going to be a little badge that appears below the image with the edit text. It's just the style for the text that goes inside of it. Now, let's go down here to actually add those styles. And below this form, I'm going to add here the style for the image container. Now, what do I want to do with this style? Well, for this one, I just want to set the margin bottom to also be 32, and I want the position to be relative. Then I'm going to copy this and we're going to create the placeholder image. And the placeholder image is just going to be a circle that has a color behind it to represent that there's nothing inside of it. The size of the circle is going to be a width of 120 pixels, a height of 120 pixels. Now you can't really see it unless it has a color, so I'm adding a background color that is going to be F5, F5, F5. So it's a little bit white. I'm going to add this, and actually I'll make it red for now just for you guys to see what we're doing. And did I call it wrong? Yeah, placeholder image. Yeah, I called this wrong. Sorry. This should be placeholder image like this. Perfect. Now we want to round it. So I'm going to set the border radius to be equal to 60. So it's pretty much a circle. Then I'm going to justify the content to center. So the text inside of it is centered. I want to align the items to be centered, so it's centered horizontally as well. And then finally, I want to add the border width to be 2. And I'm going to assign a color to it so that we can actually change the color of it from red to be a color that makes sense, which is going to be the white color. So we're going to change this back to be F5, F5, F5. And now you can see clearly the circle even with the white color. I'm also going to add a border style, which allows us to add that dashed type of border, which makes more sense with images like this. Next up, we're going to add the placeholder text. So this one's going to be a lot smaller, of course. It's just going to be the font size of the text, which is going to be 48, and then the color, which is going to be 999. I'm going to just change the name to be placeholder text, and it looks a lot better. Now for the edit badge, I'm just going to copy and paste the style, because you guys already start getting how we're doing the styles, and I don't want to obviously spend too much time on just styling. If you guys can just look and I explain it. But the edit badge has a position of absolute because we're going to put it at the bottom of it. It is bottom 0, right 0, but right now it's not really aligned because we still have some more styling to add. We set the background to be black and there to be a padding horizontal so that it looks like a little badge or a little pill, just like this, like a cylinder. The next one is the edit text. This one is the text that says edit, and it should be centered inside of it. Perfect. Now we're almost done. The last thing I want to do here is go to our form state, which we previously just set it to be a width of 100 on the other screen. But on this one, we also want to align the items to be centered, because this is going to make it such that they don't look like they're completely opposite places, and it actually aligns everything perfectly. Great. Now, all we have to do is add the rest of this form. Now, the next stuff that we want to add on this form is going to be inputs that are going to represent the name of the user and their username, so they can save those two things. So to keep track of that, I'm going to create a state over here that is going to keep track of the value of the name and the username. Now we can come down here and use what we learned from the previous screens on how to set up text inputs to create the inputs for the name and the username. I used the gray color that is slightly different from what we used on the previous one, just to make it look a little bit better. Now, I also used auto-capitalized words in here because the names, usually the first letter of each name is capitalized. So this is actually a pretty interesting prop that you can have in text inputs that controls how the user types. And you might not even notice that when you're using your apps, if this is the first time you're building an app, that the developers building the apps, they think about all that kind of stuff. And using the text input component makes it super easy. Now, we do have to edit the style for the input because we're using the style that we had on the previous screen. And on this one, we want to set the width of the input to be 100% so that the input doesn't look super small like it does over here. Perfect. Now to finalize it, we want to have a button like the one we have on Signup. I'm actually going to copy that button from here. It's not that one, this one over here. It's the button that allows you to continue on or move forward with this form. I'm going to put it down over here, and we do have to set some stuff up. For example, what function is called when you click on it, and do we have a loading state? Well, we actually do have both of those. So we're going to create a handle complete function that is going to be called when you complete the onboarding. And we're going to keep it empty for now, but we're going to set it up later. And we're also going to have an isLoading that is going to be the same kind of state that we have on that other screen. And it is going to be set up when we handle the completion. Now, down here, we're going to call handle complete. And if I go to sign up, we should now see the onboarding screen again, and we should be good to go. Now, I also want to extend the size of the width of the button, similar to what we did with the input here. We'll make it a lot bigger. And also, I want to change the text, right? Because this says sign up, and in ours, we want it to say complete setup. Perfect. And now we should be good to go. Now, what do we want to do to actually allow a user to select an image when clicking on this? First of all, the phone needs to have images, right? And the good thing is that when you install a simulator like this, it actually comes with some photos. So I'm going to open this photos thing over here. Might take a while, but you see there's always this seeks photos, and we're going to be using them for testing in this app. But basically, when I click on this, I want to be able to select an image on the user's phone. This involves very complicated logic, right? If you think about it internally, we need to set up an image picker, request the user for permission, because if you've ever used an app that allows you to select an image, you always have to request the user for permission, right? And all of that is handled very easily by one of the Expo's most important libraries, in my opinion, which is the Expo image picker. So I'm going to import all as image picker from Expo image picker. Now we don't have the package installed, so we do need to install it. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to say, it would have been easier to just write this. npm install Expo image picker. This should install the package. And as you can see, now that error goes away and we can use that. Now, how do we do that? Well, first of all, in this button where you can select an image, I want to add an on press to this and call a function called pick image. Now, in the pick image function, we're going to create it up here. It's going to be an async function that allows the user to select an image from their phone. The way we do this is you access the image picker API and you request not for camera permission because we're not trying to take a picture, but rather for media library permission. Now this is an async operation, and when we get back the status of the user's request, right? Now, I did this wrong, obviously. I need to remove this equal sign here. Now, when we get back that status, we want to say if status is not equal to granted, which is one of the options, then we need to alert a message that says something like, oh, you need to have some permissions for doing this. So I'm just going to copy and paste here. This is what we're going to put. Permissions needed. We need the camera roll permissions to select a profile image. And in case that's the case, we're just going to return and not continue moving forward. Now, in case this isn't an issue and the user allowed us to have access to their images, then we're going to get back the result of the image picker by saying image picker.launch image library async. And we are going to be looking for images in the user's library. Now you can specify the kind of property that you want, so the user doesn't upload an image from their phone by setting up the image type, the media types, and then using image picker.media type options and then saying images. Now this seems to be deprecated, as you can see, and actually the correct way to do it now is to pass in an array and just specify what you want. So in our case, I'm just going to specify that I want images, as you can see. Now after this, I want to say, do we allow them to edit their images? I'm going to say true. What is the aspect ratio of the image we want to select? Now this is important because I want it to be 1:1 because it's going to be an image in a circle. So we want it to be a square. And finally, the quality. I'm going to make the quality be 0.8. Perfect. Now we're going to get back that and we're going to check to see if the result from this request was not canceled and the user selected any assets. Then let's get the first asset. So they can select multiple images, but we'll just get the first one, obviously. And we'll keep track of it by creating a state called profile image. We're going to create one over here at the top. It's going to be a profile image state. Is going to be a string or a null. And inside of this request, we're just going to set the profile image to be equal to the result.assets0.uri, which is the path to where this image is. Perfect. Now, you might have noticed that we have an error, and that error, as you might know, since we already ran into this, has a clear solution. It says cannot find native module exponent image picker. That is because to utilize the functionality from image picker, it is a native functionality, meaning that on Android is going to use whatever is the native image picker on Android, and on iOS is going to use whatever the native image picker is on iOS. So it's a native module, meaning that to use it, we have to rebuild. So I'm going to kill this. I'm going to select this, remove app, delete app, delete it, open this up, go here, clear the terminal, and then run it again. So when this is done, I'll be back. Perfect. As you can see, it just finished. Also, I want to say something. If you end up having any issues with installing, it's because actually you should be installing your packages by using npx expo install, because it is going to find the compatible version of each package and install it properly for you. So make sure to use npx expo install. I'm going to install my next packages like this as well, because it is the correct way to do it. So let's continue here. I'm going to close this up. I'm going to go to sign up, and you'll see that if I now click here, we get an error. So this error says this app has crashed because it attempted to access privacy sensitive data without a usage description. The app's info.plist must contain a NS photo library usage description key with a string value explaining the user how to use this data. Now, this error is super important because it shows to us that there is some permission information that we haven't specified. Now, to fix this, what we have to do is go to our app.json. Now, with both iOS and Android, you have to add information related to permissions that you want to set up for the device. Now, on iOS, if we want to set up, for example, permissions for the image picking functionality, we have to go to what is known as the info.plist, but we can do it directly from the app.json in Expo by saying info plist and setting some permission in here. Now, there are two types of permissions that we want to specify. As you can see, the first one is NS photo library usage description, because this one is basically the message that is going to show up to the user if they're using iOS or Android, showing that they need to access, we need to access their photo library to get the photo, right? So when the little message appears when we try to access, this is the message that they're going to get. Now, this is only for iOS. Now, on Android, you actually wouldn't get a hard crash like this. This is more common with iOS. And on Android, if you want to set up permissions, all you have to do is just add the permissions field over here and specify an array of permissions you want to have. For example, we're going to have two. We're going to have the camera because we're going to allow the user to take images, but also the permission to read media images. So we're going to add that to Android. And for iOS, we're going to have this one for when you want to select an image from the user, but also one for allowing us to take images with their device. So when we allow the user to take an image instead of just picking one from their device, we're going to have this permission. And we're going to add it already so that it doesn't crash when we try doing that again. So as you can see, when I click on here, it still crashes. That means that I do need to rebuild it. So I apologize that we didn't add that before. Now, actually, before we delete the app, let me do something here. I will kill this. I'm going to delete the iOS folder we have, just like this. And I'm going to clear this. Now, I'm going to run the following command, npx expo pre-build. And I'm going to use the clean command. Now, the clean flag, sorry. This is going to run a pre-build, and it is going to regenerate the information on the info.plist, which is the information we just changed. So I am regenerating that iOS folder. It should be here already back, but it's running this. And when it's done, I'll be back. Perfect. As you can see, it finished. Now, instead of running npm run iOS, I'm going to run npx expo run iOS. Now it is going to rebuild the app. It's going to rebuild it over here. And let me just put it back. And I'll be back in a second when this finishes rebuilding. Okay, everyone. So as you can see, it finished loading. And I did went to test to see if it was going to work before coming back to record for you guys. But I saw that it did work. So I just wanted to show you guys over here. When I clicked on the image picker, it showed over here asking for permissions. I'm going to allow full access, and it should prompt us with the images in our device. Now I'm going to select one of them, like this one over here. I'm going to click choose, and it should set this state to be equal to whatever we chose. Now, how do I actually replace the image that we are showing over here, which is just a placeholder image, with that image? Well, we now have that image in that state. So where we have the placeholder image over here, we can add a check, which is going to wrap around this. And the check is going to be, is there a profile image? And if there is, we're going to render something. If not, we're going to render this placeholder stuff that we already have. Now, in this, we're going to use the Expo image. So we're going to import image from Expo image. And like I said, Expo image comes with so many benefits, from caching to loading speed, performance. It is the go-to place for you to render images in React Native. So we're going to use it. And we're going to put a source over here where the URI is going to be equal to the profile image state. Now, when I also want to put some styles in this, so I'm going to put here a style, and the style is going to be styles.profile image. Now we do have to set that style, and that's why we can't see the image yet. So I'm going to come down here to below the image container, and I'm going to add the profile image style. I'm going to basically just set the width and height of it to be the same as the placeholder image. So now we can see that, and the border radius to be the same as well, together with the background color. So now you can see that we do get the image we selected. We can click on this again if we want to, and it does take a bit just because it's on the simulator, but I can select a different image and it will be the image that gets replaced over here as well. Now, the thing is, before we even get to this screen, I'm going to come over here, go to sign in. You'll see this over here shouldn't just open up the your actual media screen, right? Your photos. It should show you an image picker where you can select between different options. Either you can take an image, like take a photo, or select from your own photo library. To do that, we're going to be leveraging the alert system from React Native. So instead of calling the pick image function, we're actually going to create another function here. It's going to be called show image picker, and it is actually going to alert which says select profile image. Now, alerts aren't just for errors. It can actually allows you to have some option choosing, some like options that the user can choose in that alert. So we're going to say choose an option. And by the way, I'm going to now replace what we call when we click on press, and I'm just going to show that. So choose an option. And now what options do we want to put? To put options in your alert, you put an array over here and then give objects here. So the first is going to be the text of that option is going to be camera. So it's for the user to take a photo, which we can pass an on press that when you press to select that option is going to call this function we're going to create called take photo. It's going to be an async function that we don't have yet, but it's going to be called when you select that. Then we're going to have the second option, which is going to be for photo library. So if I save this, you'll see that if I click on it again, it shows the options, but obviously the second one is going to be photo library. On press, we're now going to call the pick image function we created. And finally, we're going to have the cancel option. The cancel option is just going to be, we're not going to call anything. You can actually pass a style here because cancel is one of the options that they're always. So destructive, default, and cancel. Cancel is the option we're going to choose. And now when I click on this, cancel is a lapse option. It closes. Camera doesn't do anything. Photo library opens up the actual photo library, even if it takes just slightly too much in the simulator. Now, let's build the take photo function. The take photo function is actually going to be pretty similar to what we have on the pick image. So we're going to copy this and we're going to paste it over here. However, there's some minor changes. For example, when we call the permissions, we actually request the camera permissions, not the photo library permissions. So we're going to say we need access to your camera to take a photo. So we're going to say take a photo. Then the result, instead of launching the image library async, we're going to launch the camera async. And it's going to show the user's phone's camera and they can take a picture. We're not going to set a media type because that makes no sense in this case. We're not going to set allows editing to true, this to be 1, and we're pretty much going to be good to go. Now, we're going to keep the exact same logic, and I don't have my device with me right now, and it wouldn't make sense for me to test, but if you were to click on this and you were using a real device, this is how it would work. But we're in a simulator, so you can't really take a picture, so I'm just going to select a picture from the pictures that we have over here. I'll select this one, and we're good to go. Now, we're pretty much done with this section, and all we have to do left is build a function that completes the onboarding. Okay, everyone. Now to create the handle complete, before we even do that, we need to have a place to store the information about the onboarding. Now, that place is going to be in Supabase. And in Supabase, we're going to create a table that is going to hold that information. To create a table in Supabase, we're going to click on Table Editor, and we're going to click on New Table. Now, we can call this table whatever we want, but I want to call it profiles because it will store the information about the user's profile. So the name, the username, and the profile image. Now, there are going to be some columns that we need to insert here. we do want the ID to be a column, but we're just going to change its type to be UUID. Now we're going to remove this default value over here, and we're going to keep it as primary. Then we're also going to keep the created at. It's basically just a field saying that when the user created their profile. Now, the fields we want to add is a name, which is going to be of type text, and it is going to be nullable if the user wants to. Then we're going to have username, which is going to also be a text. Now, usernames are unique, so I want to enforce that they have to be unique by clicking on that button. Then I'm going to come here and add the profile image URL, which is just a link to where the image that the user uploaded for the profile image is stored. We're going to store that in Supabase storage system, so we're going to do that later. And then finally, we want to add one that is a Boolean called onboarding complete. It just lets us know whether or not the user completed the onboarding or not. I'm going to default it to false, just because if you create a field and you don't pass it true, it will be false by default, and we should be good to go. I'm going to click on save, and we should create this table. Then the next thing I want to do is set up the RLS policies for this table. Now, if you're not familiar with Supabase, this might be a bit confusing, and I don't want to go too much into detail about Supabase and its internal concepts and PostgreSQL, all that kind of stuff, because I have a full course on Supabase that is very short and explains all of this. If you want to do that, I don't want to take away the attention of what we're learning in this video, which is React Native and Expo. So if you want to go into detail, feel free to go there. However, RLS policies in its most basic explanation is a type of policy that you can insert on your database to prevent it such that other people are able to deal with your database and execute functionalities on your database without them being authorized. So if you want to only allow users to be able to, for example, delete their own accounts instead of other people's accounts, this is how you prevent that from happening. So we are going to set up RLS policies for creating, updating, and reading data from the profiles table. And you can do it by clicking on the create policy over here and manually editing everything. However, there is a SQL editor button over here that allows you to run SQL, raw SQL, without having to go through the UI. And that's what we're going to be using. So you see over here, I added all of this code. I'm going to obviously include this code in the description for you guys to be able to just copy and paste it. And this creates the 4 different policies. One for only allowing users to create profiles for themselves, one that only allows users to update their own profile, and one that allows users to see their own profile and see other people's profile. So I'm going to click here to create the policies. And if everything is right, we should see success, no rows returned, meaning that we have created the policies. You can see that now it should say that, it should have said that there are 4 policies. Let me click here. 1 policy, users can view their own profile. It should have said 4. So there's definitely an issue here. So let me check what happened. Oh, it seems like I had to run the command again, and it has created all 4 policies. So now we have our table. That's great. And we are ready to start adding data into that table. So what we need to do here is first, we have to handle some validation when we click on this button. We did this before on the sign up. So where we check to see if the fields are empty, we want to check for that. So we're going to check here to see if the name is empty or the username is empty. So username and name. Then we want to check to see if the username is too small. So we don't want to allow less than 3 characters on the username. Perfect. Then we want to add a try catch, similar to what we did here as well. I'll even copy this logic with the loading and all that kind of stuff. And I'm going to say failed to complete, but we can obviously handle more of whatever errors might happen on the way. And then we have to obviously handle this, which is what happens when in the try case. What are we trying to do? Well, we are trying to check to see, we're trying to add a user to the profiles table. Well, technically, we're not going to create a user profile in here because the user profile should be created automatically with all of the null values when the user creates their account. So when the user creates their account, that means that we'll have to create a new account. But if when I created this through the sign up, it should automatically create a row on the profiles with the correct user ID over here and add all of the values as false for the onboarding complete and all of the values as null. So that then we just have to update that row. We're not creating manually the profile, we're actually creating that automatically. Well, to create a behavior like that, all we have to do is we have to click on database over here, and you see there's going to be some options. We're going to click on functions, and we can create a function that is going to be a function that runs some logic on PostgreSQL, so on our database, based on something happening. So it's going to be a trigger. So I'm going to click on create new function here, and I'm going to call it handle new user. So when a new user is created, we want to call this function. Now, to make that happen, we need to choose a return type, and we're going to choose it to be trigger, meaning that something else is going to trigger this function. Now, we're not going to put any arguments to this function, but we have to write how this function behaves by using the PostgreSQL language. Now, again, if you're not that familiar with PostgreSQL, I'm not going to spend too much time going into it, but here is the function definition. So when you create the, every time there's a new creation in the authentication table, right, we're going to insert into the public.profiles, which is the profiles table we just created, a new row with the ID, name, and username. Now, we don't have the name and username yet, right? Because this is at the stage where the user is signing up. So we're going to set those to null, but the ID is going to be whatever the ID of the user's auth is set up to be. Now I'm going to click create function, and this function has been created. Now we have to actually call this trigger when a user is created. To do that, we're going to go to our triggers over here, and we need to trigger this new function we created by creating a new trigger. Now we're going to create a new trigger, not in these public schema, which is where all of our database tables are, but on the auth schema, which is where we have the authentication. Now, it says that there are no triggers found here and that we can't actually create a trigger on the dashboard. That means that we have to do it manually. So we have to come here to our SQL editor. I'm going to add a new SQL piece of code over here, it's a new file, so that you guys can have everything separated. And what we want to add is the following. We want to add a functionality in PostgreSQL that creates a trigger. We're going to call it onAuth user created, meaning when a user is authenticated and signed up for the first time. After we insert the data to that user's table, we're going to execute this function, which is the one we created, the handle new user, which creates a row on the profile. Now we're going to run selected. I don't want to run selected, sorry, because running selected only runs that line that I was selecting over here. I want to run the whole thing. So I'm going to click run, and it says no rows returned, which is good. We're going to go to database, triggers, and we should see that new trigger being created over here. Now we can go back to our code, and we kind of changed how we think about this now, because now when we get to the handle complete, we're not adding a new row to the profiles table. We're updating the one that already exists. So what we want to do first is we need to check to see if when the user is trying to set up their profile, we need to check to see if there already exists a profile with the username that they're trying to use. Because remember, we're making usernames be unique, right? So we're going to come over here and say const. We're going to access Supabase directly. I'm going to say supabase.from. That's how we make a request to a specific table. We're going to make a request to the profiles table. We're going to select the ID of the user in that table, and we're going to look for users who have the username field. So we're going to put here username equal to whatever username the user is trying to add. So what we're doing here is we are trying to look for a row in the profiles table where the username is equal to the one that the user chose to see if anything given returns. Now this is giving us an error because we never made this an async function. So the await doesn't really make sense, but now we did. And when we say select ID, is basically we don't want to get back everything about the user. We only want to get back the ID field, because even if we just get that, if there is something there, it means that we can't use that username because it already exists. Now, I'm going to get back that data. Data is equal to existing user. And I'm going to come here and say check if username exists, just for us to have this organized. Now, if the username exists, we're going to add a check here. If existing user is not null, we're going to alert an error saying that the username is already taken. And we're going to return early because we shouldn't create the profile. Now, if not, then we want to actually handle uploading the profile image and updating the user profile. So let's start off with uploading the profile image, right? We want to upload the user's image to Supabase. Now, to do that, we're going to use storage, and storage is this part of Supabase over here. It's really important, and it allows you to actually set up storages and buckets like you would on Amazon AWS S3 or anything like that. You would store actual files in here, images, videos, documents, whatever you want. Now, to get this to work, unfortunately, is going to require us to do a little bit more of pure Supabase stuff, just so that we can set everything up. We're going to start by clicking here on new buckets. So we're going to create a bucket for profile images and one bucket for posts. Because if you remember on BeReal, which is the app we're building and the one you saw in the demo, everyone can upload an image as a post. I'm going to click here on buckets, and I'm going to write the name of this bucket. I'm going to say profiles, and I'm going to make it a public bucket. I'm going to click on create, and we should be good to go. Now, we're just going to add some policies to this bucket, similar to what we did for the tables. So in here, we can click on policies, and you see that right now we have this policies, which are totally fine, but we want to add new policies in here. So I'm going to click on new policy, and I'm going to click on full create from scratch, and I'm just going to add each policy one by one. Now, the first policy is that everyone can see the images in this bucket, just because that way we can, like, you can see profiles, images from other users, right? And I'm going to click on select over here, and I'm going to update this to just say this. So bucket ID is equal to profiles. Then we're going to click on review and save policy. Perfect. Then we want to create the policy to allow people to delete their profile images. So I'm going to come here and click new policy, full customization. I'm going to call this users can delete their own profile image. I'm going to select the delete as the option. And then for target rows, you only want to allow a user to delete their profile image if they are the user who's authenticated. So I'm going to add the authenticated row here. It's a bit different from the select, which by the way, we should unselect there. It should just be the delete. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that makes sense. We have to have the select for both update and delete, but we'll just keep it that way. And we want to replace all of this with this code. Basically checks to see if the user trying to delete the profile image is the one that has been authenticated. Now, the next one is updating. I'm going to add again full customization, change this to say authenticated, and then select the update. Now for the code, we're going to add this over here. Same thing as the delete, save policy, and we should be good to go. And then finally, we're going to add a policy that checks to see if the user can create a profile image or add a profile image. We're going to choose the insert, and we're going to change this to also say authenticated, and then copy this code over here and then paste it over here. Review, save. Perfect. Now we have set up our bucket and we are pretty much good to go. What we want to do next is we want to create a file that is going to contain all of the logic for adding those images to the buckets. Now that logic is a bit complicated, but I'll take you guys through it. We're going to create it directly here in the Supabase folder. I'm going to call it storage.ts. And what we want to do is we need to get the image that we're going to get back from over here, right? That we're currently storing on the profile image. And we have a local URI to that image. That's how we're even displaying it over here. But we want to change it to actually show to actually be able to get that image and insert it and send it to Supabase. Now, to do that, what we have to do is, and I'll actually open this up because I don't think we need to use the simulator for a while. We're going to go here to storage, and I'm going to create a function. I'm going to create here const. We're going to call it upload profile image. And this function is going to be an async function that uploads the profile image based on the user who is logged in and the image URI. So we're going to grab here the user ID and the image URI. We have the image URI, obviously, because it's the image URI that we are storing here on this state. But the user ID, we don't have access to it yet. So we're going to deal with that in a moment. Now, what we want to do here is we want to have a huge try and catch that is going to try and upload the image to Supabase. Now, the logic for this is a bit weird, but I'm going to take you guys line by line. The first thing we want to do is get the extension of the image. So is the image a PNG? Is the image a JPEG? Is the image a, I don't know, WebP, whatever it is. We're going to pop it, and we're also going to default it to JPEG in case nothing appears. By splitting it by the dot and popping it, we're getting the end of the name of the file. So if you think of an image that is called image.png, we're basically getting PNG from the end, right? Then we want to get the name of the file. We want to create a name for a file that we're going to store in Supabase. Now we have to make sure to create a unique name, right? Because when we send this image to Supabase, we don't want to make it such that two users upload their profile image and then we store it as the same name, because that would cause a conflict. So to make it as unique as possible, we're going to be using a couple things that are unique to the user to make that name. So the file name is going to be a combination of the user's ID and the file extension. So it's the user ID / profile dot the file extension. So if my ID is 23, and I upload a profile image, is going to be 23 / profile.png if I had uploaded a PNG. Then we want to create a file instance from the URI that we send in this image. To do that, we're going to use the file function from Expo file system. Now we don't have that, so we have to install it. We're going to say npx expo install Expo file system. And this is a great package that we can install when we're dealing with the file system of the app. And now we can just import this at the top here. Just going to say import file from Expo file system. Great. Then I want to read the file as bytes so that we can have a consistent pattern and consistent format that we can upload to Supabase. Now we have almost everything ready to upload it to Supabase. To upload a file to Supabase, we can use the Supabase client and then call the storage API. Then we're going to specify the name of the bucket we want to upload this to. And remember, we called it profiles, right? It's this bucket over here. So we're going to upload it to the profiles bucket, and we're going to call the upload function. Now we have to pass the name of the file, which we created over here. We have to pass the file, but in bytes. That's what we converted over here. And finally, we have to specify the content type. Now we have the content type because we know it's an image, but we also have to specify what kind of extension it is. So we get the extension as we got over here. So if it's a PNG, a JPEG, or whatever, it's going to be saved as that. Finally, we want to set this to be upsert. Now, why upsert? Because we're going to use the same function for in case a user wants to update their profile image. And upsert basically what it does is it inserts if there's no current profile image there, but it updates if there is. So it's kind of a combination of updating and inserting. Now we're gonna get back from this any errors that occur. We don't need to get any data because we're not gonna do anything with that data. And we're gonna throw an error in case we do get that. Now here's the important part. We might be able to upload that profile image, right? However, how do we see that profile image? Well, when we upload it to Supabase storage, we can actually get a public URL from Supabase. So by getting the data here, I'm going to call it URL data. I'm going to set it equal to supabase.storage and access the new profiles bucket, and then try to get the public URL and just have to pass the file name. So this will give us a URL that we can add to the user's profiles table in the profile image URL field that we just created. So from this function, I'm going to return whatever that URL is, and I can get it by saying url.data.public URL. Now for error handling here, we are pretty much going to just console.error and throw an error in case there's anything. And I'm just going to say error uploading profile image. Now in the onboarding here, we want to use that function. So I'm going to come down here to where we have that logic and the handle complete. And below the logic where we check for existing user, now that we know that the user is available to be created, we're going to upload profile image. So how do we do that? Well, we're going to first say that if a profile image exists, so if the user selected one when trying to create this account, then I want to await upload profile image. And now I need to pass in two things: the user ID and the profile image that we have from the state. Now the profile image we do have, right? We just made the check over here, but user ID we don't. And that's important because that's actually an important functionality that we haven't done yet, right? So if we go here to use auth, which we're not even calling it over here, but when we call the use auth, we want to be able to get the user who is currently logged in. All we have so far is we have the signup function, but we don't do anything. We never set the value to user, right? We just console log it to verify if it works or not, and we check the table. So we will have eventually a functionality to set the user to whatever the user is logged in as. But for now, we'll just keep it like this, and we're just going to use that value. So I'm going to pass here the user.id as the value here. Now, there's a question mark because we haven't validated in this function to see if the user is logged in or not, which is an issue because we need to make sure that when the user is trying to complete the onboarding, the user is authenticated. So up here, we're going to check to see if the user is authenticated before we even move forward. That brings another important topic, which is when we check to see if the username exists, we want to make sure that we're only checking for other users, right? When I'm trying to create a user, I don't want to check for other users. So I also want to specify that I don't want to check for a user whose ID is equal to the user.id, so the user logged in. And when we get this back, I also want to only get one single result. This single function returns only one single result instead of an array of objects. Since we're only looking for like usernames are unique, it would most likely just return one item anyways. But instead of returning an array of one item, we can just get a single item. That's just a pet peeve of mine. Now we don't have to worry about putting this question mark because we already validated to see if it's valid. And we want to wrap this individual upload image here with a try catch, just in case something happens. Now, for the catch here, we're going to write a similar logic to what we did outside, where we're going to console log an error and alert a message saying we couldn't upload the image in case something happens. But the important thing we want is to get back the URL of the public image that is now in the storage. So this is going to return something. So we want to create a variable called profile image URL that is either undefined or a string. It's undefined because initially we don't have it, but then when we come over here and we successfully upload the image, we should get it back. And then after all of this, we're going to finally update the profile. We're going to set those values in the table. Now, to do that, we're going to use a function that we haven't created that is going to exist in our useAuth hook. So I'm going to come here and we're going to create a function that is going to be called, I'm going to just copy the sign up, but it's going to be a bit different. It's going to be called update user. Now this function will require us to pass in the user data. Now, what is user data? Well, user data is going to look like a user, right? It's going to look like this type that we defined over here, but not entirely the same because we won't have the ID of the user yet, right? So we're pretty much just going to require them to pass in a partial version of this user. And in TypeScript, you can do that by just wrapping this around the partial. So it accepts any set of combinations of the fields in user. Now, in this logic, what I want to do is we're going to delete this over here. And we're going to start by just doing a quick check to see if the user exists. So if they're not logged in, then we don't even want to continue with this function. I know we already called this when we even called this, like in the onboarding, but we need to double check. Then I'm going to try and catch. Now I'll put here error as well. And I'll just comment this out for a second because we might need to reuse some of that. And in this try case over here, we're going to start by creating an object called update data. Now this object is going to be the values of that we pass from this user data field. Now we want to check to see if those values are not undefined. So we're going to write this very weird looking set of checks over here where basically what we're doing is we're checking to see if the update data has a name. If it's not undefined, we're going to set the new update data field over here to have it. Now, to make this work, we need to also set this to be a partial of user. And with the exception of profile image URL, I guess, because we called it a bit different here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to actually change this to say any. It doesn't really matter because in this case, we are making sure we pass the values here on the onboarding, right? We're just passing them directly here. So when we call that function below here, we're going to make sure we pass those values exactly how they should be. Now below this, we're going to also come here and await Supabase because now we have the value to insert or update the profiles table. So I'm going to say from profiles, we're going to update the field with the update data. Now, which row in the profiles table do we want to update? Well, we want to only update the one where the ID field is equal to the ID of the user who's logged in. So I insert this new data. So the username, name, profile image, and is onboarding completed. We're going to insert all of that for the user who's logged in. When we get that back, we're going to get any errors that might have happened. And I'm going to just copy this, put it here, and uncomment it so that we throw any errors that might happen. Finally, in this case over here, we're just going to console.error and possibly throw an error as well. I just realized I need to put it here. Perfect. And now we're pretty much good to go. So we're going to come back here to the onboarding and we're going to call that function. But I just realized I haven't actually passed that function as an option. So I'm going to say update user. We haven't passed that. So we do have to define that in our auth context as one of the types that might be passed here. So I'll pass update user here. And on top of that, we have to pass update user in the return value. Perfect. Now on the onboarding here, we're going to get back the update user, and down here, we're going to call it right where we left this comment. We're going to await update user, and we're going to pass in the information about the user profile. So the name, right? The username, the profile image, which we can pass as profile image URL, and we're going to set the onboarding complete to be equal to true. And when this is done, meaning we completed the onboarding, I want to redirect the user to the tabs, which is the main part of our app. So we're going to have to call the use router hook up here, like we've done before. Const router is equal to use router. And we're going to replace the current screen with the main screen. So we're going to say router.replace with /@tabs. Perfect. Now we should be good to go, right? We should see everything working. I'm in the wrong table here. I should go to public so we see our profiles, right? And let's try getting this to work. I'm going to open this up over here and the simulator. We should be able to see the simulator if I actually pull this like this. And we're going to restart the app. I'm going to delete that user that we created just because I want to recreate them. Delete user. And now there's a lot of logic behind that should work internally. I'm going to open this up and we're going to run the app. Now, what I expect to happen is when we come here, I'm going to click on sign up. That's a mistake. That's just because while we're testing the onboarding, remember we just automatically redirected the user. That's not what we want. We're going to delete that and actually come back over here and stay in the create account. Now, what I want as well is after I need to do this because we hadn't done that before is when the user signs up, we want to do the same thing we just did, router.push and push the user to the onboarding so that they move forward, right? So we're going to create this account here. Pedro@gmail.com. I'm going to put a password, right? I'm going to make sure I write the password right so I remember it. I'm going to click on sign up. Now, if anything happened, so it said failed to sign up. Let's see why that happened. It's a lot of logs. Maybe they aren't actually related to what is happening. Let me check here. Was the user created? Doesn't seem like it. So there might have been a reason why. So we're going to console.error, whatever error we're getting back here. And let's see why this is happening. This is why console erroring and debugging is really important. I'm going to click here and it says error saving a new user. Database. Error saving a new user because isAuth error is true. So it's basically arguing. So I just looked into it and actually it might be because the security type here on this function that we created, handle new user, is set to invoker. Now we don't want that to happen. We actually want it to be what is known as a security definer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here to our SQL editor. I'm going to add a new one and I'm going to write this code, which is going to recreate that field or that function by using the replace function over here, as you can see, and it's going to set the security as definer. So I'm going to run the entire thing and we might have to put the $signs over here, click run, and it says success, no rows returned. We'll come here to database, go to functions. Hopefully it says security definer now. Now we can try coming back here. Hopefully it's going to work. If not, we can just try again, click sign up and perfect. It worked. So before I continue with the onboarding here, I just want to check something. So we should see the new user here in authentication, right? Perfect. It appears here, but we should also see a new row in profiles. If not, then there's something wrong. So we'll refresh this and we do see it. That's exactly what we wanted with the function and the trigger, which if you didn't understand by now, this is what we wanted. We don't want to create the profile automatically. We want to have it such that it's a trigger when the user authenticates, and the name field is null, the username is null, and everything is fine. Now, when we come here, I want to complete the profile. So I'm going to upload here a image as a profile image. We're going to select here. We're going to add this profile image, upload it. I'm going to write my full name here, or not my full name. I'll just write a portion of it. And then I'll put PedroTech as the name here. I'm going to clear the terminal so we have a clear view of any errors that might show up. And I'm going to click on complete setup. It says failed to complete onboarding. Try again. So where does that happen? So failed to complete onboarding, try again. Okay, let's console.error here to see what might be happening. Complete onboarding. It says user not authenticated. Yeah, that makes sense. So basically what's happening here is we're never setting the value for user, right? I already talked about this before. When we pass this here, we're never changing this value. So we want to do that ourselves. Now, to check to see if the user is authenticated, we're going to create a function over here called fetch user profile. And this function is going to be an async function that takes in a user ID and it returns a promise with a user or null in case it doesn't find any users. So what I want in this function is the following. I want to try and catch some logic. So I'll put here try catch. And I want to first try to search for a user and get that data from the profiles table according to the user ID of the user who we pass over here. Now, I just realized we also have to do this. That's why I was giving that error. But to write that logic, we just have to use what we've learned so far about making queries to Supabase. And this is how it's going to look like. We're going to look in the profiles table in Supabase. Select everything. That's what this asterisk means. Everything from that table. We want to get the name, username, everything. And we want to find the row in that table in which the ID is equal to the user ID that we pass here. And there's only going to be one because they're unique. And we're going to get that back. Now, in case there is an error, I'm going to console.error that. We need to make sure that we do that now and skip the rest of the function. But then in case there is no data, but like there might be no data and no error, right? In case there's no data, I also want to skip and show an error message. Now, after this, I want to get the user information of the user who's logged in. To get that, I can just use Supabase and then say auth, which is the auth API, and call the get user function. This will give me the information about the user who's currently logged in. When we sign up or when we sign in, this will be changed to that value. Now, in case there's no user signed in, then we'll console log this error and we'll return null so that we don't continue forward. Now, what we're looking for over here is to find that profile, right? So what we do now is in the end of this, we're going to return an object that should look like a user. So it should have an ID, which should just be the data.id. Then it should have a name, which should be the, not the auth user, it should be the data.name because data is what we get back from the profiles table. Username, it should be data.username. Email doesn't come from data because data is what we query from profiles and the email doesn't exist there. It exists on the auth user, right? The user account. So we're going to say auth user.data.user.email and we're going to default it to an empty string just so that we get that TypeScript error out of the way. Then we want to check for the profile image, right? The profile image comes from data. So data.profile image URL. And then onboarding complete depends on whether or not the onboarding of the user is complete. So it's just going to be data.onboarding_completed. Now we have this function that, why does it say null? Because we never did the catch, right? So I'll just write here the catch. In case something happens, we want to return null instead of undefined, which was why that was giving us an error. So we have this function that we can use whenever we want to keep track of the user information. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to call this fetch user function after the user signs up. So after we get the data, right, instead of console logging it, we are going to call that function and get here a profile. So await fetch user profile, pass in the data.user.id, and we're going to get back that information. And when we get that, we're going to set user to be equal to that data. So we're going to delete this table over here, or not this table, but this user that we just created. So we're going to go here to authentication, delete this. By the way, since they are triggered, meaning the profile is created when I create the user, when I delete the user, the profile should be deleted automatically. It didn't, but that's fine. We can just delete it as well. So we'll delete that, and then I'll come here and we're going to sign up for a new account. So I'm going to delete this. I'm going to clear this. We're going to sign up for the same user and password. Now let me clear this again. Sign up. Should have created the user. Perfect. Now I'm going to add a profile image. Let's add this over here. Set it. Now there might be an issue that might happen that I'm thinking in my head over here that could happen. But if it does, I already know the solution. All we have to do now is just click complete setup. It says that it didn't work, but it says that it didn't work for a different reasons. It says could not find onboarding completed on profiles. They would name it wrong. Let's check over here. So according to this, it's onboarding completed. Oh, we named this wrong. Apologize about that. So we're going to update this table, change this from onboarding complete to completed, save it. Hopefully nothing happens. And now if we were to try completing this again, will it work? Yes, it will. So we get navigated to the main part of the app because we completed the profile. And if we update this, we should see all of the fields here. Most importantly, we should see that there is a profile image URL. Why? Because the image we uploaded is stored in the profiles bucket on a folder, and you can see that it exists over here, just like I said it would. So this is how this is working. It is creating the information, it is saving everything, and we're pretty much good to go for continue building the app. I know the onboarding and authentication part takes a while, but trust me when I say this, when you're building your app, you're probably going to spend more time building your onboarding and your authentication, not the authentication necessarily, but the onboarding for sure. You're going to spend more time in that than anything else, because that's the first thing user sees on your app. So it's super important. Now it's time for us to set up the sign-in functionality. We're able to sign up, we're able to upload a profile image, but when we log out from our app, we should be able to sign in again. Now, since we've done a lot of this stuff for sign up, signing in should be no issue. I'm going to copy all of this and I'm going to put it here on the sign in because the logic is going to be almost the same. Now, the main difference is that, of course, the sign up, the function being called here is not the sign up, it's the sign in. But there's a lot of ways to sign in using Supabase. We're going to choose the sign in with password because that's the way that we set up. Now, sign in with password requires an email and a password. We get back the data or an error. We look for that profile and we set the profile to that user. Perfect. Now, if we try logging in with that same account, which if I'm being honest, I think I forgot the password. So let me just create another account here, test@gmail.com. And then let me put a password that I might remember. I'll put here password and then I'll click sign up. I'll upload a profile picture. Sorry, that's safe password thing because I just opened the simulator again. I'll upload a picture, this one, choose, put my name here, test user. Username is going to be user test. Complete the setup. Now, if I were to close this up, open again, not Expo Go, sorry. Let me just delete or close this. PedroTech app. Because we haven't set up checking to see if the user is authenticated or not from the beginning, we will be brought to this screen. Now to sign up again, what we need to do is we need to write here the account test@gmail.com. And then the password is just password 123. Now, what we have to do is we have to pass the sign-in function as a type that we pass on our provider. Perfect. We'll come up here and we're going to duplicate the sign up definition because it's going to be the same, but change this to say sign in. Then we'll go to our login or sign in screen and we'll write the logic to allow ourselves to actually sign in using this. Let me open the simulator back here. Now we wrote a lot of this logic already for the sign up. So we're going to go pretty fast on this one. First of all, we need to keep track of the information typed on the inputs. So as you might know, we need to come here to the sign up. We're going to copy this 3 states, the same states, right? Because on the login, there's also a email and a password, and it is loading. Now we're going to add all missing imports. We're going to save it, and now we're fine. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to update our fields, our text inputs, to have the value and on change according to what it is, so that it actually updates the state for its value. So we're going to change this, and we're going to change the one for password as well. We're going to copy this, come here to password, and update this. Perfect. Now, finally, we're going to come here to signup. And we're going to copy the handle signup function, come here to login, and we're going to create the same function, but as you might know, it might be called handle login. Let's import all the necessary imports. And this one is a bit different because we don't get that from an import. We actually get that from the use auth hook that we created. Now we import the sign in function, and we'll replace this with the sign in function. After signing in, we don't want to go to the onboarding because that's not sign up. We want to go to the tabs. So we are navigated to the tabs, which is going to be where we're going to keep the main part of our app. Perfect. Now let's just change a bit of this, because there shouldn't be any, other than just checking to see if you typed something, there shouldn't be much validation on the sign in. It's different from sign up. Now this also should say fail to sign in, and the rest should be good to go. Now we just copy the handle login. We go to our sign in button. We add an on press, and when pressed, we click the handle login. Now, we also want to handle the is loading like we did on the signup, right? So there is a loading state. I'm going to replace the text inside of here with the following logic. It's going to check to see if the data is loading. And if it is, it's going to show that activity indicator, which is a spinner, while that's happening. Exactly what we did on the signup. Now, if I go ahead and I try to log in with that account, test@gmail.com, and then put the password 123, and I click sign in, we should see that there's an error. It says failed to sign in. Now we got an API error back here. And if you want, you can actually tell the user that they put the wrong credentials, right? We just give a more generic error by just saying this, but you could give a more specific one. Now I actually don't know why it says that we have a wrong password. Let me just put it again. I might have misspelled it, and it seems like I did. So you see, signing in works, and error validation works as well. It checks to see if you put the correct password. And now we're ready to build the core part of the app. Now, to get things started, I'm going to close all of the login authentication stuff for now. And I want to go to the app, and I go to tabs, and we're going to restructure how we create this tabs. So there's not going to be an about screen. That's the first thing. We're going to remove that. That means that we have to come here and remove that as being part of it. I'll address the fact that when refreshing the screen, it took us back to the auth screen for a second. But we're going to remove that, and we're going to change how the tabs look over here. Why? Because we want to use what is known as native tabs. Native tabs allows us to utilize the latest version of tabs in whatever OS you are using. So for example, if you are in iOS and it is version 26, like we talked about, it is going to use that really cool liquid glass tab system. Now, this is a new thing. So again, you have to be in the version SDK 55, and you have to be using a simulator or a phone with this version, but it is a really cool thing that Expo provides. And I'm going to show you guys how to implement that. But before we get there, let's deal with the fact that when you get into the app, it needs to remember that you're logged in, right? I closed the authentication stuff, but I forgot that we actually had to handle that. Well, to do that, we're going to get started here with the context that we created. And I want to create an actual function here that is going to always check for an existing section. So it's going to be called the check session function, and it's going to be an async function that runs the following. First, it tries to get a session from Supabase. So we've done this before with the get user, but in this case, we're going to be using another function which gets a session instead of a user. So I'm going to do here try and catch, and then we're going to catch any errors. Now on the try, we're going to get the session from supabase.auth.get session to see if there is a session that is logged in. To get the session, we're going to look for the data object and then get the session inside of it. Then we want to do the following. I'm going to copy and paste here the logic since it is the same that we had before. We're going to check to see if the session exists. If it does, we're going to make a call for our fetch user profile function to get the profile, and then update the user function to have that profile. If not, we know that the user is not logged in, so we'll set it to no. Now, what even is the point of this function, right? Because we already do that when we log in. This function should run when we open the app. So it's not a function that checks for the user's existence and their profile after they sign in or sign up. It's actually something that runs automatically when the user opens the app. So we're going to call this inside of a use effect, which is obviously a function, a hook that will run when the component mounts. So we're going to call this check session. That's why we made it into a separate function, because it had to be async, and the use effect doesn't allow async callback functions. And inside of here, we're just going to add a easy error handling here, where we're just going to write a console.error and a set user to null as well, if there's any issues with checking the session. Now, what this means is that if the session is valid, then we are going to know that, right? And the user is going to actually be filled in. Now, you might be wondering, why doesn't we get redirected to the tabs then? Because the user now should be not null because we call this function on the use effect. Well, we are nowhere in our project. We are handling which screens should be accessible if the user is logged in and which ones should not be accessible if the user is logged in. So if we think about it, I'm going to go here to our main layout, our root layout. We have this logic here, remember, that we set up in the beginning as a test, but this logic doesn't make sense anymore because this logic assumed that isauth is false. Now, what happens is this, whatever logic we put here inside of this use effect is going to run always because it's in the root layout. Now, we didn't have information about whether the user was authenticated or not previously, but now we do. So what I want to do is I'm going to call the useauth now, useauth hook, and we're going to get back the information about the user. Now, this now says that we can't call useauth because it must be inside of a provider, which makes total sense. Because if you look over here, we are outside of the provider. The provider is actually being passed by the root layout. So the easiest ways for us to handle this is to actually create a component, which is going to be a route guard. We're going to call it here a export. Or actually, we don't need to export it. I'll just call it a route guard. And this component, it is going to be the one that actually handles all of this stuff. So we return this. Now, when we call it, it is going to now be inside of the provider. Thus, whatever logic we write over here is going to have access to the useauth hook. So it's an easy way for us to bypass that error. Now, it might get in a weird state, as you can see, so I'll just refresh it and it should show me back the app. Now, what I want to do with the user is I want to check to see if the user exists. Why? Because if the user exists, then isauth is true. So basically, we don't need to use the same name, isauth, but it's the same idea, right? If user is not true, we should be taken to the login screen, but if not, we should be taken to tabs. But there's an issue with this logic and I don't want to run it. The issue is that we want to run this whenever the user changes, right? Now, the problem with that is that if the user is not logged in and we get redirected to the login, it might try to redirect us to the login multiple times, which is not ideal. So we have to use what is known as segments to detect where we are in the screen. So where we are in the app, so that we only interact with our screen navigation if we are at certain parts of the screen. So to do this, we have to utilize what is known as segments in Expo router. Now, segments is simply one part of our current path split by a slash. So if we think about it, if our path here is auth/login, the route is made out of the following segments: the auth and the login. Now, those are the segments for this route over here. Now, why is that important? Because there is a hook that we can use to get those segments. It's going to be called the use segments hook. Now, when we're building our navigation guard, using segments is really, really useful because it kind of lets us answer the question of which section of our app is the user currently in. Now, we can create here booleans that will let us know. For example, if I want to know if the user is currently in the auth part of the app, so if the user is in the auth group, I can just check to see if the segments, and then just get the first part, because if you remember, I said that the segments is an array which splits both of these, right? I just need to know if they are in this, the first part of the segment list, because if they are if the first part of the segment list is auth, then I know they're in one of the screens related to authentication. Now, I can do the same thing with if they are in the tabs, which is the main part of the app, because I can just replace this with tabs. This will allow us to navigate the user depending on which part of the app they are. So for example, in our use effect over here, we are going to run it also whenever the segment changes, because that should be a dependency. Also, we should put a router, because we should put all of the actual API dependencies that are used in the use effect. But we're putting segments here. And then what we do is, if there is no users, we want to redirect them to the login only if they are not already in one of the authentication screens, so that we don't have infinite redirects. We need to make sure that we only do that, right? If you're already in the login screen, then this would redirect you back to the login screen again, because that's just how it was written before. But now we check to see if the user is not in the auth group, and only redirect them if that's the case. Now, in the else case over here, we basically want to check to see if the user is not in the tabs group. So the same thing. So if not in tabs group, then redirect, so that we, again, prevent that infinite redirect issue that I've just talked about. Now, with this in mind, you saw that I am already in the tabs. So if I close the app, come here, open the app, I'm not gonna see the login screen anymore, because it is going to redirect me. Now, for a brief second, it does show me the login screen. Now, the reason for that is because for a brief second, we are checking for authentication, and obviously it's not instant. There is the network connection between me and Supabase. There's a bit of a delay. Now, the way we can address this is by utilizing or creating a loading screen. Now, this is something that you can do yourself. I'm not gonna do that just because it doesn't really impact the app that much. And I want to leave it as part of one of the exercises for this video, which I always do in my videos. It's simple. You create an is loading, like we did multiple times already. You keep track of it in this app and this logic over here. And then you create a screen that is going to be just for loading. Now you show whatever loading state you want to show, but that's what I recommend you doing. Now we are ready to build the app. So let's go back over here and let's set up the native tabs. Now, for us to change the tab system that we have over here to use native tabs, which in iOS, again, is going to be liquid glass, it's not that hard. With Expo Router, we can utilize a package that is part of it called unstable native tabs. Now, it is unstable because it's not 100% out yet. However, I already use it in one of my apps, and I don't see any issues with it. It's actually how we're going to set up tabs from now on if we want to get the native feel that I'm talking about. Now, to use native tabs, we're going to remove this kind of options that we put here where we change the tint, because we don't want that anymore. And we're going to replace the overall component at the top with native tabs. Now, inside of this, we also have to switch the definition of each of the screens with native tabs. Now, for native tabs, we don't have to set up a screen. We do, but we call it a trigger. And over here, we also change this to call it a trigger. Now, to actually use one of the icons, the way we do this is not the way that we are doing it right now. Instead, we're going to replace this logic with a wrapper component, and I'm going to add a native tab dot trigger dot label and write the name of this native tab. So previously we put that directly over here, but I'm going to add it now inside of here. And then similarly, if I want to add an icon, I'm going to select a component called native tabs dot trigger dot icon, and then add whatever icon I added over here. Now, previously I was adding the home, so I'm going to add the home icon. I'm going to put SF, which allows us to use a SF symbol, and I'm going to use the house symbol. Now, we can delete all of this that we had here, not the name, the options. And now that tab should be good to go. Now I'm just gonna copy this and double it to build the profile one. I'll replace this, I'll replace this, but then make this be capitalized. And then I'll just replace the icon over here. Now I can delete all of this. And as you can see, we should have the correct tab, but it is actually taking a little bit. So I'm going to reload this, because when we make changes to the app like this, it might might have some issues, but as you can see, we get that beautiful liquid glass tab navigation at the bottom. So this is something really cool that I recommend you using if you are using the latest version of Expo and you want to build for whatever new iOS or whatever Android system is coming up. You need to stay up to date, and also the App Store likes when you create apps that utilize its newest features and newest versions. So highly recommend using this, and Expo made it super simple for us to implement liquid glass. Now let's get started. The first thing I want to do is we're going to go to the index and we're going to remove all of this stuff from here. We don't need any of this anymore. Now that means I'm going to remove this, remove the link, and all of this stuff. I'll keep text because we're probably going to use it, and I'm probably going to remove this as well. Now, to get started, I want to change this from a normal view to be a safe area view, which we've talked about what it does before. It prevents us from obviously putting things that are putting items on the edges of your mobile phone. Now, the style is going to be the container style. So I'm going to add the CSS for that later, but also we want to set the edges to be at the top, the bottom, and I'll just put bottom here and then the top. Perfect. Now, what I want to do is I want to render a list. The list is going to contain all of the posts that exist on the current date, right? So the way this app works, you might know, is that it shows for 24 hours, every person can add one post, and it will have an image and it will have a text, and then you can see all of your friends' posts as you can scroll down over here. Now, the way we're going to make it is going to be kind of like Instagram, where everyone is going to be able to see each other's posts, but to get that actual list of posts, we're going to actually need a functionality where we can add a post. So how do we do that? Well, the way we do that is by creating a button that is going to, when clicked, show up a prompt for us to be able to create a new post. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to add a touchable opacity, which again is just a way for us to create a button. And this is going to have a text that will just have a plus button. Now we're going to style this by adding a style here. We're going to call this fab, which is going to be basically a button that is a circle that stays over here, which you can see at all times to very easily add a new post. Now we're going to call this styles.fab. And also for this text over here, we're going to call it styles.fab text. Perfect. Now I'm just going to quickly here add the styles for this, just so that we can have that, because we're going to take a while to build the different parts of this screen. But what we want to do is first we want to position this button and create its size. So I'm going to set the position to be absolute, and I want to put it on the bottom right. Now, right now it looks like it's too below, so we can play around with it, but it's fine as it is. Now we want to set a border radius and center the items and also make the button black. Yeah, it's definitely too at the bottom. Finally, I want to add some shadow and elevation to it so it has a nicer look to it. What we can do is we can set a height, as you can see over here. No, not the height, the bottom to be bigger. We can make it be 200, for example, and then we wouldn't have this issue. But I'm going to make it less. I'm going to make it be maybe 104. Yeah, that should be good to go. And then for the text, inside of it, the plus sign, we want to add the following styles. We want to make it be a plus sign that has a white color. We increase the font weight, and the line height. And now we have this beautiful button that when I click, it does whatever I want. Now, what do we want to do when we click on this button? Well, we want to ask the user, what do they want to do? Do they want to take a picture or choose an image? Now, we've done this before. So all of this logic, it already exists. On the onboarding, we did exactly that. We created this show image picker, which showed this behavior here to upload your profile image. So all I want to do is just copy that image or that function, put it here, update the imports, and when I press on this button, it is going to call that exact function. Now, we also need to put the take photo and pick image functions like we had on onboarding. So I'm going to copy them as well. And obviously, they're going to have different behaviors, but they're going to be pretty much the same. So I'm going to copy this, I'm going to put it up here and update the image picker. Maybe it's a manual import that we have to do, which I think it is. So I'm going to copy that, paste it here, and we should be good to go. Now, the only errors are the states errors that we don't have, and we'll just comment that out. Now, when I click on this, as you can see, it appears and I can choose the options. Now, what do we want to do when we pick an image or take a photo? Well, we kind of want to show a preview of how the image is going to look as a post. On top of that, on that preview, we want to show a input so the user can write the description for that post, right? Now, the way we're going to do that is by utilizing what is known as a modal. Now, to even get a modal to show up, we need to create a state that is going to keep track of whether or not we are showing that modal. So are we showing that preview of our post? So up here, we're going to create a state that is going to be called show preview and set show preview. And this will be a use state, which is going to be a Boolean, which starts out as false and should show our modal when it is true. Now, the other thing we want to keep track of in this pick image and take photo is the photo. So we're going to keep track of the photo by creating a state up here called preview image. It's a string because it's the URI like we did on the profile image, and we're going to use it to set the image equal to that. So we're going to remove this over here and just replace it with set preview image. Do the same thing over here and say set preview image. Now we also want to set the show preview to be true when we choose an image. We're going to do the same thing over here, set preview image and set it to true. Perfect. Now, this is an error because it shouldn't be set preview, it should be set show preview. Perfect. Now, how do we create the modal, right? If I choose an image over here, what happens? Like, right now, it literally doesn't do anything. I just choose and nothing happens. I just set the state, but nothing shows. Now, there are a couple ways for us to create a modal in our app. Now, there's two main ones, right? Which is using the React Native modal component, which is from the React Native API, which is actually the one we're going to be using in this project, or by setting up an modal solution using Expo router. Now, React Native's built-in modal component is used, we're going to use it because this modal is simple and we're not going to put a lot of stuff there that would require us to make our own modal component. So that's why we're going to use React Native modal. But Expo's modal solution, which is basically you create a full screen using the default navigation file-based system, is more designed for like full screen navigation modals that integrates everything from navigation stack support to like gestures like swiping if you're using a modal for something like Tinder, or even if you're working with like multi-step forms or stuff like that. So it's for a little bit more complicated stuff. I recommend using the Expo navigation modal when you need to have like a back button for support or anything that involves like stack-based navigations, more complicated things than what we're doing here. So in a lot of situations, you're going to use Expo for modals, but for a simple thing like this, you're going to use the React Native modal like we are using. Now, the React Native modal allows us to do the following. In this modal, we can pass a visible property here, which is a true or false statement that determines if we show the modal or not. I'm going to set it to true while we build it, just so it always shows. We can also set it to be transparent, which is what I want to do because I don't want it to have a background. And we can set an animation type to be fade, so it fades in. Then on this model, I want to set a view that represents the model so that we can actually see something. Now in this view, we're going to put another view, which is going to be the content of the modal. Then I'm going to add a text here that should show the title of the modal. I'm going to say preview your post before you post it, right? So preview your post. Now it's right at the top over here, but we're going to build this to actually have some style. So don't worry about how it looks for now. Then if there is a preview image, I want to put it right below this. So we're going to check for the preview image. If there is one, we want to use the image component from Expo image, and we're going to pass in here a source, which is going to have an URI. We're going to change this to say preview image, and then the content fit is going to be cover. Perfect. Now we haven't selected an image, so there isn't going to be anything, but when we do, it's going to show the image. Then we want to have a text input for the description. Now we don't have a way for us to keep track of the description. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to create a state for that. I'm going to copy the previous state here and I'm going to make it into a string, but it can't be null. It's just a string that starts out as empty. And we're going to call this the description. And we're going to change this to say set description. We're going to save this. Then we're going to come back here to the modal and we're going to add a text input that is going to represent the input that we're going to use when writing the description for the new post. So I'm going to copy and paste this over here. We're going to import the text input. And as you can see, we are using this state already to keep track of what the user is typing. I also set a couple new things, which is we allowed it to be multi-line, so it acts more of like a text area in a sense, because you can write a bigger description than just a single word or two. And I set the max length to be 500 so that we don't let people put like whole books in this in this field. Perfect. Now I want to add what is known as the action buttons on this modal. So what this is going to be is a view that is going to contain two buttons, a cancel and a kind of like post button. Now the cancel button is going to be touchable opacity. We're going to put a text in it and it's going to say cancel. Then the other button is going to be the same, but it's going to say post. Now, before we write any logic here, let's add some style, because right now you guys are just seeing all of this on the top left and maybe it's not even demonstrating what we're actually doing. So it's time for us to add some styles. Now to do that, we're going to come here to our style sheet and I'm going to copy and paste here the names of the styles we're going to add for simplicity reasons. So we're going to add the following styles. We're going to add the styles in a second, but what we need to do is we need to come up here and add each style to the individual elements. So for example, for the view here, we're going to add the style for the modal container. So we're just going to paste here this style. For this one, we're going to add one called modal content. This one is the title. So we're going to make it into the modal title. The image is going to have a style of preview image. And the text input over here is going to have a style of description input. Then here we're going to add the modals or modal buttons, and each of those are going to get a style for a modal button. I'm going to copy this and then just add it here as well. Then on the text, we're just going to put a style for actually each of them are going to be different. This is going to be the cancel button text, and this one is going to be the post button text. But I guess the button here, we also want to add multiple styles. We're going to add one style that is unique for each button, but also one style that is the same for both of them. Now, the way you add multiple styles to one element is by passing an array. So I'll pass the modal button for both of them, but I'm also going to pass the individual button class for each of them. So I'm going to copy this, replace this, then change this to say post button. Now let's add the actual styles so you guys can get an idea of what we're doing. So to get things started, the modal container. In here, we want to add a flex of 1 to fill up the entire screen. We're going to set a background color to be black, but with 0.8 opacity, so it's not 100%, so it's kind of transparent. And then we're going to center all the items right at the middle. So you saw that it takes up the entire screen and it looks like it's overlooking everything. Then we set a padding of 24, you can adjust this. You can make it be 0 if you want to, but I like the padding as it is. I think it looks fine. Then we want to add some styles to the modal content. Now for the modal content, I want it to look a bit different. I'm going to start by setting a background color of white so that there's a clear distinction between the background of the modal and the content inside of it. We're also setting a border radius with some padding, so there's some space. We're setting to have the entire width, and the padding of the 24 that we put now affects this content. Then we want to set the title. Now for the title, I want to set a font size and a font weight to be bold, and I'm setting some space between the top and the bottom. Then for the description, I'm going to skip the image for a second because there's no image to see there. We're going to add the following states. It's going to make it a lot bigger. We can still type on it. And by making a multi-line like we did before, as you can see, I can just keep adding more lines and it looks totally fine. Perfect. Now for the modal buttons, we want to add a direction of row so that the buttons are not stacked one above each other, but rather they're next to each other. As you can see, we also put a gap of 12 between them so that they're not cluttered together. For the modal button, it's basically the class that represents both buttons. We added a flex of 1 and a padding of 16. So we just made it a little bit bigger, but then each button will have a different background color. The cancel button is going to have this color, which is gray, and then the post button should have a darker color, so it should be 000, right? So it's black, so it's a post color. Same thing happens with the text. the cancel button text, we're going to add the following. We're going to add a color of black because the background is gray, and we set the following states. And then for the post button, it's the same, but this should be actually white. So FFF, and now we have both of them. Perfect. All of a sudden, we have a beautiful post, a beautiful modal that shows the ability for us to preview our post. But all we have to do now is be able to see the image that we are selecting. Now, the logic for all of that already works, right? The only issue is that we're showing the modal at all times, even with us not actually uploading an image. So I'm going to switch this to say show preview. So it should only show when the preview is on. So let's select an image over here. I'm going to select this one, choose, and it doesn't show there. So there's an issue with how we are setting our preview image. Let's see if we're setting it properly up here. Oh, it seems like it didn't work, not because we made any mistakes, but because we forgot to add the styling for the preview image, because I told you guys I was gonna wait a bit. So the idea here for the preview image is obviously we want to set the width to be the full width of this element. So I'm going to put it to be 100%. And you see that after this, we're going to put a aspect ratio, because then we don't need to put a height. We're going to put an aspect ratio of 1. And now we can see an image. Now, that's not the image you guys saw. It's because while I was during the cut, I actually tested another image and then I realized, but you can see whatever image you picked is going to work. We're also setting a border radius of 12, and I want to have a margin from the bottom because it's still cluttered with the description. I'm going to set that to be 16. Perfect. Now we can preview our post to be able to post it. Now, posting and canceling doesn't work right now, so let's make that happen. Canceling should be easier because all that canceling really is being able to set the state for show preview to false, right? Then I'm also going to reset the preview image to be null. So if you picked an image, when you click cancel, it's going to reset that. And I'm also resetting the description. Actually, in fact, every time we clicked pick image, it's going to reset the description. So I'm going to reset the description here and reset the description here. Also, I'm deleting this console log that I just added off screen to test the image. But you see now if I click cancel, it does cancel it, and then I can choose another image, and might take a bit just to load because I already told you the simulator, this is how it is. Pick this image, choose, and we should see it appearing over here. Perfect. Now, how do we post this image? Well, in order to post this image, we first need to have this a place for us to post this image in. So we're gonna do a bunch of Supabase now, but because we already did a lot of Supabase for creating the table and setting up the storage, it should now be a lot easier. So to start things off, let's add a new table, and then we're gonna add a table called posts. Now for the data types, we're gonna keep the ID, but we're going to change it to say UUID, which is again the same thing we had before. Keep it as primary, leave the generation. Then we're going to create a column that is going to be called the user ID. Now this column is going to reference another column, right? The user ID column from the authentication part of the Supabase project. So to do that, we're going to set this to be a foreign key. So I'm going to add a foreign key relationship here. I'm going to set this to be a relationship with not the public schema, but the auth schema, and then a relationship with the users table in the auth schema. So I'm going to set that relationship and then assign this new field that we have called user ID with the ID of the user in that table. Now, what that means is that I have to specify a user ID that has created a post whenever I try to add a new row to this table. I can also add actions that are referenced if the row is either updated or removed. Now, we're not doing anything for updated, but for removed, we're going to set it to cascade. What this means is that, as you can see over here, deleting a user from our authentication table will also delete any records that reference it in this table. So that's great for us because if a user deletes their account, we don't want them to still have posts, right? We want to delete all the posts associated to that. So that's actually a super easy way for us to do that in a SQL table. Now, the next thing is we're going to click add column, and we're going to add a field for whether or not a post has expired. So this is actually a very important one because if you remember, the whole point of this project is not just a normal social media where you can post an image and a text. This one, it only lasts 24 hours. So we're going to have to write some logic there to handle that. And the expires at field is a timestamp. So I'm going to put here timestamp. And when we set it, it's null. But we want to remove this ability to be nullable. So when we create it, we want to set a value. You have to add an expires at, which is going to be 24 hours in the future. That's a very easy logic for us to set up. Then we want to add a Boolean called is active for us to easily know if it's active. Now, we can also know through the timestamp, but this is going to be handy in some situations. You'll see why. I'm going to get here the bool, and it's going to be true by default. When you add a post, it's going to be active by default. Finally, we want to have the description associated with the post. So what this means is we're going to have a text that is the description, and it could be null. You don't have to add a description, to be honest. That's the way I want to set this up. It's optional, but you could add it if you want to. Now, I said this was all, but I obviously forgot the most important one, which is the URL of the image that we are uploading. So we're going to create an image URL over here, set it to have a type of text, and the rest should be good to go. Now, the image URL actually is not nullable, so I'll remove that as an option. And now we are pretty much set. Now we're going to click save, and it's going to create this table. Now, the next thing we want to do is add the RLS policies. Like I said, we did this before with the SQL editor over here. So I'm going to create a new table over here, and we're going to create a SQL for creating these policies. Now, here are all of the policies that we're going to add for this table. We're going to add one for creating the post. You can only create your own posts. It's simple. It checks for the auth ID and the ID of the user creating the post. And obviously, it only allows you if you are creating a post for yourself. Same thing for deleting and updating a post. We're not really going to have any functionality for deleting. I mean, kinda. We're going to allow the update to happen, so it's not really a delete, but we want to add that no matter what. Now, viewing. We want to allow people to view their own posts and also view active posts if they are authenticated. Don't see old posts if they aren't from yourself. And also, we can allow it to be active as long as it is not expired. That's the important logic here. I'm going to run all of this, and it says success, so no rows returned, meaning that if everything worked, our posts should have 6 RLS policies. Great. Now we have to set up the infrastructure on our storage to allow for posts to be posted. Now it's the same thing as profiles, right? Exactly the same thing. So I'm going to click here, new bucket, and we're going to create a posts bucket. We're going to make it public, and we're going to click on create. Now we want to add some policies to that. I'm going to come here to the policies, and you see we have all the policies for profiles, but we have none for posts. Now for posts, I'm going to click here on new policy. We're going to click on from scratch. I'm going to call this policy basically everyone can read the posts, because that's the whole point of posting. It's a social media. And this means that selecting is allowed for everyone. So I'm going to click on review and save the policy. Then I'm going to add a new policy for full customization. And this one is going to be for deleting a post. So deleting an image. And I'm going to add that, choose the delete operation. And also we're going to choose the target row to be authenticated. Now the logic we want to write here might seem a bit complicated, but I wouldn't worry too much about it. What we're doing is we're checking to see if the bucket is posts, which it is, right? And then we're checking to see if this is the correct folder, and we are checking to see if the ID of the correct folder matches the ID of the user authenticated. Now, when we create the different posts, we're going to create them in folders, right? And we're going to add the user ID as part of those folder names to make it easy for us to check the authentication state. I'm going to review, save it, perfect. And then new policy, full customization. We're going to do the same thing, but for uploading. So I'm going to click on insert. We're going to add this to authenticated, and then add the exact same logic here for the policy definition. Review, save policy. Perfect. Now we're pretty much good to go to continue writing our code. So I'm going to open up here our simulator, and we have to write a function that is going to be called when the user touches the post button. I'm going to add here on press, and when pressed, it's going to call a handle post function. Now, handle post is going to be a function that will require us to do a lot of work still, because to post, it's going to require us to have some functionality that connects to Supabase and handles all of that. But that's okay. I'm going to create here an async function called it handle post. And the first thing we want to check is to see if the user has put any preview images. So if they didn't upload an image and they're calling this function, then what are they doing? Like, you can't make a post without an image. Then the next thing is, as always, try and catch so that we can handle any errors. Now, on the error side, we're going to write here a console.error and an alert message Now, we don't want to, actually, I don't want to put the error message here. I'm just going to put a failed to create post because we'll just put the error message here in case we need it. Then on the try here, I want to call a function we're going to create, which is going to actually allow us to create a post. Now, when we create a post, we want to have a place that is going to handle everything related to posts. Similar to what we did with authentication, where we had a place here, a context that kept track of everything related to auth, from signing up, signing in, updating, and just the information about the user. We want to do the same thing with posts. But we don't really need a provider because the only place in our app that we're going to need to access this information about posts is going to be this screen over here, the index screen. So a provider matters because we want to access that information in multiple components, but on this one, we only want to access in one. So instead of making a whole provider for this, we're going to make a new folder in our source over here, and we're going to call this hooks because we're going to make a hook, a custom hook that is going to keep track of information about posts. We're going to call it use posts. Now in this use posts, what I want to do is I want to export a function called use posts. And this function is going to have everything from keeping track of the posts that it should display to uploading and deleting a post. Now, for uploading a post, we're going to return here a function called create posts that we didn't create. So let's create it. I'm going to create here create post. It's going to be an async function. And this function should require us to pass in two things. The first one is the URI of the image we're trying to upload and the description for the post we're trying to create. Now, when we pass this, we can now get I'm going to open this up since for a while we're not going to see the simulator. We want to first check to see if the user is authenticated because only authenticated users can create a post. Now to do that, we need to get the information about the user. So I'm going to import here the useauth and call the user. Then what I want to do is I want to validate to see if the user is authenticated, and if not, we'll throw an error. And then I want to write a try and catch. Now on the try side over here, we need to do two things. First, we want to upload the image to our storage. Now, the way we do this is similar to what we did in our auth context over here, where when we were creating or signing up, right, and we updated the user, we called the storage functionality, right? So let me go to sign up. Actually, it's not here. It's in the sign up component here. No, actually it's in the onboarding, sorry. And then in here, if you remember, we had this whole logic for calling the upload profile image, right? We want to do something like this. I'm going to copy this, come here, and then I want to create this, but create a variable of this, and then call this the image URL. Now the function we want to call is not the upload profile image. Instead, we want to create a similar function to that one in our lib storage file. I'll copy all of this, and I'm going to create a function called upload post image. So I'll replace this with post. Now it is still going to require a user ID and an image URI, but the main difference here is where we're going to store this, right? So we could actually turn it into the same function and then maybe write some conditions, but I'll just keep them separated for the sake of it. We just want to replace this with posts and then replace this with posts as well. Also, don't forget to change the error message over here. Now, we can get that function over here, change this to say upload post image, and then import this from Supabase storage. Now in here, we want to pass in the image URI instead, and we should be good to go. Now the next thing I want to do is when we're creating a post, we want to calculate how long it's going to take for that post to expire, because that's one of the fields that we need to add when creating a post, right? So the way we calculate this is simple. We get the current moment, right? So the current date, and we calculate the expires at by getting the current date, creating a new date out of it. We're going to get the current time and then just multiply that or add 24 hours to it. But 24 hours, this time is in milliseconds. So 24 hours here doesn't really make sense because 24 doesn't mean 24 hours. It means 24 milliseconds, which doesn't correlate to 24 hours on top of this. So to convert this into milliseconds, we do 24 hours times 60 for minutes, then 60 for seconds, and then 1,000 for milliseconds. Now this all is for us to calculate expiration time. Now below this, what we want to do is we want to create the post in our database. So I'm going to get here any errors that might happen from this operation, and I'm going to await Supabase dot from, and I'm going to check, first I'm going to upload to the posts table and add the insert function. The insert function is meant to add stuff to a table. Then what do we want to insert? Well, I want to insert a post. And a post requires us to have a user ID, which is just going to be the ID of the user logged in, an image URL, which is going to be the image URL that we get back from uploading the image to the storage bucket, then a description, which again, it is something that is optional. So what we're going to do is we're going to check to see if the description is valid. If not, we'll just default it to null. Then I want to get the expires at, but we didn't name it like this in the table, so we're going to have to name it exactly how we named it in the table. So it expires at. And what we're going to do is we're going to get this calculation that we did here, and we want to convert it into a string. To convert a timestamp into a string, we're going to use the toIsoString function. And finally, we're going to add the isActive and set it to true. Perfect. Then after this, we want to select and get a single result in case we want to do anything with this new post that we created. Perfect. Now, what do we want to do? Well, we uploaded the post, we get the error. I want to throw it. Or not throw, yeah, I want to just console log it and then throw it. In case there's an issue, we're going to handle it when we call this function. Now, we also want to throw an error in the catch over here. So anything that is thrown from, for example, the upload post image or Supabase. Actually, the Supabase one, I'll get it over here, but this one we should get on this catch over here. Perfect. Now, let's call that hook. So in the index over here, we're going to call the, what's the name of it? It's going to be the use posts, and we're going to get back over here the create post function. Now we're going to replace whatever logic we had here, which wasn't any, and we're going to await the create post, pass in the preview image and the description. After creating a post, we want to set the preview image to null, set the description to an empty string, and then also set the show preview to be false. Perfect. Now we restarted everything and we should be good to go. Now let's test to see if this is working. I'm gonna open up the simulator again and pull back this. Now there's no items on this table, as you can see. And if I go back here and I click create, we'll choose photo library. Then I'm gonna upload a random image from here. I'll upload this one. Choose, I'm gonna add here, look at this plant, and then I'm gonna click on post. If everything works, it should clear out and we should have uploaded the post. Now there was no loading state, we could add that, but let's just check to see if everything worked. I'm gonna refresh this. You see that it did work. We did get everything here, as you can see, all of the fields. If we go here to storage, we should also see that there is an image on posts, and it is the image that we have uploaded. Perfect. So it seems like uploading a post is working. Now let's just quickly add the loading state for this uploading section over here. The way we're going to do this is we're going to come here to where we defined our states. We're going to add a is uploading. Then we're going to add a section where we basically check to see what the state of uploading is, and we set it to true when before we try to create a post, and then finally after creating a post, we're going to set it to false, just like that. Now, obviously, creating a post isn't showing the post in our screen because we haven't written that logic yet. But that's the next thing we're going to do. We're going to show every single post in the screen that is active currently. And obviously, that's going to, in the beginning, only be one post. But I'm going to show you guys how to add a bunch of fake posts so that we can test how this app would look like with multiple users. So super hyped for that. Stay tuned. Okay, everyone. Now that we want to display the posts, we want to come down here to above where we have the button for creating a new post. And I want to render all of the posts as a list. Now, lists in React Native is a bit different from React. If you're familiar with React, you don't just like map through items and display them in your screen. That is bad for performance and it's just not how it works. So you need to use a list solution. Now there's a bunch of them and I'm going to go over them. But before we even render that list, we need to have the data to render that list. So what I want to do is I want to come to the hook that we have for posts, and I want to write some logic here that will allow us to keep track of the posts we want to display. So to do that, I want to start by creating a hook that is going to represent what a post is. So I'm going to create here a posts list with a setPosts function, and this is going to be a useState. Now this useState is going to be a list. Now a list of what? Well, a list of posts. But what is a post? Well, a post is going to have the following shape. I'm going to create here the interface. It's going to be an ID, which is a string, a user ID associated with the post, an image URL, a description, a created at field, an expires at field, if the post is active, and also the profile associated with the user. Now, this last part over here is a bit different because we're going to have to manually add that. We don't get that directly from the table that easily. Now, what is that profile type that we're going to put over here? Now, this type we're going to create over here. It represents what a user is in the sense of a post. So it is a user with an ID, a name, a username, and a profile image. Because for every post that appears here, we're going to show the user who posted. We're going to show their name, their username, and their profile image. Now we are ready to start filling up this data by using Supabase. So right off the bat, we want to load all of the posts that should be displayed. To do that, we're going to need to call a function called load posts. We don't have that function yet, but we're going to create it down here. Let me just add also a dependency array over here, and we'll create this load posts function. It's going to be an async function that should first check to see if the user is valid. So if the user is valid, but we're not going to throw an error in this case, because if the user is not authenticated, we don't need to throw an issue. It's not as bad as trying to create a post. And then right off the bat, I want to already start setting up the loading state for this. So we'll create a state called isLoading, and we're going to start by setting isLoading to true. So while we're loading, we're going to show a loading spinner. You're going to see that. And we're going to try, catch, and finally. So I'm going to put here finally. Now on the finally, obviously we're going to set isLoading to false. But what do we do in the catch, and what do we do on the try? On the catch, I'll just quickly put a console.error just so we have an idea of what happened in case there's an issue. Now the try is a bit more difficult because in the try, we want to try to fetch all active posts from all users. So the table here is going to contain posts, like both posts that are active and also the ones that were posted in previous days that aren't active anymore. So we have to keep track of both of them and only get the ones that are active. To do that, we're going to await Supabase.from and then get from the posts table. We're going to select everything related to the posts. So we'll put an asterisk. Then we want to only select the posts in which is active is true. So we're going to put here is active is equal to true. So this EQ here means equal. Then we also want to make sure that the expires at time for that post is GT, which stands for greater than. So the expires at field is greater than right now, meaning that the post is not expired. Now I need to convert this into a string. So I'll put to isostring in the date. And finally, I want to order the results. So it shows the latest posts. So to order it, I can use the order function from Supabase and order it based on the created at field and set the order to be not ascending. So I'll set ascending to false, which means it will be descending. Now in the beginning, we're only going to have one post. But when we have more, that's going to matter more. Now we want to get the result of this, both the post data and the error. So I'm going to get the data and the error. I'm also changing the name of them just because we don't want to confuse the names error and data. We have multiple errors here. I'll just change it for this one. And what do we want to do? First, let's handle the error. In case there's an error loading the data, we do want to console error it, but also we want to throw it just because it might be a big issue. So we want to know what happens. Then we want to check to see if the post data is not valid, maybe it's null, or its length. So you returned an array, but the length of it is equal to 0. If that's the case, then I'm going to set posts to be an empty array and I'm going to return. Then I want to set up the structure for the result that we need. So we currently have all of this, right? We have an array with all of this, but we don't have this, which is the profile. So what we need instead is we need to get the profile information for all users. So one thing we can do to actually get that profile information is when we fetch for the posts here, we can actually tell it to include profiles based on the connection between both tables. Now let's see how this looks right now, I'm going to console.log the data. So I'm going to console log the posts data to see if we are getting that. Now you see we are getting that. We can log here. We're getting the list of one post because there's only one post. I'm going to clear that up, but it doesn't include information about the, let me just close it, come back, refresh it. And I'm going to close this. Let me do that, clear that up. Let's see the console log. So it doesn't include the profile information that we need. So what I want to do is I want to add the following to this select statement. I'm going to add a comma, and then I'm going to change this to be an asterisk. This allows me to add more complex statements to my Supabase query. Then below this, I'm going to add some space, and I'm going to query for the profiles table, pass in the ID, the name and the username and the profile image URL that I want. Now this gives us an error. It basically means that we could not find a relationship between posts and profiles. Oh, okay, that makes sense. It's because we might have connected posts to the auth user instead of to the correct one, which should be the profiles table. Yeah, that's exactly it. So I'm going to edit this table and I'm going to edit the profile relationship, the foreign key relationship. Instead of being for the auth users table, we're going to connect it to the profiles table and assign the user ID to the ID field. We're going to apply cascade here like we did previously, and I'm going to click save. Hopefully this is going to be allowed. And now if I try again, right, I'm going to save this. Hopefully an error is not there. Let me clear this up. Maybe I need to kill this again. Open it, clear this up. Let's see. And yes, so it seems to have worked. We get information about the profile, including the profile image URL and so on, all because we added the relationship to the profiles table and we specified that we want this. Now, what do? Well, when we get this data back, we want to transform the data to match our new interface that we created over here. So to transform that data, I'm going to create an array here called posts with profiles, set it equal to posts data.map, get the post, and then return. I'm going to map each post to be exactly what it is, plus it's going to have a profiles field, which is just going to be the post.profiles. In case there's nothing, I'm going to make it null so that we can get the information about profiles. Because if you look at how we console log that data, the way it's returned is it's an object with the normal kind of information, but then there's a field called profiles and it includes the profile information we want. So that's how we get the profile for each of the posts. Then at the end, I'm going to set the posts to be equal to posts with profiles, and we should be good to go. Now we just have to use this posts array down here whenever we want to use it in our UI. So I'll just assign this here and we should be good to go. Okay, everyone. Now that we want to display the posts, we want to come down here to above where we have the button for creating a new post. And I want to render all of the posts as a list. Now, lists in React Native is a bit different from React. If you're familiar with React, you don't just like map through items and display them in your screen. That is bad for performance and it's just not how it works. So you need to use a list solution. Now there's a bunch of them and I'm going to go over them. But before we even render that list, we need to have the data to render that list. So what I want to do is I want to come to the hook that we have for posts, and I want to write some logic here that will allow us to keep track of the posts we want to display. So to do that, I want to start by creating a hook that is going to represent what a post is. So I'm going to create here a posts list with a set posts function, and this is going to be a use state. Now this use state is going to be a list. Now a list of what? Well, a list of posts. But what is a post? Well, a post is going to have the following shape. I'm going to create here the interface. It's going to be an ID, which is a string, a user ID associated with the post, an image URL, a description, a created at field, an expires at field, if the post is active, and also the profile associated with the user. Now, this last part over here is a bit different because we're going to have to manually add that. We don't get that directly from the table that easily. Now, what is that profile type that we're going to put over here? Now, this type we're going to create over here. It represents what a user is in the sense of a post. So it is a user with an ID, a name, a username, and a profile image. Because for every post that appears here, we're going to show the user who posted. We're going to show their name, their username, and their profile image. Now we are ready to start filling up this data by using Supabase. So right off the bat, we want to load all of the posts that should be displayed. To do that, we are going to need to call a function called load posts. We don't have that function yet, but we're going to create it down here. Let me just add also a dependency array over here, and we'll create this load posts function. It's going to be an async function that should first check to see if the user is valid. So if the user is valid, but we're not going to throw an error in this case, because if the user is not authenticated, we don't need to throw an issue. It's not as bad as trying to create a post. And then right off the bat, I want to already start setting up the loading state for this. So we'll create a state called isLoading, and we're going to start by setting isLoading to true. So while we're loading, we're going to show a loading spinner. You're going to see that. And we're going to try catch and finally. So I'm going to put here finally. Now on the finally, obviously we're going to set isLoading to false, but what do we do in the catch and what do we do on the try? On the catch, I'll just quickly put a console.error just so we have an idea of what happened in case there's an issue. Now the try is a bit more difficult because in the try, we want to try to fetch all active posts from all users. So the table here is going to contain posts, like both posts that are active and also the ones that were posted in previous days that aren't active anymore. So we have to keep track of both of them and only get the ones that are active. To do that, we're going to await supabase.from and then get from the posts table. We're going to select everything related to the posts. So we'll put an asterisk. Then we want to only select the posts in which is active is true. So we're going to put here is active is equal to true. So this EQ here means equal. Then we also want to make sure that the expires at time for that post is GT, which stands for greater than. So the expires at field is greater than right now, meaning that the post is not expired. Now I need to convert this into a string. So I'll put to ISO string in the date. And finally, I want to order the results. So it shows the latest posts. So to order it, I can use the order function from Supabase and order it based on the created at field and set the order to be not ascending. So I'll set ascending to false, which means it will be descending. Now in the beginning, we're only going to have one post. But when we have more, that's going to matter more. Now we want to get the result of this, both the post data and the error. So I'm going to get the data and the error. I'm also changing the name of them just because we don't want to confuse the names error and data. We have multiple errors here. I'll just change it for this one. And what do we want to do? First, let's handle the error. In case there's an error loading the data, we do want to console error it, but also we want to throw it just because it might be a big issue. So we want to know what happens. Then we want to check to see if the post data is not valid, maybe it's null, or its length. So you returned an array, but the length of it is equal to 0. If that's the case, then I'm going to set posts to be an empty array and I'm going to return. Then I want to set up the structure for the result that we need. So we currently have all of this, right? We have an array with all of this, but we don't have this, which is the profile. So what we need instead is we need to get the profile information for all users. So one thing we can do to actually get that profile information is when we fetch for the posts here, we can actually tell it to include profiles based on the connection between both tables. Now let's see how this looks right now. I'm going to console.log the data. So I'm going to console log the posts data to see if we are getting that. Now you see we are getting that. We can log here. We're getting the list of one post because there's only one post. I'm going to clear that up, but it doesn't include information about the, let me just close it, come back, refresh it. And I'm going to close this. Let me do that, clear that up. Let's see the console log. So it doesn't include the profile information that we need. So what I want to do is I want to add the following to this select statement. I'm going to add a comma, and then I'm going to change this to be an asterisk. This allows me to add more complex statements to my Supabase query. Then below this, I'm going to add some space, and I'm going to query for the profiles table, pass in the ID, the name, and the username and the profile image URL that I want. Now, this gives us an error. It basically means that we could not find a relationship between posts and profiles. Oh, okay, that makes sense. It's because we might have connected posts to the auth user instead of to the correct one, which should be the profiles table. Yeah, that's exactly it. So I'm going to edit this table, and I'm going to edit the profile relationship, the foreign key relationship. Instead of being for the auth users table, we're going to connect it to the profiles table and assign the user ID to the ID field. We're going to apply cascade here like we did previously, and I'm going to click save. Hopefully this is going to be allowed. And now if I try again, right, I'm going to save this. Hopefully an error is not there. Let me clear this up. Maybe I need to kill this again. Open it, clear this up. Let's see. And yes, so it seems to have worked. We get information about the profile, including the profile image URL and so on, all because we added the relationship to the profiles table and we specified that we want this. Now, what do? Well, when we get this data back, we want to transform the data to match our new interface that we created over here. So to transform that data, I'm going to create an array here called posts with profiles, set it equal to posts data.map, get the post, and then return, I'm going to map each post to be exactly what it is, plus it's going to have a profiles field, which is just going to be the post.profiles. In case there's nothing, I'm going to make it null so that we can get the information about profiles. Because if you look at how we console log that data, the way it's returned is it's an object with the normal kind of information, but then there's a field called profiles and it includes the profile information we want. So that's how we get the profile for each of the posts. Then at the end, I'm going to set the posts to be equal to posts with profiles, and we should be good to go. Now we just have to use this posts array down here whenever we want to use it in our UI. So I'll just assign this here and we should be good to go. Now let's get this posts array from our use posts over here and let's use it to render the list. So like I said, there are multiple types of rendering lists, but the one we're going to be using is the FlashList component from React Native. It shouldn't be an issue with a list of this size. Now we have to pass in the data that will compose the list. And for that, we're going to pass in the list of posts. Then we have to pass in a function that will define how to render each item in the posts list. So we're going to pass in a function called render post, which we're going to create up here. We're going to call it render post. And how this function is going to work is it's going to be a component. This component is going to take in a argument, which is the item, which for each item in the post array, the item here is going to represent a post. So we're going to define the type here to say that the item has a type of post, which we can import from that file that we created. Now, what do we want to return from here? We want to return a UI for each post. So a card for each post. Now I could write the UI here, but I want to make it into a separate component. So I'm going to create here a component called PostCard, and I'm going to pass in a prop to it, which is just going to be the item. And I'm also going to require us to pass in the current user ID to this component so that we don't have to fetch it 2 times. Now to get the current user ID, I just realized we don't have it here. So we do need to access the user auth. So I'm going to grab it here. We're going to need it for other things as well. I'm going to do use auth and then get the user. Perfect. Then we need to create this postcard component. I am going to create it up here above this file. I'm going to create it in the same file because this is actually going to be a very simple component. We're going to call it postcard and it's going to take in a prop, which is a post, and a current user ID. Now the type of this is going to be postcard props, which means we have to create that interface. We'll create it up here. A post has a type of post and a current user ID has a type of string. We'll assign it. I think I might have misspelled it. And then we can continue moving forward. Now, what do we want to render in this component? Well, I want to return here a view, which is going to contain another view inside of it. And this view is going to contain information about the user who created the post. So for each post, we're going to have a card for the post. This first one is going to be for the header. In fact, I might already start adding the styles here. So we're going to add a style called post header. This top one over here is going to be the container. And below this, we're going to have another view. And this one is going to be for the user info. So it's the information about the user. Now, like I did before, I'm going to come down here to the style sheet and I'm going to add the empty styles for all of the items so we don't have any issues. But for now, we won't actually set up the styles. We'll continue building all of this. So let me just put a question mark here just because the user might be null. But let's come back over here and finish building the structure. So the first thing is on the user info, we want to check to see if the user who posted. So we're going to create a variable here called post user and get it from the post.profiles. That should be the user. Then I want to check here post user. And if the post user has a profile image URL, I want to render it. Now, I don't want to put it in double ampersand. I want it to be an if else statement because we'll add a default avatar in case the user does not have a profile image. Now, if they do, I want to render an image from Expo image. And for the source and the style, we're going to apply the following. It's going to be the post user.profile image URL to get the profile image, and the style I'm going to put the avatar. Now, for the empty state, this is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to paste here so you guys can see. We're going to render a view. We're going to put two styles, which we're then going to add the styles, and a text with the name of the user as the first letter of the user. It's just going to be a circle to replace their profile image, and it's going to have a U, which will stand for their for user in case they don't have a name. But if they have a name, it's just going to be their initial. Then below this, we're going to add another view. I know right now we're not really seeing anything just because of the styles, but right now actually we will see something because we're going to add a text with the user's name. Now we're going to add the post user.username, and you should see one username, which is my username because there's only one post. So you see user test. So it seems to be working. That's the username I chose for this user. So we are actually rendering this information. Now, if this user is you, then I don't want it to show the username. I want it to show the text saying you. Now, to find out if the post was made by yourself, you can make here a isOwnPost boolean, set it equal to the post.userID, and check to see if it's equal to the current user ID. Now, in case the post was posted by myself, I want to render a text saying you. If not, I want to render a text that will show the username, plus I want to put a question, like an @ symbol in front of it. Now, this should change to you because there's only one post and it was made by mine. But when we add more users, you'll see that this will actually look, it will differentiate between your posts and others. Now, below this, I want to add the time of the post. So I'm going to put a text here and we're going to add a format time ago. Now, what is format time ago? That's a function we're going to create, and it is going to help us display, for example, if a post was posted just now or minutes ago or hours ago or days ago. That's going to be super useful for us. Now, for that, we're going to create here in our lib folder another file called date helper. Now, this date helper is going to be where we create this function and any other functions related to dates that we might want to reuse in our project. So this format time ago will take in a created at string, and it should return a string that is readable for other users without being a weird timestamp. Now, this is commonly seen on social medias. It just tells you, for example, when a post was created, how long ago it was relative to the current date. So first, we need to get the current moment to get that relative relationship. Then we need to get when the post was created. So I'll make a date out of the created at. Finally, I want to get the difference between them. To do that, I can just subtract the time of the now minus the created. Then I need to calculate the minutes and hours. So from the difference, so how long ago it was, how many minutes ago it was, and how many hours ago it was. Now, to make the calculation, here's what we do. For minutes, we basically get the difference and we divide it by the time in milliseconds ago in minutes. So we divide it by 1,000 times 60 because 60 seconds, 1,000 milliseconds. We floor it just because we don't want decimals, but flooring obviously means just rounding down. And for hours, we do the same thing, but we multiply times 60 at the end to get hours as well. Then we do the calculation. So what if the difference between how long ago it was posted and right now is in minutes is less than 1, it means that it has been less than 60 seconds then that the user has posted this image. So we can return a string that represents that. Maybe something like this, just now, which stands for like, hey, this person literally just posted this less than a minute ago. If minutes is less than 60 minutes, so if it's less than 60, we can return a more specific time frame. We can return the exact minutes ago and say minutes ago. Now, for the other two, I'll just paste here because you get the gist now. If hours is less than 24, meaning it is more than 60 minutes ago, but less than 24 hours ago, we'll show it in hours. If it's anything bigger than that, we'll say this post was however many days in the future. Now, this should never reach because the post should expire before that, but we do need to put an edge case in for it to work. Now, I'm going to save that and we're going to import this function and I'm going to pass here the post.createdAt. Now we should see 1 hour ago. Now, in the video, it might have not seemed like it was an hour ago that I created this, but I ate dinner in between the last few clips. So definitely was at least an hour ago. Now, below this view, we're going to add actually below 2 views. This is just the header. This is just the header of the cart. In fact, before we add the rest, the post content, I want to add the styles for this because I feel like it might help you guys at least get an idea of how everything is looking before we keep moving forward. All I need to do now is also add the style.username for the username, and I'm gonna add a style.timeago for the format time ago. Now let's start building the CSS for these new classes that we added. So first things first, on this post container over here, we're going to add a background color. We're also going to add a border radius and a margin from the bottom. We're adding a shadow just around it so it looks like there's some elevation to it. Now, right now it looks very empty, but don't worry, it's going to make sense as we move on. Then for the post header, we want to add a flex direction so that the items are one next to each other, but also there's a space in between them. Now, right now it doesn't look like that because we haven't added anything that is going to make the section bigger. So it's very small and there's no space for them to be next to each other. But you see that with the user info, by putting a flex direction of row, align items to the center and put a gap in between them. And on top of that, set a size for the avatar, which should bring the profile image for the user. As you can see, that's the profile image we added. It should start to look a little bit better. Now for the avatar placeholder, that's in case we don't have a profile image. You won't see any differences, but what we did is we make the background kind of a white grayish color and we centered everything like we did with the normal avatar. For the avatar text, which goes inside of the avatar placeholder, again, we won't see that because there is a profile image. We're just going to set the color to gray, a normal font size, and a normal font weight. For the username, I want to set the following styles: a font size of 16, a font weight of 600, and a color of black. For the time ago, pretty much the same, but a smaller font size of 12. Perfect. It's a lot better than what it was before we added the styles. Now we actually write the content section of the post. So what do we do here? Well, first, we have to set when the post is going to expire. So time ago is when the post was posted, which in the last 3 minutes changed from 1 to 2 hours ago. So time is passing fast. But basically, I want to add here another view that is going to have a style of styles.time remaining badge. It's going to be a badge telling the user how long until the time ends on this post. So we're going to get the text to be time remaining text as well. And to do that, we're going to grab another function, not format time ago, but we're still going to use that file. And we're going to pass the expires at. Now this other function is going to be called format time remaining because it's pretty much going to be a similar thing to what we have with the format time ago, but in the future instead of in the past. Now I'm going to change this and I'm going to import this function over here. Perfect. Now for the format time remaining, we want this to be the same. We want this to be the same, except this is not created at, it's expires at, which means we need to change this as well. We need to change this to say expires because the notation matters. And it's the opposite in this case. We want to know how far away is the current moment from expiring. So we'll do the opposite subtraction here. Now we're going to get that value in minutes and in hours, just like we had before. But the thing is, for minutes, it's a bit different because for minutes, we need to not only get the 1,000 milliseconds times 60, but we also want to get the modulo of the difference in hours. So 1,000 times 60 times 60 to get the remainder. And then from that, we're going to divide this value. Now, after that, we have the minutes, right? But we also want to do a check beforehand because if the difference is less than or equal to 0, we want to return a string saying that the post has been expired, just to have an early return. After that, we want to see, okay, if the hours are greater than 0. So if you have posted this image and there's still at least 23 hours left, then return the exact number of hours and minutes left. So I'll add here the minutes and then M and then say left. So it should say like 29. That's not right. Okay, we'll figure it out why that's not giving the correct value. But bottom line, we're trying to get that. And then on the return, in case there's less than an hour left, I just want to return the amount of minutes left. Perfect. Now let's see why this is not working. It seems like our timestamps got a bit messed up when we were adding the expires at. So yeah, even the created at got a bit messed up because I'm on a VPN and I guess it messed up my time. So I'm going to switch this from saying that this happened on the 4th, which it didn't. It happened on the 3rd. And I'm going to switch this to say that it happened on the 4th, or the 4th is when it should expire. Now, what this should say is if I reload this at some point, I'll refresh this. We should be able to see the correct time. Okay, so it says 29 hours left, but that's actually because of me using a VPN, so it shouldn't be happening to you as well. Now, the next thing we want to do after the format time remaining is we want to render the actual post image. So below this view, I'm going to render here an image, which should show the information about the post. I'm going to use the same styles as we had before, post image, and it's going to be a content fit of cover. Now, we don't have the styles yet for post image, so we won't see the image, but we can continue building this. We're going to add now a footer to this post. This footer will check to see if the post has a description, which remember it's optional. And if it does, it's going to show a text with the information about the post description. So post.description, show the text. Then what I want to do is also below this, if the user, so I'm going to put here a text, right? Text, if this is your post. So if is on post, then I want to render the text saying your post. If not, I want to render the name of the user, so post user.name. And then I want to say that this post will expire at a certain date. So let me close this up so the errors goes away. And then I want to say that this people's post, and then I'll add how do I call this? It's like this symbol over here, but not really this one. I guess it's this one. It's like a dot. And then I'm going to say this post expires in, and I'm using the exact same function, the format time remaining, and passing in the post.expires at. Perfect. Now we can add these styles, the remaining styles for the items. For the post footer, we're just going to add a post footer style. For the description, it's going to be the post description style. And for the text of the post info, we're going to add a post info style. Then we're going to come down back here and add the remaining CSS. So for the time remaining badge, it's going to be black, I believe. Yeah. So the text, we need to make it white with a font size of 12. We just made this a little badge on the top right. For the post image, this is what's going to really open up the size of this. We're going to add a width of 100%. So it expands. So now this isn't that small thing as before. It's because the size of it depends on the items inside of it. And there wasn't anything as big as this image. But now there is, and now it looks 1,000 times better. Now, for the post footer, all we're going to do is add a padding of 16. And for the description, we're going to add here a font size of 15 with the text with a color black. And the post info, we're going to add a font size of 14 and a color that is gray. So this is what a post looks like, and it looks amazing. So now this is pretty much it, right? Because I can't really add a new post. I mean, right now, look what's going to happen if I try to add a new post. It's probably going to let me do it. So I'm going to add here a new post. I'm going to not put a description, post it. So it says fail to create post. Why? Because it says new post, new row violates the new row level security. This is because when we set up our storage bucket, we said that you can't upload an image to the posts bucket if there's already another image that you uploaded. Meaning that if you have already posted an image for the day, you can't post a new one. Now, how do we prevent this from happening? And instead of making it add a new post, we actually allow the user to change their own post for the day. Because it might be a good thing, right? You want to change the post that you've made. Well, first, we need to check to see if the user who is trying to make a post already has an active post for that day. So I'm going to make a comment here, check if user has an active post. And we want to create a variable called user active post, set it equal to the posts array, and we're going to look for them, loop through each post in the post array, and try to find a post in which the ID of the user of the post matches the user ID of the user logged in. Now, obviously this isn't working because I need to put that logic below the moment where we look for the posts. And it's not just that, because we also want to look to see if it's active. So we're going to check to see if the post is active by checking to see if post.isActive is true. And on top of that, we're going to check to see if the expiry date is in the future. Now, if there is a user active post, we want to set it equal to a Boolean called has active post. Now, to convert an object into a Boolean, we just do double exclamation marks, which just means that if this is null, sets this Boolean to false. If this is not null, set this Boolean to true. That's what this double exclamation marks mean. Now, if has active post is true, we're going to first come to this button where we have this plus sign, and we're going to check to see if that's true. We want to show a different sign because we don't want to add a new post. We want to actually change it. Now, there's a symbol that I want to use, which you can just copy from my code. It's like a reverse symbol. I honestly don't know how to make that with my keyboard, but you can copy it from Google or something, and it will look like this. Same thing with this title over here for the modal, right? Because it says right now, preview your post, but instead it should say, and depending on if you're replacing your post, it should say replace your post. So if I click on this, you say after choosing an image, it will say replace your post instead of viewing or previewing your post. Now the last one is for the post button here. We're gonna again check to see if has active post is true. If that's true, we want to say replace. If not, we want to say post. Now, to actually replace the post, here's what we have to do. When we try to create a post on our use posts hook here, before we do anything, but after we handle the user authentication, we want to deactivate any existing posts to make it actually look like the BeReal app that I talked about. To do that, we're going to await Supabase, look for the posts table, and update the field, which is active, which is not like this. It has an underscore actually. Is active. We're going to update that, make it false if the post is from a user with a user ID equal to the user logged in. So we're kind of updating whatever post they have to be false immediately. Also, we need to make sure that the post is active currently to update it to false. So I'm going to check here if is active is true, then do that. Then when I do that, I want to also get any possible errors out of this. So I'm gonna look for the errors, and in case there is an error, I want to handle it. So const if deactivated error is true, then I want to console.error it. Finally, at the bottom here where we have the create post, one thing that we didn't do before, which I want to do now, is refresh the list of posts to ensure consistency when I create a new one. So I'm going to do load posts when we finish creating one. So we load the posts when we're done. Now there seems to be an error here. Okay, so this is an RLS error, and I think I know what might be the issue, because what happens is on this storage function that we created over here for upload post image, when we get it from the storage, we actually didn't really check. We just copied from the what we wrote on the upload profile image, but that changes a bit. First of all, in the upload post image, the file name should not include profile. That just doesn't make sense because this isn't a profile image. Rather, we want to insert the current date instead. So I'm going to put here date.now for us to be able to get that image. Second of all, we want to come down here to where we get the image information, and we want to remove the upsert, because upsert, like I said before, it updates an image if there's already an image there. We don't want to do that. We want to insert only if that's what we're trying to get here. Perfect. Now, let's see if this works. If it doesn't, it might just be that we have to actually post again, delete the post manually, and then try to add one again. But as I click post, you see that it did work and it did change the image. So again, this part of the video has been recorded a bit later in the future. So the timestamps and the time zone might be all messed up, but for you, it shouldn't be. So as you can see, we can go ahead and replace everything. If I want to replace with this, I can replace with this, and it should actually replace the post. And if we go here, you see that the important thing is that we do still have the 3 posts. It's not like we deleted them, but we made the other 2 become inactive and made the only one that is visible be active. Perfect. So this is how we allow ourselves to upload and replace an image. Now we're almost done. However, I want to be able to see multiple posts appearing here, not just one from one user. I want to see it from a bunch of different users. Now I could manually come here and create like 10 different accounts and then upload 10 different images. This is totally fine. I could just sign out. Obviously we haven't built the profile image, the profile page yet, but we could do that. However, here's the thing. When I'm building apps or even websites, it doesn't matter. And it involves seeing how the app or the product looks with multiple users. It doesn't make sense to me to have to manually create multiple users. Actually, it makes a lot more sense for us to try to do all of that automatically by utilizing what is known as a seeding file. And a seed file is a file that you can add to your project, and it's a script that when run, it should seed your database to include data that you want. More of like mock data so that you can test. Now, where are we going to put that seed file? Well, if you look here, we deleted it, but previously we had a scripts folder, which is common in a Expo project. But we're going to create that folder again. It's called scripts, and we're going to create a file called seed.ts. Now, this file, like I said, all it's going to do is it's going to access Supabase. It is going to run a script that is going to add however many users we want to add as mock users. Plus, it's going to add a post for each of those users so that we can see all of that information over here. Now, if you don't want to do that, that's totally fine. If you don't want to have a seed file, you want to create everything manually, that's fine. But if you want to, stick around for this part of the video. Since the seed file is all Supabase logic, it's all backend logic, it's not related to React Native or Expo, I'm not going to spend any time going through it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to paste the seed file over here. I usually use the same kind of seed file for every project, and then I just remake it or make the necessary changes. And the idea here is we are going to connect to Supabase. There's a bunch of console logs just because it's a script we're going to run, so we want to know if the script was successful. So we connect to Supabase, we get the necessary keys, we create the client, and then we create a list of fake user names. So these are maybe like possible users we can create. Now it's a list of multiple users, men and women, that we could create together with the last names, because it's random. Every time you run the script, it's gonna get a first name and a last name, and it's going to be random so that you can run this multiple times. Then it's gonna have this function called generate fake users. Now this function basically gets the timestamp of right now. It gets a first and last name. It creates an ID for it. It creates a username, an email, a fake email, and it adds a user to a list. And then we also create profile images for them using this website, which I always use for mock images, called Pixum. It allows you to get a random image, and we're going to use that for the posts that those users make as well. And then here's the important function. It's the seed function. So the seed function is going to generate. Now you can choose how many users you want to generate. I generate 10 usually. I don't want to make this app full, like with 100 users, but you could if you want to. I generate 10 placeholder images because there's going to be posts for each user. And we run this loop where we create each user by using Supabase. Now, you might notice that when we're creating a user, we are using the Supabase admin API for both checking stuff and creating a user. Why? Because we're creating a user account. That's an admin behavior. Now, to have that admin behavior, we have to have a Supabase service key. That is a key that you need to be very careful with, because it can do anything you want with your own project. So in Supabase, you want to make sure that this isn't a key that everyone sees. You don't want to push this key out of every other key, because this key specifically should be a key that is only used for admin stuff. Now, to get that key, we're going to go here to our project. We're going to click on project settings, and then we're going to go to API keys. Now you see there's going to be publishable key and there's going to be a secret key. The one we want to get is the secret key. I'm going to copy that, come here and paste it. Obviously don't use mine because it won't even make sense, since I'm going to delete this project right after this. But we now have pasted that and we have this script ready. So what do we do now? How do we actually run this script? Well, we're going to go to our package.json, and in our package.json, we have all of our scripts, right? Now, these are all the scripts that are set up by default by Expo. We're going to create a new one called seed. This script is going to run TypeScript on the scripts/seed file, and we're going to put the extension .ts, meaning it's going to run this file. So let's go ahead and run this script by opening our terminal and running npm run seed. Now it gave us an error, obviously, because I forgot again to change my directory to go inside of the BeReal clone. Then let's run it again. And it says that it couldn't find it. So the issue here is that we forgot to put /source/script, and then did I put something else there? It was an accident. Run it. It seems like actually we have we forgot to install TSX as a dependency. So let's do that. I'm going to run npm install, or npx actually, expo install tsx. We're going to install tsx as a package here. So you see now tsx should be a package. I probably should have installed it as a dev dependency, but now that's fine. I'm just gonna leave this up and let's run it again. So when I click run, it says error, Supabase server's row key is required for seeding. So it's telling us to edit. Now we've added the Supabase server role key. Let's check here to our .env. Pretty sure we edited here. But one thing that actually we need to do is the fact that we have env configuration for the Expo project, but for the seed file, that's a TypeScript file, right? This is a node file that is running, and we need to install the .env package to be able to actually have that being run in our project. So I'm going to run here expo install .env. It should install that as well. And after that finishes installing, we can hopefully run our seed file. So I'm going to run here npm run seed and go to right after I installed the .env. Now, before we move even further, I need to make one final change, which is on our script over here. If you notice, this path over here to our env file is wrong, because the env file is not one step behind this. It's not one directory behind this, because the env file is not inside of the source folder. It's actually 2 behind this. So we need to put like 2 more dots here to go back twice, and now we can run this. So if everything works, it should start creating the users. As you can see, it is creating all the users. There might be some errors, but we'll check it out. We'll page, and it should have created 10 different users for our project. Perfect. Now let's see if it added 10 different posts. Yeah, so 10 different profiles. It does seem like they have an issue with username and name, so there was an issue with that, but let's see if the posts were created. The posts were created, but there is an issue with the profile name and username. Sometimes that happens when I am working with a project like this, where the seed file, I reuse it for multiple projects, so sometimes it doesn't really fit in perfectly with whatever project I'm working on. However, it doesn't matter, because now if I want to enter the app again, you'll see that it should have a post for each other user. So we see here a post for the other users showing up. Now their names are null. We can just add here fake names. Like I can say, this is Gerald223. This is, I don't know, Hannah123. Jack and whatever, and then whenever this data is updated, it should show those informations. So when you get your testing file, there might be something I need to change here in the seeding file. When you copy the seed file from the code in this video, it's actually not going to run into this issue. Don't worry about that. Just copy that code. I'm going to fix it after posting this or before posting this video. In fact, I'm going to cut to me after I wrote a bunch of fake usernames here to manually fix that, just so that we don't have to see a bunch of null names for the rest of the video. Okay, so as you can see, I added here fake data for all of the users. Like I said, you won't run into the same issue I did, because the seed file will have the full version fixed for you when you get the code. But as you can see, this is how the app would look like if there are multiple users. Now, what do we have left to do? Well, one of the things that you might have been wondering, but I haven't addressed yet, just because I wanted to present the issue first to then address, is the fact that it's annoying that I have to actually constantly get out of the app every time there's a change, right? I want to be able to do this thing where apps do, where I just push this over here and then it refreshes the screen. Now, with a component such as the FlashList component that we're using over here, this is easier than ever. So we're going to come down here to where we have this FlashList component. Right now, we only have 2 props to it, but we're going to actually have a lot of it. Now, the first prop we want to put is a key extractor. That's important because it's a function that returns a unique key for each list item. And if you're familiar with React, you know that it is important that your lists have an assigned ID that is unique, because React uses keys to efficiently update the list. So they need to be stable and unique. What we're going to do is we're just going to get the ID of the post for each item. Then we want to set the content container style. Now we have here a style that we want to apply depending on which item this is. So if the posts.length is equal to 0, so if there's no posts, we want to render a style, which we're going to call it the empty content. If not, we want to render another style called content. Now, we don't have those styles yet, but we're going to come down here and add them. I'm going to add them right above where we show the section for the post. So around here, I'm going to add here the content and the empty content, and it will give a bit more of padding for each content so that it has this beautiful view. But when it's empty, you should see this kind of behavior as well. Now, the next thing is we want to set a list empty component. This is going to be a component that is rendered when the list is empty, right? Now, we can pass whatever we want here. I am going to pass a text saying no posts found. So if there's no posts, we're going to render this, and it's going to use this style over here. Next thing is the refresh control. That's what I was talking about. Now, refresh control is going to be a component that is going to handle how to refresh the list of posts. Now, I'm going to create here or call the refresh control component, and we're going to pass in 2 things. First is the list refreshing? That's going to be something we have to create. And what happens when it refreshes? So we're going to have to pass an onRefresh function as well. Now, for figuring out if it is refreshing or not, that's a Boolean, right? That's to show the activity indicator while it's refreshing. So I'll put that as a state. And for the onRefresh, we're going to create here an onRefresh function that should be called whenever we want to refresh. So over here, it's already being called. I'll save it and it should be fixed. Now, what do we do when we want to refresh the list? So let me just bring this back, because when there's an issue like this and it's a local build, it might need us to reopen the app. Now, if we want to refresh, we want to start by setting refreshing to true. And what this means is that when I pull this now, it will show that state. But because we never set it to false, it's going to show it forever. It's that little activity indicator. Then we want to try
and catch. Now we'll catch any error that might happen on the way. And also as a finally clause, we're going to set refreshing to false. Now this means that if I try to pull again, you see nothing is happening because there's no try and nothing on the try and the catch. Now in case there's an error, I'm just gonna console.error, whatever that error is. Now in the try, we want to call a function that is going to be called refresh posts. Now that function is going to come from our use posts hook, and it's going to be pretty similar to other things that we've done already, because all that it's going to actually do is call the load posts function. Now, why don't we just pass in the load posts? We could, but this makes it easier for us to understand what the purpose of it is. We're not loading the posts, we are actually refreshing it. But the idea here is we call the load posts, and then we can pass this refresh posts here. But we do need to actually define what we want from, is it not refresh? Oh, I wrote it wrong over there, sorry. So this should be refresh posts, and we should paste it here. Now, let's see what happens. So, what if I make a change? So Jenga over here, right? Jenga is the username of this user. What if I change this to say the person's name is Paulo? I'll say Paulo123. That's the name of the user. Now, previously, what we had to do is we had to close the app and come again. But if I refresh this, now it should show the new version. A lot easier. Perfect. So this is pretty much it for this part. The only thing we haven't done yet is use the is uploading here. So we used it for setting it, right, while we're uploading a post, but we never actually used it in a post. So what we're gonna do is we go down to where we have that modal, where we call the handle post. And when the user is posting a new post, we want to first disable this button while it is uploading. And then we wanna write the following logic, right, to show the activity indicator in case the user is uploading an image. So if I were to come here and replace my image with something else, maybe I'll replace it with, I only have 6 options of images, so I'll replace it with this, choose it. You'll see, look at this for a second, or this. See? Perfect. Now it shows the activity indicator. I can't click it again, and the post just appears at the top. Perfect. Now we're pretty much done with the core functionality of the app. The only thing I'm going to do next is I'm going to quickly show you guys how to build this screen. Now, this screen won't be fully functional just because I want to leave, as I mentioned to you guys, some stuff that I want you guys to implement it yourself using everything that I've taught. I do this on all of my videos. Some people don't like it because they want to just copy what I'm doing, and that's absolutely not what I preach on my channel. But most of my loyal subscribers love that I do this, which is I don't build the entire project for you. I build a project that is pretty much has all of the core functionalities, but I leave some stuff in the end for you to figure out yourself. Because if you're looking to learn the technology that I'm teaching, this is a great exercise. And the best part is that if you go into the actual code, you'll see the full version, including the part that I haven't taught you, so that you can compare to what you decided to do. So next thing we're going to do is build a profile screen. It's going to involve showing the user profile information and have some cool buttons that they can click related to their profile. So stay tuned for that. Okay, so now let's go ahead and start setting up the settings screen. So I'm going to open up here the source, app, tabs, and profile. It's going to be called profile actually, not settings. And previously, we just had this, which was a color picker, because I don't know if you remember, we were teaching, we were playing around with different Expo UI components, but we're not going to be using that. So I'm going to delete that. And the first thing I want to do is for this one, I'm going to copy and paste the classes just so that we can start building everything with this already set up. Now we're going to add these styles later like we did on other screens, but for now we'll keep it like that. So what do we want to do with this screen? So with every screen, you start with adding a safe area view. That's what I did on my previous screens. It will prevent us from adding elements in unnecessary places. So I'm going to put here safe area view, and I'm going to apply the style of styles.container. I'm also going to put the edges to be top and bottom. Perfect. Then I want to put a view that will contain a button, which is going to be a touchable opacity. Now, what is this button going to do? Well, when I click on it, I'm going to update the profile image of the user. So this is the profile screen. So I want to show the profile image of the user logged in, which right now is just this image, which is kind of the same image I uploaded here. But I want to be able to click on that image and at the same time choose another image to be the profile image. Now, to have that functionality, I need to have a button that is a touchable opacity that wraps around the user's image. So what do we do for rendering the user's image? Well, first, we need to get the user information. So we're going to access the user information through the use auth hook that we created. Then we're going to go back over here to where we have our index. And if you remember in here, we have some logic for showing the profile image. If I remember, yeah, this logic over here. So we can copy this, including the placeholder image, because maybe you don't have a profile image, and we put that inside of here. Now, some of the stuff obviously will change. For example, this isn't a post user, it's just a user, so we can change that. Also, because it's a user, we can access the profile image by saying user.profileImage, same thing here. Then the styles will change, and I need to import image from Expo image. So I'm going to import here image from Expo image. Then the next thing I want to do is on the styles, I want to use a style called profile image for this. Then for this one, we're going to also apply profile image, and we're going to apply profile image placeholder. And then this one is going to be profile image text. Now, you kind of get the idea that we always reuse similar names for these styles, right? Now, in this case, we need to apply the style to see the profile image. I'm going to quickly apply the styles for these sections that we've added so far. I also need to add a style for this view over here, just because we want to have a style for this view that wraps the first portion of this screen. We're going to call it profile section. Perfect. Then we'll come down here and we're going to ignore content for now, and we'll start with the container. The container is going to have a flex of 1 and a color of white, just to reinforce the background color. Then the profile section is going to have the items be aligned in the center, and also we want to have some margin around it. So this first section over here is going to be the section which shows the profile image, the username, all that stuff. And below it's going to be a bunch of buttons, like the sign out button, the FAQ buttons, whatever there is that we want to put on the screen is going to go below it. So we're first building the top section, which right now is really small because there's no content inside of it, but we're going to add some. So the first piece of content we want to add is the profile image, which is already there, but it has no size. So we're going to set the width and the height to be 100, and that will bring the size of this to be a little bit bigger. And we set a border radius of 50 so that it shows as a circle. For the placeholders, we're also going to apply the following styles. It's going to have a placeholder exactly like we had on the other screen, and we're going to set the same thing for the text color. Now we're not going to see that again because we don't have that. We have a profile image in this profile. Now the next thing we want to do is allow the user to be able to edit their profile image. So we're going to put below this image that we're displaying inside of the touchable opacity, we want to add a view that is going to have a edit badge like we had on the post. So we're going to call this edit badge. We're going to wrap it around, and we're going to put a text that is going to say edit. Then we're going to copy this, put it here, and then make this be the edit badge text. Now for the styles, what we want to do is for the edit badge, we're going to make it be like a black badge that appears at the bottom like we did for the previous one. Right now it's just going to be aligned here, but you'll see how it's going to look when we center it. And then for the text, we want to make it have a color that is white, and for it to be a font size of 12. Perfect. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to display the user's information below the edit profile image button. So we're going to have 3 texts. I'm going to actually copy this because it will make it easier. 3 pieces of text. First the name, then the username, and then the email. This will show the name, so user.name. But in case the user doesn't have a name, we're going to default it to say no name. Obviously, in this case, it should show the correct information, but because we're applying the wrong style here, we're applying the edit badge. It's going to be white because the text in the edit badge text is white. So I'll just change all of them to this one so that at least it doesn't have any style and we can see it. The next one is the username. I'm going to copy this logic. I'm going to put it over here. Same thing here. And for the username, which is also something that might be optional, we're just going to say user. And we're going to put an @ symbol next to it to show the name of the user. And finally, it's the email, but the email doesn't, it's required. So I'm just going to put here user.email. It has to happen. Now, the next thing we want to do is we're going to add these styles for this ones. Actually, let me come back here. We're going to change this to say username and this one to say email, just so that we don't have that issue. Come back here and then show the style for the name, which is going to be a font size of 24. It's going to be bold. Now the other ones are not going to be as bold because they are secondary ones, and the color is going to be slightly different. For the username is going to be gray, and for the email is going to have a font even smaller than this one and a color that is slightly more gray. Now, why is this button like this? Well, there's a concept that I want to explain to you guys that we haven't reached it yet. Now, what is this concept? Well, this concept is scrollable views in React Native, more specifically by utilizing the scroll view component. Now, right now, there's no really any use case for us to do this because technically we are using a scroll view in this flat list, but the flat list component has inherently inside of it a way to handle this. So we're not really I'm not showing you guys how to actually use it in a real scenario. So the next part of this component, below this view, which shows the profile section, I'm going to add a bunch of buttons that won't do anything. So we're going to add a huge section over here of parts of this app that you could possibly edit yourself. Now, this is going to be a view, which is going to have a style, and the style we're going to add is the section style. Now, what goes inside of here? Well, you can put anything, but what I'm going to put is the following. So I just added here a bunch of things. I'm going to go over them. So I added a bunch of buttons and sections that could take you to other screens. For example, a place for you to edit your profile, a place for you to set up notifications, a place for you to check out the privacy policies, a place for you to check out the support, the terms of service, and so on. So this is very common on apps. I'm going to show you how to style them. We added each of them as buttons and in different sections. For these styles, what we want to do is we're going to apply a margin bottom of 32 for this section. So each section has that because usually you have groups of buttons in the profile or settings screen that are together, and then you apply a division between them. For the title, we want to apply a font size of 18, a font weight of 600, and a color to be black. And then for the individual item, we want to make it look like a button, right? So I'm going to do the following. I'm going to put a little bit of a background color, some border radius, and I'm going to space the items with the arrow. You see this in a lot of apps and it looks a lot better, right? You put the name over here and this over here. Now, it doesn't really do anything when I click on it because we're not going to actually set that up. This is part of me letting you guys know if you want to expand this project, you can go ahead and add those functions. Now, we're still going to add the function to update a profile image and the functionality to be able to sign out. Now, after this, we want to add the setting value over here to have some style in it so that it looks a little bit bigger and it makes more sense. And finally, why did we add this? Well, the point is, if we want to have a screen like this, maybe we want to add more things. So imagine I actually duplicated this and added another section, right? All of a sudden, this section is too below our safe area view, and I can't scroll down to that section. So how do I make this work? Well, to make something like this work and you'll be able to scroll it, you have to actually turn this all into a scroll view. So I'm going to come here and in between the safe area view and the view, I'm going to add what is known as a scroll view. And a scroll view, like the name implies, is going to make this area be scrollable. All of a sudden, I can scroll through it. Now, obviously, you can add some behavior to it. More specifically, I actually want to add a class name here. So some style that is going to add some padding in this section. We're going to call this content. That's why I didn't actually set up the content style. And I'm going to add here a padding. I'll say 32. Yeah, it'll make it look a lot better. Actually, this should have fixed this button issue, but I just realized that we are putting this the wrong. It shouldn't be a style. There's actually a container class for styles in the scroll view. And when I assign it, it should help with the sizing. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to come here to where we set the edit badge, which is right over here. So we don't want to actually use the right because then it depends on the size of the screen, right? Instead of guessing the percentage, I want to center it by doing it like this. I want to set a left to be 50%. So then it goes all the way over here. And then I'm going to transform this to have a half of the badge width. So the badge width is going to be 44. So I'm going to apply this to be a translate x of -22. And I'll put a comma here. Now, what I could also do instead is come up here, go to our avatar section, below the touchable opacity, set in a view with a class called avatar wrap. I'm going to wrap this around even the badge, and this makes centering a lot easier because all of a sudden, actually, we might not even have to put this. Yeah, we don't even need to put that, and now it's centered right over here. I can click on it and it would work. Now, the final thing I want to add here is the sign out button, which should come as no surprise. I'm actually going to delete this view that we added here. I just added that to show you guys how scroll views work, but what I want to do instead is below this, I want to add a view, which is also going to have a style of section. And this view is going to be for the sign out functionality. Now, to write the sign out functionality, we're going to have a touchable opacity with a text. Now, this text is going to say sign out. I'm also going to add another button that we're not going to set up the functionality for it, but deleting an account is something that you can do on Supabase by utilizing what is known as edge functions, because you need to have a backend to be able to apply your admin functionality to actually delete an account. So it's something that would be good for another video. So, but we're still going to create the button here. We're going to say delete account. And for the styles, I'm going to apply a style for the button. I'm going to apply two styles. One is going to be called setting item, and the other one is going to be sign out button. For this one, it's going to be the same, but this is going to be delete button. Then for the text, we're going to apply a text for the delete account called delete text. And for the sign out is going to be sign out text. Now let's go define the styles. So for the sign out button, we want to make it clearly a sign out button. So I'm going to put a grayish color to it. Also, I forgot to add the setting value here for some reason, but this should actually, let me delete this. This should gray out this section. And for the button, we want to set that. Now the text, we want to make it be very dark. So I'm going to put it like this and make it be bigger. For the delete text, we're going to make it be bigger as well and make it be red so that it differentiates from the other one. And for the delete button, we're going to do kind of a similar thing, make it have at least a corner that is red. So that's how we're signing that up. Now, let's start with writing the functionality for updating the profile image. For updating the profile image, it's going to be a lot of what we've done so far. We're going to do handle update profile image, and it's going to be an async request. Now, we want to request the user to get their library permission. So I'm going to come here to this file. We're going to look at the function we wrote for picking an image. We're going to copy this, all of this, paste it over here. So for this, we want to simplify. Why do we want to simplify? Because we don't need to implement multiple times the functionality of taking a picture. We already have that on the other sections, so I don't want to show that to you, but we want to still allow them to select an image from their own profile, or from their own library. So I'm going to add that functionality. We're going to first request for permission to access their camera roll. Then we're going to launch that section where they can pick the image from their camera roll. Now, what we do with the result changes. So we're not going to do all of this stuff. What we want to do instead is call that function we created for uploading a profile image. Now, I'm going to come here and I'm going to say try and catch. We're going to write it directly here. And for the try, we're going to first get the image URL as a result of that upload profile, not post image, upload profile image function that we created. We need to pass the user.id and we need to pass the result.assets, then get the first asset and get the URI from that. Now, we need to make sure that the user is logged in when we do that. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to check if user doesn't exist, then return. So we guarantee this. We don't need to put a question mark. Then the next thing is I want to update the user based on that. So we need to call the update user function. And I'm going to call that function from here. So update user. And what do we want to update it with? Well, I want to update it with just the profile image and pass in the image URL. Then when that happens, I want to show an alert message. I'm going to copy this logic, put it over here, and this will be a success alert. So I'll say success profile image updated. Perfect. Now, in case there's any errors, I want to catch them and I'll just alert a message. And also I'm going to console.error whatever the result is. We also want to keep a loading state for when the user is updating their image. So I'm going to create the is updating, import the use state, and then when we start our try, I'm gonna set is updating to, actually I'll do it right before this, set is updating to true, and then I'm gonna add a finally clause over here, which is gonna set it to false. Now, we go to the touchable opacity button to update the profile image, and we are going to first on press, call the handle update profile image, and when it's updating, I want to disable the button. So let's test to see if this works. I'm gonna come here, click edit, it should open this up, choose this image, click choose, and it says profile image updated. Now, obviously nothing has changed. If I refresh this, it should have changed that profile image. So let me actually check to see if that worked. This is the previous account. Let me see, test user over here. This was the previous profile image. Let me refresh and see if it updated. So where's user test? Now it's this. If I do this, it should show the correct information. So that information should have updated. Now, if I close the app and I open it again, will everything be updated? Let's see. Okay, so the reason why it didn't upload is actually because of one of the really cool things about Expo Image. With Expo Image, you're able to define the cache policy of the image, allowing you to cache an image if for some reason it's an image that doesn't really change much and you don't want to have to be loading it every single time. So Expo Image uses a very strong cache by default, because that's what most images in your app are gonna behave like. However, for something like profile image or avatars or stuff like that, maybe it's not the best cache policy. To change the cache policy for an Expo image, you can choose the following options. But for a profile image like this, which can change multiple times, maybe we need no cache. So I'm gonna put it to none, and you'll see that this will change. We should actually do that on the other images as well. So I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna say image. Let's just see which ones we are rendering. So the onboarding one, that one shouldn't change as well. This one shouldn't change as well. This one as well, and then this one as well. So some of this stuff might have been a bit different, but now it looks perfect. So as you can see, this is the behavior we want. So if I come here and I were to upload or change this, for example, and upload another profile image, I guess this one is the one that I had just tried to upload. Now, by default, it didn't actually change from there. If I refresh this, it still doesn't show. But look what happens when I close this app. Now it should show the correct version. Now, obviously, I don't want to have to close my app every time I change my profile image. So there is a behavior here that we need to change. And the major thing we need to change here is the fact that when we are uploading this profile image, or when we are updating the user, we want to refetch the user profile. So similar to what we did here, we want to do it over here in the update user. Now, this means we need to get back the data from here, and the user ID in the data of the profiles is, if I recall, let me check over here, go to table editor, profiles. Yeah, it doesn't have a user ID field, it's the ID field itself. So I'm just gonna get the ID and use that as part of the profile image over here. Now we wanna assert that data is valid. So if data is true, then I want to call this, and I'm gonna say if data.id is true and data is true, just to assert the types a little bit more. Now, this also, actually, no, I don't even need to do this. The problem more here is that I need to select this. So after this request, I need to call the select function and specify that I want to get back just a single result. Now this should work. Now, if we come over here, let's try updating this again. I'm gonna update this, upload this over here as a profile image, and a profile image updated successfully. Now it doesn't necessarily update the thing immediately because our query here in the storage is still cached. So what we can do with Supabase is actually change the return of this public URL and force it to return the most up-to-date version by adding this question mark, which allows us to put query params and the time of the request to be right now. So I'm going to put date.now in this. And now if I were to change this, I don't know, I'm going to change this again. Let me make it be this over here again. It should now update immediately. Perfect. As you can see, it should now update everything. And in case we want to update here as well, we could just refresh this. If you want to make this update instantly as well, you can go ahead and fetch that data. Now, with all of this, fetching this kind of information and dealing with caching is a lot easier if you use something like 10-stack query. I didn't want to overcomplicate the project, but if you are building an app, I would recommend using something like that. Now, the last thing we want to do is allow the user to sign out. Now, signing out is not as complicated as it seems. With something like Supabase, they make it super simple. So in Supabase, we have our auth functionality here in our context, and we have a sign in, sign up, and so on, but we don't have a sign out. Now, to get the sign out functionality, I'm going to create here sign out. It's going to be an async function that literally just calls supabase.auth.signout. It's a function. And after that, we set the user to null, and we are pretty much done. So that's the idea here. Now, to pass that in our context, we need to add as one of the functions we return, which is going to be a normal function that doesn't return anything. And then down here, we have to actually pass this into the provider. Now, in our index over here, it's actually not the index, it's the profile one. That's where that will go. We'll create a function that is going to be called handle sign out. And it's going to be an async function that when we press on the sign out button, down here, it should call that function. So on press, it should call the handle sign out. Now, let's go back over here and let's write this function. The handle sign out function requires us probably to ask for a confirmation because we don't want people to accidentally sign out. So I'm going to put here sign out as an alert, and I'm going to ask, or you sure you want to sign up? Now, with alerts, we've learned already that you can actually put options. So we're going to put an option here, which is a text to cancel. And the style of it is going to be the cancel style, which is a default one. Then the next one is going to be actually, we need to put this into a list. That's why it's giving that error. See, right now, if I click on this, it just shows that as the only option. But the next one is going to be the sign out. So we're going to say sign out, and this will be a style destructive. Now, what is the style destructive? Well, as you can see over here, it will have a red color, which is a native color for this type of button. Now, when you press on it, I want it to be an async function that calls the await sign out. Now, it auto completed with that because we didn't import sign out from here. And then we'll call this function. And after it finishes, we want to call the router from Expo router, but we need to call the hook, right? So equal to use router. And we're going to call the router and navigate the user back into the login screen. So replace the current screen with the /auth/login. So let's see how this works. Sign out, boom. It should take us to the login. And if I close this up, come back here, it shouldn't actually automatically take me to the home screen. It should keep me in the login screen. Perfect. Now, the final thing I want to do is, I don't know if you remember, but when I try to log in over here to an account, let me add here test user. I forgot the email. I guess the email is going to be test@gmail.com. The password, I think it's this, sign in, and we are signed in, right? So one of the things I want to address is the following. So if I close the app and I come back, you see that for a brief second, we see the login screen and then we get navigated. That's not a good behavior, right? We want to show a loading screen. The reason why that happens is because for a brief second, right, when we create our auth provider, user is set to null. Then we check for the session. And then when we find out that there's a user, we set their profile. Now in our route guard, which is present in this route layout over here, we check to see if the user is null. And if it's null, then we obviously show the login, right, which is the first screen. Now, what I want to do is I want to create a loading state that is going to keep track of whether or not that we are still loading the user information. Now to do that, I'm going to create here a Boolean called set is loading and is loading. Then we want to add that Boolean as part of what we can return here. And we want to set is loading to true when we start checking for the session. Set it to true. Then when we finally stop checking for the session, we set it to false. Or I don't know why I did that. I'll say set is loading to false. Then what do we want to do? Well, after this, we're going to pass here the is loading as part of the value. And we're going to go back here to our layout. Now, right off the bat, we don't want to redirect anything if is loading is true. So if loading is true, we want to return. Now we need to get is loading so that doesn't error anything. Get it. Perfect. And oh, did it just, oh no. I thought it ended for a second, but no. So is loading is true. And then
down here, we want to show a loading state while is loading is actually true. Now, what do we want to show? Well, we want to show whatever we want. You can put whatever you want here. I want to just show an activity indicator to show that it's like a loading screen. So we can put here the size to be large. Also, let me import here the view from React Native. And I want to apply some styles. I'm going to be using inline styles just to make it simple. I'm going to add a flex of 1, a justify content of center, and an align items as center as well. Perfect. Now let's see what happens. I'm going to close this app, bring it back again. We should see the loading states and immediately be brought to the screen that we should be able to see, which is the main screen. So we don't see the login screen because in the meantime, we are seeing the is loading as true. So that's basically it. We're pretty much done with this app and we are ready to publish it. Now, how would you go ahead and publish this app? Now, if you want to submit to a store, I'm going to present you with this documentation from Expo. Now, I'm not going to show myself doing this just because I actually use Expo on my own time to build my own apps all the time. And I don't want to mess up my accounts that I'm using for just building this for this video with my actual App Store and Google Play Store accounts, my official developer accounts. But I'll go over exactly what you have to do because Expo makes it extremely easy. So with Expo, you can utilize something called EAS. Now, what is EAS? Well, EAS stands for Expo Application Services, and it is a set of cloud services that handle the hardest parts of us shipping a React Native app, which is actually converting this React Native code that we wrote into the native binary versions of it. Now, we saw this kind of with having here the folder for iOS and the one for Android. So our app that we built converts into actual native code. If you go here, you can see all of the code that we wrote for this app. Now, this is all generated, obviously. It's so we don't have to worry about it. The whole point of us building with React Native is we don't have to write native code, right? But actually building that native binary would require us to have Xcode installed on our computer, and on top of that, have Android Studio installed as well. Now, most likely you have one of them, right? If you're running the emulator or the simulator, you have one of them set up. Now, that's annoying by default. But then how do you submit those binaries to the App Store and to the Google Play Store? And how do you make those apps update whenever you want to, right? Do you need to, again, rebuild everything and upload it again? What about credentials and environment variables and all that kind of stuff? This is a very gruesome process, and using EAS with Expo makes it super simple. Now, what EAS solves is that you can actually build and submit your apps to the different stores, all by using a CLI tool and doing it over the cloud. Now, they have a really good video already about this. As you can see over here, I highly recommend it because I watched this exact video, when I first uploaded my first app to the App Store and to the Google Play Store. Now, the first prerequisite is that you do need to sign up for an Apple developer account. I believe that is $100 USD, so US dollars per year. So it is expensive, and I'm not sure if any of you guys if there's some of you guys who don't want to pay that price, but to upload to the App Store, you do need to pay that. Now, the next thing is you have to also set up a Google developer account. And for the Google Play developer account, I believe it's $25 US, and it is forever. So you don't have to pay it as a subscription. Now, the next thing is you have to obviously include a bundle identifier in our app. We already have that over here. So in our app.json, we have a bundle identifier. This is the name that we use to identify our app, at least the bundle of our app. It doesn't have to be the name of the app. We called it PedroTech app, as you can see, but the bundle identifier is this. Now, for both Android and for iOS, we have a version of this. On iOS, we call it the bundle identifier. On Android, we call it the package. Now, the next thing is we have to install EAS CLI. Now, I'm not going to run these commands. I'm actually going to leave you guys over here to do this. You can follow this exact step-by-step guide, first for iOS, for Apple App Store, and then for Google Play Store. If you want to see a video where I just teach you guys how to do this, I'll create a different developer account. I'll pay the price, the $125 extra, just to make that video for you guys if there is a lot of demand. Because I don't want to mix up both of my accounts, like I said, but it's super simple. Follow this and you'll be able to submit it. And that's basically it for the video. If you enjoy watching the video, Please leave a like and comment down below what you want to see next. Subscribe because I'm posting twice a month and my videos are taking a lot of time to make because I'm putting a lot of effort into building the projects beforehand, planning out the subjects, the topics, organizing everything, testing with other viewers first to see how they enjoy whatever approach to teaching I am actually using, just to then make sure that whatever video you guys get is the best that I can make. So thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed it, let me know. And thank you so much Expo for sponsoring this video. Like I said, I use Expo every single day. I build apps. I don't know if I talk about this enough on my channel, but I do build apps just as much as I build websites, and I have apps on the App Store. And Expo has been a game changer because I used to have to code in Swift and Android. For my own job, I do code sometimes natively, but using Expo with React Native makes my life a lot easier. So I was super happy when they reached out. I love Expo. Make sure to check them out. Make sure to sign up for the EAS plan, because I think maybe you will try to build your apps and submit it without using EAS first, and then you'll get all the headache and you want to sign up. They have a free plan that is extremely generous, so go ahead and utilize EAS for uploading and submitting your apps. And that's basically it. Again, thank you so much for watching, and I see you guys next time.